that it sided, perhaps, or gave far too much charitability to the party that is engaging in frivolous litigation.
He's giving snark directives on stream. I want to wrap up this video by saying I don't know if Ian ever apologizes if there wasn't a threat of a lawsuit, because he only did it when he was served a cease and desist.
Axel chat YouTube switching to Trader Rekt is in a hole.
When it comes to this drama, no one has lost more than Ian. He's the one Hassan Orbiter that I think has actually improved Ethan's public relations, and the one time everyone was united to come to Ian's side. Anissa blew it for him. Let him go, or go full villain. Either way, more content for me. Think a dark part of my brain doesn't want to see Scorched Lagoon take the stand? If you enjoyed the video, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the homies over on Patreon: Crimson Glass, Riveter, Latchkey Gothboy, Christina Vina, Dranko Bex, Eddie Bizzle, Christopher H, Lucas Sif, Snoopy Poop Doop 2, Amur ML Bay, Drew is Sharon, Clown Factory, and the Mega Homies: IGP, Your Taxi, Cyber Katie, Lore Reloaded, Papa Gut, Kaden Lumen, Hawk and Load, Terox, John Manfreda, Katie Huck, Quap, Carrie Johansson, and Grey Pill Pod. iDubbbz is always taking out his insecurities on other more successful creators. This time it's Charlie.
And I think he has the capability of changing, right? I will say though, like, I don't think a lot of them are quite as, I don't think a lot of them have developed their woke mind as much as me.
But when he's throwing that right hand,
This is when iDubbbz unlocked his woke mind.
I love my girlfriend, and I'm totally fine with dudes jacking off to pictures of her on the internet. This is the most intelligent thing I've probably ever done. I don't think a lot of them have developed their woke mind as much as me.
It's CTE, man. Get help. He compares his past content to Clavicular and Nick Fuentes.
Then when you meet a lot of these people who are, you know, advocating for these people online, the Claviculars, you know, 2016 iDubbbz, all this sort of Nick Fuentes, like, they are, as you said, troglodytes.
How are any of those people similar? Clavicular runs people over and frame mods them.
There's a phone.
Is he dead? Hopefully.
And Nick Fuentes thinks we need to bring back segregation. His example was if he had a black roommate, he'd argue with them about the shower.
It's not about the color of your skin or your race. It's about your morality. It's about your decision making, what's right, what's wrong, how do we treat other people.
well, I mean, you could say that, but the thing is that, you know, human beings have a tendency to fight with each other, and you can say that, we could say that sitting down here, but what happens when, what would happen if you and I were living in the same house? That's the kind of concept. When you and I are on a Discord call, we're sort of strangers, we're talking about ideas, that's great. But what if we're living in the same house and there's a fight over, you know, who gets to shower when, and who gets this seat on the couch, and who, these are the kinds of things that happen in a dense...
Would you fight more with a black person over who gets to use the shower?
Yes,
over...
yes. And here's why. Because
Ian, you think you were like these people? Ian comparing himself to these people means that when he was making all of these edgy jokes, they weren't just jokes. He's saying that he was actually just a racist.
And it's the full-blown Quran. Some of you guys didn't bat an eye when I broke that Jesus VHS over my knee, but I know there's gonna be a lot of people in the audience just cringing when
He acted like this was an accident on Hassan's stream.
There's a video of him chopping a Quran in half. And when my dad was still mentally sane, I was terrified that he was going to find that video of Ian. He's like,
I did not know that.
Yeah, he chops a Quran in half with a cleaver, and I was like, oh my god, if my dad ever sees that.
You got a problem?
It was less intentional. It was more just random unboxing, and I'm just, you know, oopsie.
You're just gonna harass me like that, huh?
Intentional.
Cringing. Oopsie.
But the most interesting part is that Ian decided to drag Charlie down with him as an alt-pipeline racist.
I never perceived 2016 iDubbbz to be ideologically like right-wing or ideologically hateful in the way that those other two are. Like,
it's part of the pipeline, though. It's the same reason people wouldn't say Charlie, Moist Critical, is right-wing or like as ideologically out there as like a Nick Fuentes or even Asmongold, right? But he holds some space for the people in his audience who might have some differing opinions.
This is such a stupid comparison for so many reasons. One, Charlie criticizes Donald Trump frequent. Asmon doesn't. Their political views and content are completely different. Charlie's out here making anti-ICE videos. He's obviously a liberal.
This is a 100% unjustified killing of an American citizen here.
And look, he was the one that escalated all of this. They were trying to drive away until he kicked the taillight out.
Also, sharing a space with people that have different political opinions than you is okay. okay. Otherwise, you'd have an echo chamber. You'd be posting videos to people who already agree with you. But that is what Ian wants from Charlie.
But he holds some space for the people in his audience who might have some differing opinions.
The horror.
He doesn't make it clear, like, I don't want you in my community. Yeah. Like, outright.
Ian just wants Charlie to mutilate himself the same way he did it. There's nothing wrong with having people in your audience with different opinions. That way, maybe you can convince them of your point of view.
I get it. I get the hustle. I did it for a while. But it is a little bit of coke. And I understand why people don't want to take the path that I took, because it breeds a lot of hate.
Oh, poor you. Brother, you literally demonized your entire fan base for laughing at your jokes, and now you stream to 100 people. You want Charlie to follow that same path? The only reason Ian brought up Charlie at all was because Charlie didn't like his apology video from 3 years ago.
It was almost more telling, Charlie's response to my apology, however many years ago, than the apology itself. I think it perfectly encapsulated even the point that I'm making here.
Yes, you heard that right. He's making these nonsensical statements because he's holding a grudge towards Charlie. Charlie didn't even say anything mean to him.
I've also created a culture of, I don't know, a lot of like cruelty as well. Like, you know, some of the videos I've made have been very, not edgy. I don't think they you know, some of these videos were edgy. I think they were just outright cruel.
Okay, let's hear what Charlie has to say.
The way he talks about this content makes it sound like he used to murder puppies for these videos, which it was never that extreme. I very much would consider it edgy. It was 2016 edginess in all of its glory. The point of his content wasn't to be hateful or hurtful. He really was just trying to entertain. At least that's how I and the majority of people viewed it.
It's so funny to see Ian come in here and correct Charlie, because he's essentially saying, no, Charlie, you don't understand. Those weren't jokes. It was meant to be hateful. This guy's asking Ian how he's coping with the hate, and you could hear the pain in his laugh.
How do you, I guess, how do you, like, weather that storm? Does it affect you? Do you think about it at all? I feel like at this point in your career... Like,
hey, man. Yeah, I'm weathering it. I'm weathering it. It's again, it's one of these things where you just kind of got to put your head down and like get to work.
Well, then get to work. You haven't posted in 3 months. It's also very clear that Ethan Klein lives rent-free in his head. He's like, I want to make a video on Ethan. It's so hard for me not to do that.
I'm very proud of the video. I think the content comp on him has aged well, and I've been very happy at the amount of people I've met through it. Like, I don't think I ever, if I just tried to stay in my own little fucking bubble, I don't think I would have met you, Isaac, Taylor Lorenz, Frogan Denims, all these people who are very, very kind.
You just named off all of the worst people. Your content comp was hated because you defended false CPS calls. Half of your new friends did the exact same thing. Ian's become a part of Hassan's concubine. What's funny is old clips of Denims are now going viral, showing that she used to have the exact same criticisms of Hassan that people do now.
Everyone on the left is so socially woke that they feel like they can't possibly be wrong. Point in case, Hassan. Like, if Hassan thinks he's morally more virtuous than someone else, he just, like, flames them. He doesn't actually make any genuine good faith arguments towards other people.
This was allegedly before her falling out with Des, where she stayed in his apartment with another dude without him knowing.
Why was I not told that he was not allowed to be in the apartment?
Because I wouldn't assume he would bring a stranger into my apartment without asking me. Why? Why would you put me in this weird spot where I have to come home and see an incredibly creepy f***ing guy that is such a weird position in my community that's been trying to get me to stop talking to my ex-girlfriend because he's trying so hard to f*** her, is now f***ing somebody else in my bed, dragging his f***ing hairy balls across my f***ing blankets.
And then after that falling out, she now rides for Hassan no matter what. In Denim's most recent stream, she responded to this clip, saying she does criticize Hassan, and then she immediately follows that up with every negative thing she's seen about him was out of context.
Seen a clip recently circulating where it's like, it's me criticizing Hassan because, shocker, I've always criticized Hassan. And do you want to know why? In that clip I'm criticizing him years ago? Because I was tricked by a million of these clips being like, wow, this guy seems like a sexist piece of shit.
In the original clip, you weren't criticizing Hassan for being a misogynist. You were criticizing him because he's not good faith. Classic Denims never engages with the conversation.
But you could just watch one broadcast and then realize all of this is fucking fabricated.
So she ignores the point of the clip and then doubles down, saying that she literally doesn't have a single criticism. Items used to have more motion than any creator. Now he's having to thank Denims for rating his channel.
When it says stream taking off, yeah, that's called the Denims the denims bump.
This is so sad. Going back to the podcast that Ian was on, Madison then joins the stream. She's the one who implied that Ethan was harming himself and Hilo was a pedophile.
Ethan has spoken openly and publicly about his Tourette's. There's a study that says that 86% of those diagnosed with Tourette's will be diagnosed with a second psychiatric disorder during their lifetime. Hila dresses kind of childlike, with a little teddy bear for her fashion brand. I find all of that interesting.
This is such a cursed group of individuals. The least credible people you know are all friends. This woman slandered Ethan and Hila, and instead this podcast focuses on how Ethan called her a bitch afterwards.
And like, if you do think that you're a girly pop feminist, but then you watch like Ethan Klein dunks on dumb stupid women, like maybe you should question that a little bit.
The things he would say too, like he would, he called a lot of women the B slur, B-word. He also got his wife to call, like he outsourced the slurs. He's like, call her a Nazi bitch. What the fuck?
Who cares? You called them pedophiles. You deserve worse. So Ian finishes this car crash of a podcast, hops on stream, and starts patting himself on the back.
Yeah, dude. I need to go on fucking podcasts more, dude. I need to do it more. It's so good.
He then implies that everything is part of the alt-right pipeline.
I would even go so far as to say that with the internet, the way the internet is structured, unfortunately a lot of things are part of the pipeline. Workout content, finance content, dating content, commentary, etc. The right TM has been manufacturing the space since before Gamergate, and we're all playing catch up now. Absolutely.
If you talk about anything without mentioning your politics, you're part of the pipeline apparently. Politics is broken his brain. He outright compares Charlie to Asmongold.
The person who posted it said, "This is purity over actual politics. Charlie has been going at the Trump admin and their policies for months, actually years." Silly, missing the point entirely. You can clip Asmongold going after Trump or saying not nice things about Trump. That doesn't absolve people of anything.
If you think these two creators are the same at all, you've never watched either of them. His fans point this out.
He is not a safe space for the alt-right at all. Sure he is. There's a lot of places that are a safe space. Just by being like, you know, non-political a lot of the time, like that's doing enough.
So because Charlie reviews movies and video games, you know, non-political content, that makes him a safe space for alt-righters. Genuinely, this guy eating pickles in the sewers was more intelligent content than what he puts out now. Yo, this is making me alt-right. 13 million people watch this. 13 million new Nick Fuentes viewers thanks to Ian. Ian made this apology video nearly 3 years ago, and he's very clearly still coping from it.
You can get on some freaks hit list online, and you do not like you can't say that these f***ing fence riders don't see what's going on online. They see how I've been treated by a lot of the people who I've said, no, I don't f*** with you if you want this out of me. I don't f*** with your politics. I don't like that. And by taking that hardline stance, they can see it. They can see it and they're like, I'm not fucking doing that. I'm gonna dance. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fucking dance. I won the gracious award of lolcow of the year from somewhere. Unsurprisingly, the other lolcow was Hassan. Oh my god. Hassan is a lolcow.
Kaya, please just fucking go.
And that removed any amount of like, what is this out of my brain? I'm like, oh, they don't like progressive people. This is purely like a political decision.
Hate to break it to you, Ian, but people don't hate you because you're a liberal. They hate you because you're a lying scumbag. You weren't transparent about taking massive profit margins from your supposed charity boxing event. You spent 2 days calling an Iranian man a liar for saying that America is more free than Iran.
Seeing people singing and dancing like on the street, it just feels weird because if you do that in Iran, like, they can arrest you. You know that?
For dancing?
Like this, like
Such a big fat lie? Yeah, dude. Shit is...
At any point, Ian could have just looked up the law. He doesn't. He'd rather slander them. This is why people hate you. You don't do any research. You just slander them because of your own insecurities. It's so much projection.
I think people need to stop getting so f***ing defensive over, you know, just acknowledging that someone's part of the pipeline. It doesn't mean that you're the shittiest person online. I would hang out with Moist Critical 1,000 times over all of the people further down the pipeline. Like, you know, and I think he has the capability of changing, right?
Show an example of him making pipeline content then. He doesn't. I genuinely think Ian has no idea what kind of content Charlie makes. He says he's being empathetic, but he's just being a moron.
Like, I'm even still being empathetic iDubbbz. I actually should have a lot more heat for people like Asmongold and Charlie, because it's so f***ing obvious. Like, I have so much heat, because it's like, you know what you're fucking doing. You know what you're doing. You guys are being f***ing rats. You're being, like, unprincipled rats.
Please just show us how. This stream is 5 hours long. He never gives an example.
You see, most people see the writing on the wall. It's just the loud assholes on YouTube that create an illusion of iDubbbz bad. Yeah. And that's also what Isaac was saying. You know, he's interacted with so many people, like, in person, that are like, you know, when I mention you, they're like, oh, awesome, like, cool, you know, what's iDubbbz up to? You know, nothing, basically only, you know, neutral to positive or whatever.
It's the silent minority that loves iDubbbz. Finally, someone points out that Ian is just unfamiliar with Charlie's content. And he admits that he is, but he also simultaneously doubles down.
Able to watch your live stream. I'm gonna ask what your Moist Critical take was early in the stream, though. I had to wait because I'm new to the stream. Sorry, I thought Charlie condemned Palestine, condemned ICE for the Alex Prey incident, and routinely says that Trump administration is covering up pedophiles. Is Charlie right-wing? I've been watching his content for years and thought he aligned with you and Hassan most of the time. I mean, he might do it most of the time. I'm not exactly sure.
Then why are you making up all of this about him? You know what? Ian has changed. He's changed for the worse. In the span of only 2 days, Ian has lied about Charlie's content while admitting to not watching it. He's doubled down on his slanderous content cop video and is now collaborating with people who also make slanderous videos. But remember, it's everyone else who should change, not him.
And I think he has the capability of changing, right? I will say, though, like, I don't think a lot of them are quite as, I don't think a lot of them have developed their woke mind as much as me.
But when he's throwing that right hand,
this is when iDubbbz unlocked his woke mind.
I love my girlfriend, and I'm totally fine with dudes jacking off to pictures of her on the internet. This is the most intelligent thing I've probably ever done. I don't think a lot of them have developed their woke mind as much as me.
It's CTE, man. Get help. That'll do it for today's video. If you enjoyed, subscribe to the channel. And shout out to the homies over on Patreon. Crimson Glass, Riveter, Christina Vina, Mac Monkey, Drinkobex, Necro Valley, The Confusing Opinion, Eddie Bizzle, Tiz McFitz, Christopher H, Sennial Music, Lucas If, ET Automatic, Snoopy Poop Tube 2, Amir ML Bay, Rooney Boo, Drew is Sharing, Clown Factory, Monkey D. Luffy, Shura, Mustard Shirt Guy, and the mega homies IGP, Your Taxi, Cyber Katie, Lore Reloaded, Papa Gut, Kaden Lulan, BA Subway, Hawk and Load, Kitty Cat, Terox, Fayunder, John Manfreda, Trick, Lucas, and Katie Hawk.
Wait, what?
You're coming here, yeah? Now, Danny, when I get to, I'm gonna put your toe in half, yeah.
We are starting to see a revolution over in Northern Ireland, UK in general, and now you're seeing police snatch squads arresting community leaders last night in Northern Ireland following days of civil unrest. So they're like just totally covertly trying to eliminate and detain their leadership. Just music here, but it's like masked special forces looking guys in police vehicles. They say, like, I'm not gonna say they're kidnapping them, but it's like they're literally just snatching these guys up because they are political activists saying our government has failed us in protecting all women and children from predators because they happen to be from somewhere else. They will commit heinous crimes against our people or innocent civilians, and they will do nothing but try to cover up these crimes. Because I'm not gonna play this video, but the British authorities announced the man that stabbed a 17-year-old girl. This video is horrifying. It's just a girl. I believe she's a cancer patient. He's walking, and then this guy he's born in the UK.
Where's my? Oh, God damn it!
Pakistani, so his family's from there. Just randomly gets her in the neck. almost ends their life. And their media doesn't want to cover it, so now we're starting to see massive unrest over there. Okay, this is like a Facebook message, so take it with a grain of salt, but I wouldn't be surprised they would cover something like this up. They say multiple reports of a kid, being awed by a gang in Scotland by immigrants over the weekend, and the police are threatening people not to mention it. It sounds outlandish. It sounds impossible, but honestly, at this point, I believe it because we have zero confidence in them. Now, the thing that makes me wonder is I'm hearing this report everywhere and I can't find any confirmation of it, but again, the UK government wouldn't confirm it because it would just cause these riots to occur more. So they're saying, reporting, immigrants are being transferred out of Northern Ireland to Britain for their protection. Ferries from Belfast to I'm not gonna try to pronounce that. Arranged with buses from there. Flights also arranged from Belfast to Liverpool, Bristol, and Stansted. Some of the HMOs, which is like the community
Those have a
housing
loading
for
bay.
immigrants.
Cool.
Majority of the military barracks save people, which means if the rioters in Northern Ireland destroying HMO housing, setting fire to vehicles, and throwing rocks at the cop car, the riot police, and getting blasted with water cannons. If that amount of uprising and unrest results in the rioters getting exactly what they wanted, what will that mean for the rest of the UK and the rest of Europe? If they say, hey, look, in Germany, you guys can be getting knifed up by a guy that's not from this country. And when you start to detain the guy that was knifing us all up, the police will knock you over, start to arrest you, and the copper will then get hit in the neck and then lose his life. Very, very tragic. You can be a girl trying to defend your little sister with a knife and an axe from people trying to assault her. They will do constant bad press about you. This is in Scotland. And later, it will confirm that not only the guy recording that you pulled the axe and knife on, not only him, but the guy's sister have been assaulting girls or something to that effect. They will do nothing about it. But if you just do mass riots and set all their housing ablaze, you will get exactly what you've been demanding for the last 3-4 years. What does this mean for Europe if the only thing that controls, the only thing that gets the politicians to act on your behalf is rioting? It sets a crazy precedence. Now, like they said, they're trying to cover it up. Nobody knows about it. And now, Keir Starmer, to take care, is saying, we're not going to, address any of these issues. We're going to ban kids from social media. So the kids are still allowed to go on things like Blue Sky to get their daily dose of heavily curated left-wing propaganda slop. But when it comes to the rest of the social media, like Twitter, you cannot be on it because they need to control your intake of information.
Every parent wants the best for their kids. And that's what being a parent means. And
so let the parent do it. Why are you trying to replace the parent unless you want to parent the parents? See that with socialist and communist governments all the time. Your children aren't your children to raise. They are property of the state to make into good little communists, good little socialists. Meaning to say, he's taking the parents out of the equation, and now he and only he will control what they see.
Me, for my 2 kids, all I've ever wanted, hand on heart, is for them to be safe.
And you keep them safe, you're the parents. Stop trying to parent other people's kids. Imagine Elon Musk, somebody that was a leader somewhere else, you didn't elect him, said, kid, I'm going to make sure I can control what your children have access to. He wouldn't like that, but he doesn't mind doing that to your kids.
And for them to be happy. And the rest is up to them. But I think that's when I was growing up. And I have to say, I think we had it easy.
We did.
These days, kids have to find their feet in a world that changes so quickly, where technology intrudes into every area of their life.
Look at them reading.
We know that harms them. The response from parents in the consultation has been absolutely clear. Thousands of parents say their children are addicted to social media.
And that's the parents' fault.
It can leave them trapped in a cycle of endless scrolling.
And I'm telling you right now, as not me, my parents are pretty liberal with the idea of me getting technology use. And here it paid off because I'm doing this career. But I remember my neighbors, their parents were crazy about don't use the internet, don't use a computer. Here's a child safety lock that keeps you on educational networks. It keeps you on limited video gaming, and you know, it all kind of seals us off. These are Gen X? Gen X parents trying to teach millennial kids not to be addicted to computers. Very quickly did we hack that computer, and we're playing StarCraft, we were playing Diablo 2, we were on like the internet like regular kids. Like, just because you put in a system to stop us doesn't mean the more technologically savvy generation of teenagers is gonna figure out how to break it. I've seen it with my nieces where it's like, you know, me and my brother are millennials, we understand like a bit of the computer stuff, but I mean, I couldn't tell you anything about TikTok and what's on there and how to like parental lock it or whatever. It's like the younger generation's gonna figure out how to break it and how to get around it, no problem. This is just virtue signaling one, and it's a desperate attempt to control the narrative. Because, sad to say, kids are getting assaulted and getting murdered. You're doing nothing about it to protect your political agenda, and now your answer is, how about we just suppress free speech overall? Because, again, suppression and loss of your, they'll have a personally right, but suppression of free speech doesn't happen in one fell swoop. It happens incrementally. So first it's going to be no anonymity for kids. Now also, age verification for everybody, so it's like, you know, you look like me, well, we got to make sure you're an adult. So give me your ID. So all your social media accounts have to be attached to your first and last name. Meaning to say, there's in the UK, there could never be a decoy voice. A guy with a regular job that risks it all by saying something counter to what my company's, my agency's political values are. They heard me speaking out all that stuff during COVID, they probably would have fired me. I say negative things about the Democrats in my local government, they'd probably target me. So no longer can you be an anonymous guy named Decoy on the internet and give you based information on what they actually find on a free speech network like Twitter. They want to forever suppress that and never have to deal with a guy like me, because they can't accomplish it this generation, but to them it's not a political struggle for this election, it's essentially a holy war for them.
Displaces play, sleep, and time with the family. It can harm their mental health.
It does, 1,000,000%.
But frankly, parents need our support.
Like it or not, if you just want to support the parents, it should be opt-in. If it's not opt-in, then you guys are trying to overstep your bounds.
That is why today, the government has decided to ban social media access for children under 16.
If you create exceptions for places like Blue Sky or Threads, I forgot what app it was. This isn't about suppressing this isn't about banning social media. It's about directing them to your preferred platform.
It's a big step for our country. Now,
it's a big step for socialism.
I'll be honest about that. We haven't rushed into it.
Yeah, you have.
We've looked carefully at the evidence. And we'll have to adapt our approach as technology changes. Learn from other countries which are taking similar steps. And
is the other country that takes similar steps? Is the other country referencing is China?
Say that this decision has been resisted, and it will face resistance from some of the most powerful companies in the world. But we will take them on, and we will win. Because the need for action could not be any clearer. Social media is making our children unhappy and unsafe.
It's a parent's responsibility.
And as a parent, as much as a family, I just can't let that go on anymore. Because our children deserve better. They deserve a happy, safe childhood.
Again, always somebody think of the children hiding behind the kids. Don't you want gun control? Think of the kids. So give up all your rights because of the kids. They never mean it, because sad to say, there's oftentimes lots of harm done to them. Case in point, grooming gangs. You guys really care about the safety of kids? Do one thing, close the border, and arrest the people that are doing it. If you're willing to look the other way because of cultural differences and they lack the mental capacity to stand trial, you don't care about the kids. The community notes is UK government's careful review of the research found a small correlation between kids' use of social media and well-being, but no evidence of a causal effect. So in their own documentation, they admit no connection, but they're still going to use this as a way to chip away at your rights. Elon Musk says it's a police state. 100% it is. Free speech doesn't exist at all. And like I said before, the Scottish girl that was trying to defend the sister, they found out that not only the guy recording saying, "Show me the knife, show me the knife," I guess he allegedly called his sister to come out there and assault her. So it's like, apparently they have just been attacking girls in Scotland. It's been a thing. But all the mainstream media outlets are like, oh, get what they phrased her as. But like, the warrior of Scotland, she's a lie, and they kept on trying to slam her. When it's like, if the only instance you have of this little girl is pulling out the knife and the axe on a guy recording and antagonizing her, I'm willing to bet he was in the wrong. Unless you've seen this girl attacking any random, oh my god, that's that crazy girl from Scotland. She's been slashing away on random people for years now. Then I would believe that she's a danger to society. But if she only pulls it out on these guys, and you're willing to overlook the fact that they may have committed crimes to cause her to do that, you don't care about the safety of the children in your country. And it's sad because, let's say, let's check in on what World News on Reddit says about the Lancashire. God, can't say the name. The attack in the Shire, removed by moderator. Reddit, all they want to do is just stop you from getting a free flow of information, because otherwise you would be out there and just, you'd be outraged at what's happening over there. Like someone said, you have a flag in the UK, and they will jump you. You are not allowed to carry the flag in the UK anymore. Oh, these are the alt-right guys. I guess they'll play the rest of the video. These are the alt-right guys if you have patriotism for your country. But now, you're not even allowed to sing if you're not in the church. Now, I wonder if you're not allowed to pray in public for a certain other religion, but according to the UK bobbies, you can't express Christian beliefs in public. This is going to make other people feel uncomfortable.
You're not allowed to sing church songs outside the church ground, by the way. You're not allowed to sing
There's
church
two
songs
cops
outside
there.
You're not allowed. She just said you're not allowed to sing church songs outside of church.
Two cops there.
Outside the church grounds, unless you have authorized by
Where's your license for that church song, mate?
the church to do this kind of song. Are you saying that you don't care about the Human Rights Act? You're lost?
Again, that's not the biggest thing in the world. We're sticking the tongue out on them. But yeah, they just hate Western values. And now you see this over here. What is it? It's supposed in Polish, but they say, in Great Britain, policewoman just watching you through a few minutes at a park. You can't just be loitering now. Again, none of this energy for the grooming gangs, but all of this energy to, apparently, law-abiding UK citizens.
We're not saying that.
So why are you talking to me?
Because we're just asking what you're doing. You're just standing there.
So why?
Can't enjoy
For why?
I saw you, like, walk.
You saw me looking.
Yeah, just watching, looking at people, not really doing anything, you're not meeting up with anyone, you're just watching people. So, as I explained, we're just...
I gotta be honest, I think it's...
Oh, I gotta go behind the supermarket. I'm all wandering around looking for a cop to knock out, and I forgot to get my seeds.
In my little room or whatever, sometimes I'll bring my laptop, I'm working stuff there. It's like, but over in the UK, apparently if you're a British citizen, you gotta have a license
come on.
for that, mate.
You didn't explain anything. You just keep repeating the same thing.
That's the casino. That's why I couldn't find it there. I was looking in the wrong place.
Your hands in your pockets while you say,
There we go, lass.
it's easier for them to shake down a law-abiding British citizen that seems harmless than a roving R gang that is grooming kids. This is not the body language nor the temperament it takes to enforce a law against predators. If she cannot arrest predators, then why are you there in the first place?
Yeah, okay, walking around the square,
Right.
and we're just seeing you here in the same spot, and you're just standing there, like, watching people.
How long? 2 minutes?
Yes, a couple of minutes. And we stood over there and we've observed you for a couple of minutes. And we've seen you...
How does this even constitute a police interaction?
Looking at people sitting down. So we're just wondering, like, if we're not here to sit in the park, or wait for anyone, or, like, we're just wondering what you're doing. Can you see from our perspective?
No, not at all.
Because my colleague mentioned there's a lot of theft.
Theft?
Yes.
So I did ask you, so do I look like a thief? I didn't commit no
You
crime.
look like again, I don't think they would have the heart to actually approach someone that is thieving out there. Now, If it wasn't bad enough with this one was outrageous, and I had no other place to put it. Over there in London, public workers paid for by the taxpayers for Harrow Council make violent threats to injure a man. These guys have institutional power. These guys aren't coppers, but apparently they can record you doing something as simple as like littering, and they can get a ticket issued to you. So like almost like a meter made for like quality of life crimes.
I was gonna do.
What were you gonna do then?
I don't need to tell you what I was gonna do. This guy, fam, is coming man now. It's off. What do you mean? Don't butt in my business.
So his buddy's saying turn off your body camera. Interesting, because these things shouldn't be able to be turned off.
Listen, you know what you're doing, Axe. You know what you're doing.
Don't call me Axe, fam.
You know what you're doing.
You're trying to mess with our money.
I'm not messing with your money.
I'm gonna show you something right now. Come to the alleyway right now. We'll show you what time it is. We're gonna show you what time it is, bro.
I'm gonna show you what time it is. One thing that always annoyed me about people that want to fight you in public, that don't want to talk all this trash, is it's never, I'm angry at you and we're gonna fight. Because I'll tell you right now, people that are going to fight you will just do it right then and there. There's no build up to it. It's just, you go from talking, they're angry, and they're fighting you, just pops off like that. Anybody that's just like, you know, I'm gonna beat you up, come meet me outside. I'm like, it's so ridiculous. Like, I'm not gonna meet you outside. You're gonna fight me here. Otherwise, you're just popping off. You're making a show for your buddies. Whatever. By all means, do that. But the idea is, I remember one guy was kicking him out of a store in security. He's like, meet me outside, meet me outside. And I was like, okay, man, that's why I'm taking you. We're just walking outside. We're denying you business. Get him outside. And then he says, he's like, all right, yeah, I'm gonna F you up. And I'm like, okay, we're outside now. What's going on? And he's like, all right, now come over on the sidewalk with me. I was like, shut up, dude. Like, it's all a thing of I will fight you once these specific parameters are met. It's like, no, you guys don't really meet it. You're posturing up. You're trying to make this guy feel scared by, like, you know, turning off your camera and feeling like you're all big and bold. But it's like, not only are you abusing your privileges as a public official, you are a coward. You're a bitch.
We're gonna make sure you can't work no more and earn no money because you're trying to butt in with our money. And bruv, do you know what I do to people like that? Come here now. Come, let's go.
What do you do? What do you do to people like that? If this guy's recording from Meta sunglasses, which is this is the perspective ratio, I think it is, like the vertical one. I don't think this is a large individual.
Come there. Why would I come there?
Yeah, why would I go over there? We fight here. Cameras are off, right?
Fuck out and rip your teeth out. You know that. If I give you one punch, I'll knock all your teeth out. You got people.
You're going to pull my teeth out? No, I don't think you are, mate.
I don't know why you're getting aggressive.
Bro, come across the road now because you're trying to mess with our money, bro.
I'm not trying to mess with
your money. I'm
your
gonna show you
money.
what time it is. Come now.
Nah, do your thing then.
Call a police officer for you. He'll fuck you up, you know.
Why would a police officer fuck me up?
Because we work with them and you didn't know.
So he thinks the police officers will beat him up with them just because they said so. The amount of coddling it takes for a certain group of people to think that the law enforcement agencies will help pull the teeth out of citizens because we were given a vest and a little body camera is astounding.
That did you? So come across the road now because I'm going to show you what time it is.
Okay,
come across the road.
So
what
do you say? These are grown men. It's sad because you are grown adults at work thinking that this is how you should spend your time. Again, absolute incompatibility with a civilized nation. I'm not saying you deport everybody, but these two individuals have more than shown you they cannot exist within Western society. Now, at least, what is it? The London Borough of Harrow says, we're aware of the video circulating in relation to the conduct of two enforcement officers. Swift action has been taken soon as the incident, and the complaint was raised to us in the kingdom in May. The individuals are involved no longer work for the kingdom. We take any instance of officers deliberately turning off
or I need 8
cameras extremely seriously. Threats of violence towards members of the public are wholly unacceptable and will not be tolerated. I want them to one-up this, and whoever gave them, not only whoever hired them, and whoever trained these two insane individuals, you fire that person too. Obviously, there's a break in the system that allowed this to happen to the level that they felt comfortable and confident they could have gotten away with it. Your entire system is foul, and until you get it at its root, you won't fix it. But mind you, they are filled with public workers like this, coppers like this, and crimes like these out there. They do nothing about it, but their solution is, let's ban social media, anonymity online, because we can't actually reel in any of the criminals, the only thing we can do now is just make sure you don't know about the criminals. Like last video, what they say, banning X in the UK won't stop the beheadings. It'll just stop you knowing about the beheadings.
Over 130 pounds, so these feathered balls of rage were no pushovers. Righto, let's open her up. The emus were slippery little devils, able to weave in and out of the gunfire pretty effectively. They ran around all over the place, tearing up crops in the process. But the real kick in the dick here is that they refused to relocate away from their newfound food source. After a few weeks, only a few hundred emus were slain, barely a dent in the total population. So the government tried again, improving ambush tactics and rallying locals to help out. They were way more successful, bringing the kill count to about 1,000. Still only about 5% of the estimated population. The Australian government threw in the towel, with the public deeming the operation a waste of government resources amidst a global economic crisis. Despite staring down the barrel of a machine gun, the emus were declared the victors, for now. In addition to erecting more effective fencing, the government turned to the everyday citizen for help, providing free or subsidized ammo for some good old-fashioned giant bird hunting. Within just 6 months, over 50,000 bounties had been claimed and paid out. And over the next few decades, this number grew to nearly 300,000. Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. Embarrassing royal deaths. Part 3. This noble set of nostrils is none other than Charles VIII, the only surviving son of French King Fela, Louis XI. The year is 1483, and thanks to a generous inheritance from his dad's cold corpse, he is now the new French King Fela of France at the angsty age of just 13. But since teenagers aren't the most qualified to rule entire kingdoms, his 22-year-old sister, Anne, took the reins as head of the kingdom until Charles came of age. God, these artists were mean. Now, to her credit, Anne was a pretty solid ruler in her own right, keeping the Kingdom of France afloat for 8 years until Charles's 21st birthday in 1491. She was able to stomp out rebellious nobles and maintain strong royal authority. But now, it was the super schnoz himself up to bat. His first major strategy as King of France was to sign all kinds of peace treaties to make extra super sure that no one was going to invade. After all, the 100 Years' War just ended not that long ago, so he kinda needed some peace of mind. So for a little while, Charles remained on the defensive, until it was time to not do that. If you know geography, you know that just a croissant's throw to the southeast is the Italian peninsula, full of Italians. Around this time, the region consisted of a whole mishmash of kingdoms and republics, with the biggest bit of the boot being the Kingdom of Naples, headed by one King Ferdinand I. He was a dick. So much so that the friggin' Pope of all people encouraged the peaceful Charles to invade and take the kingdom for himself. Side note, Naples once belonged to France, but then Ferdinand's dad, King Alfonso V, yoinked that shit several decades back for the Kingdom of Aragon. You're following all of this, right? So with that plan in his back pocket, the seemingly innocent Pope proceeded to persuade. You like it at Naples?
Now, J.D. Vance is everywhere in the news right now for a very, very interesting reason. And that reason, which I will reveal later, will shock you. So, first, he goes viral with this post. So, 3 Giants pitchers wore Bible verses on their Pride Nights caps during Friday's game because obviously it's just accepted in the public zeitgeist that, of course, you have to be pro-sodomy. It's absolutely abominable that this became so public to the point that you are a bigot for not supporting abominable degeneracy. I actually pointed this out to my whammon the other day. I say, you notice that every single character in every movie and TV show happens to be a liberal. Every single one of them. Unless they're a bad guy, they're all liberal. Isn't it weird? Isn't that weird how that happens? It's almost like saying that, hey, it's totally normal for men to have sex with other men, but it's not normal to believe in God and think that, hey, that's actually kind of gross. I'm serious. Let's get with your friends, all right? Your average cop show will always have that one cop that always comes out of the closet and is gay, and all the friends accept them, and it's like, yo, I love that you're gay. It's so awesome for you. And the bigoted dad has a really hard time accepting their son. But then the bigoted dad realizes that actually Kamala Harris would help the sex traffickers at the border. Anyway, we get moving on. So JD responded, based, by the way. Trump won. We don't have to do this anymore. Just based. And this went giga viral. 10 million views, 128,000 likes, just absolute cinema. Really, really good stuff. Now, JD has been going really viral. He's been saying a lot of the right things. A lot of the right things. I am going to make the little thing. I'm just going to say this a little bit. JD Vance, incredibly close ties to people like Tucker Carlson and Peter Thiel, you know, the gay guy that runs Palantir. And I will say, I think JD Vance is a people pleaser. Now, I think he's really good at what he does, and I think he says the right things very often, but I think partially the reason why he says the things is because he just wants people to like him, as opposed to necessarily them being necessarily steadfast beliefs of his. Now, again, I don't know. I've just been a little sussed out lately. He did an entire media tour over the last day. Right, so first, he makes this post in regards to the Memorandum of Understanding between the United States of America and the Islamic goat fuckers of Iran.
Vice President Vance here to talk a little bit about what is in the Iran deal, the great peace deal that the President of the United States made last night.
Just to be clear, this is muddying the waters. There isn't a peace deal. The peace deal is supposed to be in 60 days. What is currently being signed between President Trump and Iran is called the Memorandum of Understanding. It is a 60-day, extended ceasefire period where people will stop shooting at each other for 60 days until we see what happens in regards to whether they're willing to actually submit to all of our demands or we keep bombing. All right, as I've made very clear earlier. But that is the case. This is not a peace deal. Vance, in my opinion, is trying to appeal to the people, the isolationist part of the actual Republican base, by saying it's a peace deal. This is his 2028 campaign.
Number one, what this deal means is that the Straits of Hormuz are open immediately. You're already seeing oil and gas prices come down just over the past 24 hours. Number two, it ensures that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And we have to back up for a second and appreciate that what the president has done is completely decimated Iran's nuclear program. Now, this deal really has two pathways. On the one hand, if the Iranians make the long-term commitments never to rebuild, then they're going to be welcomed into the world economy. If, on the other hand, they try to rebuild that nuclear program, they're never going to have the resources in order to do so. So it's a win-win for the American people.
And ultimately, that sounds pretty damn good. The major issue with Iran is them threatening us, all right, at least when it comes to our perspective. And I think that is how our politics should run. So I think he's right about this. However, you're trusting these people?
We ensure Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon either way, and now it's really up to the Iranians. Over the next few months, we're going to see if they're serious about dismantling that program for the long term. If they do, the president has said, we want their country to be successful, but what we know is that our country is successful thanks to great presidential leadership and a lot of good decisions. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so essentially, hopefully Iran could shape up and become a normal country. Yeah, they won't under the current Islamic Republic leadership. So ultimately, I guess time will tell. Time will tell what actually happens. Now, again, Vance makes it very clear we are not going to give them any money. All right, we are not giving any money to Iran. This was a lie posted by everyone. I'm really glad Vance is actually clarifying it. But the real viral story is that JD Vance went on The View. All right, understand, The View is the Trump bad show. They just do Trump bad every day, literally. That is the entire show, and Vance went on the show. On the same day as the Iran deal, by the way. Pay attention to how this all comes together.
I was surprised at how tall you were. It's very
Well, if you
tall.
only see somebody on TV, you just see their, in my case, giant heads. So
We all
it hides how tall I am. That's right.
We are the table of big heads here.
So this is a show of MAGA Republicans, right? That's what my media team told me. Okay.
Yes. He's just surrounded by MAGA Republicans, hardcore radical leftist women that all love Trump. All right, now just understand, The View, he's a fascist and a Nazi. Also The View, oh yeah, let's get a photo together. Let's get a photo together with the fascist Nazi. I've said this so many times, not one of them actually believes the things they say. It is unbelievable watching this collapse. All right, understand how obvious it is. Right, they think he's Hitler. They think he's fucking Hitler, and they're photo-opping with the guy. You can never trust any of the things they say. Ultimately, every single one of these people in the room would rather a Republican be president if we actually if shit ever hit the fan. All right, they would, because they know who has testicles, ultimately. All right, and it's insane. Now, Vance dismantles them, every single thing they throw at him. He just absolutely shreds. And one of the major reasons why I want to point this out to you is even though Vance is not the ideal Republican candidate, in my opinion, like, he strikes me as a guy that's a little bit too pro-Indian immigration, a little too tied up to like the Giga Sauron's eye of Peter Thiel and Palantir. He's a little too chummy with the Tucker Carlsons of the world who are selling out our country, and currently he is the face of the Iran deal. All right, now pay attention how Trump is doing this, because this is part of the plan too. That's one. And two, I would still never ever vote for a Democrat. So even though I have my criticisms, and I don't think Vance is like the ideal ultimate giga perfect candidate, I do like him ultimately, and I would never vote for a leftist. Ever. Never. That's why when I see like, you know, when you see Nick Fuentes or whatever crashing out of the Republican Party saying I'll vote for a leftist, are you fucking insane? Are you like actually insane?
I would say fundamentally that one of the things I underappreciated about Donald Trump is that so many of the things that people said about him weren't actually true. Again, you talk about humility. Okay, so I see Donald Trump, I see a clip of him, or I see not even a clip of him, but reporting about something that he said, and I take it at face value. For example, let's just go back to one of the most controversial things Donald Trump said during the first term that I was wrong during the first campaign, is that I was led to believe by the stories. I read stories that said Donald Trump said that all Mexicans were rapists. He never said that. What he said is that the certain South American countries, Central American countries, were releasing criminals into our country, including Mexico. By the way, that was objectively true. So it's not so much Christians.
Leftist woman. There's no evidence that actually people came across the country illegally. Now, don't deport any illegals, but no one ever came in illegally. Just understand.
Did that in 1980 with the Mariel boat lift. There have been many journalists, including CNN, where you used to work and be my colleague, that have tried to find evidence of that. There is no evidence that Maduro was releasing people from insane asylums or jails like Fidel Castro did do. This was made up, and we just can't, accept it without pushing back.
Anna, we know that there were people who were released from prisons who were encouraged to come into the United States.
It wasn't the Mariel, Mr. Vice President. It wasn't.
They didn't technically airdrop the prisoners into our country. They just released them and gave them a boat and told them, "Ay caramba, figure it out." Right? It's a totally different thing. And Vance is
Yo, what's up?
Where it was like a purposeful release, open up the jails, open up the insane asylums, and let people flood Florida. I've been through that in Miami.
If you go, it may not have been like Mariel, but if you go back to the caravans that were happening in 22, 23, we know that those things were funded. They were in some ways supported by the government. I don't know how you define support or not support, but if people are encouraged to come into our country after having spent time in prison by their own governments, I think that's a problem.
Just true. Just yes. Technically, they didn't airdrop people. You're right. They just funded caravans of cartels to bring them in. A totally different thing. All right, bro. All right, now you have to see him shred them on the Epstein file stuff, because this is one of the biggest. Trump, by the way, was fucking on the ball when he said the Epstein files are a Democrat hoax. Not that Epstein ever raped kids. Obviously, Epstein was an absolute monster. But the fact that Trump is tied to it is an absolute hoax. There's no evidence of it, and he was completely right.
Appreciate this, but one of the things you see in the Epstein emails is that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump.
Objectively true. And he is taking these bitches to their face.
And that Donald Trump literally reported Jeffrey Epstein to the police. That's one of the things.
He reported Epstein to the FBI in 2006, 8.
They were best friends for about a decade. And remember,
before anything, they were. First of all, I don't know about best friends. That's literally, she pulled that out of her ass. But yes, they were chummy because they were both billionaires that lived remotely in similar places. They had interests in politics. They were both Democrats at the time. All right, just understand. And this was in like the 90s. Okay, this was long before he was ever even accused of anything.
Signed that Transparency Act under duress when some Republican women, congresswomen like Lauren Boebert, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, did not give in to his pressure of not signing. He brought Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room to pressure her into caving on not voting for that bill.
So let me respond to that. So
that's all true.
Let me respond to that. So number one is yes, Donald Trump, he said this.
You get one whammon that lies about something, and then you get the second whammon who says that's actually true about the lie that the first whammon said. And this is the leftist Ouroboros of just eating your own shit.
He knew Jeffrey Epstein back in the 1980s, He also threw Jeffrey Epstein out of his club when he found out he was a creep and reported him to the police. That's something that the media often misses when it reports the story. They tell the fact that they knew each other in the 80s, which the president himself admits. They ignore the fact that he narked on him to the police and led ultimately to Jeffrey Epstein's downfall. To that point, Anna, you know the Republican Party. Well, it's one of the things that led to law enforcement investigation. But on the point that you made,
it was allegedly over a real estate deal that they got into a fight over.
the email says
And
actually
they didn't just know each other. Let's just be truthful and transparent here. They didn't just know each other.
What do you? Is there any evidence to the contrary? I love that there's no evidence to any of the things. It's just all headcanon with these people. They are living in their own soap opera.
We're incredibly close friends.
he reported him to the police. That's what I'm saying. That is objective. That is objectively true. But Anna made another point that I think I would be, if I may, Anna made a very important point. This question about did Donald Trump release these files only under duress from Republicans? And Anna, you know the Republican Party probably better than I do. The idea that Donald Trump runs around afraid of Republican congressmen as opposed to the other way around is kind of crazy.
What was the bipartisan?
Yeah. So again, like it's on, and he's just shredding them because they just have lies. Now the truth is, this is a New York Post release that just happened. Jeffrey Epstein was obsessed with trying to take down Trump before suicide. Report says. Objectively, this is true. It's objectively true, right? From this batch of emails, right? You had Epstein hated Trump, he hated Christ and conservatives, he hated Israel and conspired against it, which is true. He collaborated with Ehud Barak, the leftist Israeli prime minister that wanted to give away land to Palestine, and he was a pedophile. Right, turns out Epstein was your average leftist influencer. That's just where we're at, man. No one wants to admit it. 89% of his donations were to leftists. He funded transgender research and quarantining for viruses and vaccines. Right, he was funding schools and shit to push leftoid propaganda. He was a actual leftist globalist that was friends with all the leaders and shit, and it was really fucking weird. All right, the reality is he tried to prevent Trump from becoming the president. All right, and this is Forbes, a left-wing article. Epstein was trying to offer prosecutors dirt on Trump, report says, but didn't have anything. If this isn't the most obvious shattering of reality ever, I don't know what is. And the craziest part is the left is still running with the story that, oh, well, Trump's a pedophile because he knew a guy. And it's insane. Now, Whoopi Goldberg, all right, she tries so hard to get Vance on this, and Vance just fucking kills her. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm gonna play games as a time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games, complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom rink into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call to Dragons on free cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win.
Oh, Chloe's a captive audience over there, so I'll hit her up.
Get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now back to the chaos. Every individual sign up.
How you doing, girlfriend?
Supports the channel. So if you could click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated.
And you were talking about people. What do black people do to this administration that has allowed it to really stigmatize folks of color?
Where the fuck do we have stigmatizing black people in this administration? Are you retarded?
And you know how hard it is. You have folks of color in your family.
Sure.
So when you see, things, the Emmett Till stuff coming down, or them doing all kinds of removal of information of black heroes, how do you...
What black heroes are we removing information about? What are we even talking about?
How does that sit with you?
Well, what exactly are you talking about? Because Emmett Till was the kid. I want to know what she's...
You don't know what I'm talking
to your
about.
actual point.
So in a lot of the museums, there's so many.
So give us one example. Can you give us one example?
Where they're taking down the actual history that happened in this country. Slavery happened.
Is Trump taking slavery out of history? Is that what the left is accusing Trump of? Listen, man, all I know is that America ended slavery. I know that white people decided to end slavery across as much of the world as they possibly could. Thank God for imperialism. But yeah, that is one thing that I know for a fact happened. You know, I'm sorry, man. I know that was a thing. I don't see you bringing that up about white history, but I hope you start to understand something. This is a trend throughout basically all the blacktivists in the community. You can just make up black history, actually.
All kinds of stuff happened, and it seems that it has been
all kinds of nebulous things.
Very easy for this administration to remove that, and also
remove what? We still have not established what has been removed, by the way.
To denigrate black folks who have worked their behinds off to get this American dream.
Like who?
How do you? I mean, you know that.
Claps from the sheeple in the audience. I don't even know what we're talking about, by the way.
So, Sonny, that was actually a very helpful intervention, because I think the story you're talking about is where, allegedly the administration is holding back the appointments of people based on skin color.
I'm talking about a host of things. I'm talking about black history getting erased from public spaces.
Like what?
Black voter.
Like what? What?
Districts are being dismantled.
Based. We should not have race-based segregated districts, because, God believes that all people are equal, right? Obviously, right? Man is made in the image of God, so God believes that, obviously. Martin Luther King believed that, wanted people to be treated based on the content of their character, not the color of their skin. Based. We should not have little fucking ghetto slave communities that all vote for Democrats. Duh! We should base it based on population, on people, not on race, so that you could steal votes. Based. I'm not gonna let that shit slide.
Black leaders are being sidelined from our ranks.
Like? Do we have any examples of any of these things? Black leaders, sideline. What are we even talking about?
Where do Americans of color fit in this vision? Because it doesn't seem like...
I don't know, get a job, I guess? What am I supposed to say?
We fit.
I think, Sonny, my view...
And if I may, since October of last year, there's been something like 6,668 refugees allowed into the country.
And?
All but 3 were white South.
Oh my God, music to my ears.
Africans.
Base.
So, first of all...
Base. You mean we opened up the border to high-skilled, high-IQ, intelligent people from South Africa that were literally getting genocided by the retarded, racist, black government there? Base. Yes, that is exactly what the immigration system should do. We should be taking high-IQ, high-skilled people that work hard, that love our country and our culture, and also we're doing it to save these people from unlawful, racist persecution in South Africa. Based. We should not be taking infinite retards from the third world that make our country worse.
I'm very skeptical of that number, because we have a lot of different immigration pathways in the United States of America.
No, actually, Vance is wrong about this. Actually, so far, thank God. Thank God. We only got white immigrants so far since Trump shut up. Man, that's brutal. Also, base. That's what I voted for.
Let me just address Whoopi's point. Look, first of all, you asked the question, and maybe you don't believe this coming from me, but I think everybody is welcome in our political coalition. Frankly, even if you didn't vote for us, everybody is welcome in our country, so long as you're an American citizen with the duties and the legal obligations and rights to be here. But Whoopi, let me just give you an example of this. Okay, so you say that
we have to make some of them feel a little uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying?
Anti-minority or anti-black.
No, I didn't say that. I asked. See?
Well, okay, fine. Fair. Fair.
Don't start this stuff with me, man. Don't get me in trouble.
I misinterpreted your question, but let me answer your actual question there. What I'm saying, I think, okay, look at Washington, D.C. One of the most democratic and one of the blackest, by a share of population, blackest cities in the United States of America, has seen a radical decrease in violent crimes and sexual assaults and in murders.
Actually, you're locking up the black folks. Sorry, what do you want me to say? Yes, they locked up black people and violent crime stopped. Listen, man, it's a coincidence. I'm just saying.
We have tried to take the crime issue seriously, in part because we believe everybody, whether you're black or white or rich or poor, deserves to live in a safe neighborhood.
Why does the crime? Where does the crime step in? This is not about crime. This is about
lost their jobs.
Right. This is about.
I guess they should have worked harder. Yes, Yes, they should have been better employees. What do you want me to say? It's Trump's fault that people are firing black people.
Sonny,
Human rights aren't real, by the way.
Say-
It's a little social construct that the left invented that they make you want to care about.
Is we got to do more on the economy.
Black history has been
Sonny,
erased.
Like what?
Black history is not
What are we even talking about? What black history was erased?
That is
erased from
true.
public
Guys,
spaces.
we do have
That
to
is
get to
not
Iran
right.
when we get back.
Yeah,
There's some very
guys,
important news to
I'm
get
telling you, we celebrate Black history. We celebrate all American history. In this administration,
can I
you
ask
guys
about a
might be
specific-
skeptical.
Yeah, it's honestly miserable watching this. Holy shit, these guys suck. All right, and JD just keeps fucking killing them. All right, like every single zinger that they throw on him gets absolutely dismantled.
Did have a criminal record. They had a sex
Majority
traffic
of people
conviction.
Don't have criminal
Right, he's
records.
talking about the people getting deported.
To the majority.
They invaded the country illegally. They have to go. That's why we have borders. We have borders so that people can't just mosey in here whenever they want. If they're here illegally, they have to go. We are well past the discussion on undocumented migrants. Every single one of them needs to go.
People that ICE is rounding up and taking out of their homes from their families. They're separating families.
I mean, to be fair, the family can go with them if they want.
They're using children as bait.
But let
the
me-
majority
but-
are not criminals.
But can I respond to that?
Yeah, they are. Everyone that came into the country illegally is a criminal.
Let me just say this. Okay. So you talk about the children. Here's what I'd say. Do we know that during the last administration, we had tens of thousands of children who were sex trafficked by
Hundreds of thousands of children missing over Biden's term because of the open border.
the cartels who were brought into our country in profoundly dangerous and predatory conditions.
Let's talk about this administration.
But here's the point.
This
Unless you
administration
enforce the
stopped
border,
it.
You invite that kind of conduct. You think that our immigration policies are inhumane based on the reporting of one person with a political bias. What I'm telling you is that it's inhumane to allow cartels to sex traffic people across our border. And by the way,
Please hold on.
I appreciate that.
Hold
We're gonna
on.
get you back in it.
We're coming back with more with the vice president.
Yeah. All right, so anyway, it's absolutely wild. It is wild watching him just tear these people to shreds. It's insane. Now, Vance, I want you to pay attention to what's going on. So Vance was on Fox News, as I already showed you. He has been on every single media outlet I could find, to be honest. Here he is on NBC News, all right? There he was before I showed you a second ago on Fox, all right? So then he went on The View, all right? Then he went on CNN. Right, Vance is the face of the deal. You have to understand what that means. Vance is the face of the Iran deal. Now, I make that very clear. All right, so here's Vance on CNN.
The coolest thing about the progress we've made over the last few weeks is that you see people within the Iranian system, senior leadership, even IRGC officials say, you know what? We may have some animosity, we may have some mistrust, but we recognize the way that we've done business with the United States for 47 years is a mistake. Let's try something else. We're going to verify that, of course, but we're certainly willing to try something else if they comply.
Yeah, so my hot take is that's not true. I don't think that the Islamic regime is like, I used to hate America, but now I don't know. Literally, the president of Iran right now is the guy that was lighting American flags on fire in their parliament chanting death to America. He doesn't give names. He doesn't give specifics. I don't believe this, actually. I think this is just a lie. And the craziest part is, the next part of his gigantic media tour, just understand this is over the last 24 hours, he goes on Megyn Kelly's show. All right, tomorrow on Megyn Kelly's show, that was yesterday, Vice President J.D. Vance. All right, J.D. Vance going on Megyn Kelly's show. Now, the reason why this is super weird is because Megyn Kelly's been shitting on Trump the entire election. All right, Donald Trump says, I know I took a Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, they're low IQs, right? Megyn Kelly nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy Candace, right? Again, these are Trump's enemies, and he's going on their shows all the time. Now, this actual show that he was on with Megyn Kelly, this is suspicious, as you can tell from the little watermark in the corner. It was broadcasted on Russian state media. All right. Oh my God. This interview was on Russian TV. And now listen to how Vance describes it.
I think that fundamentally, if you look at what they're proposing an endless conflict. They want this to go on until every bomb has been dropped or until every Iranian is. And I think.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't know who's saying that. I don't know who is saying to nuke Iran. I don't know anyone that's saying that every Iranian needs to die and that every bomb needs to be dropped. It sounds like Vance is creating a false opposition to try to win back the isolationists or the pro-Islam guys that want to make believe that Iran with nukes is not actually a problem. All right, and I think it's really weird. So again, here he's explaining why they didn't make the text of the Memorandum of Understanding transparent, which, in my opinion, is a really big issue. The fact that they never actually explained what happened.
Why can't they see? Why can't we all see the MOU right now?
Great
Well,
question.
yeah, so first of all, the president said by the latest Friday, possibly as early as tomorrow, we're going to release the Memorandum of Understanding text. The reason why we haven't released it yet is there are some delicate diplomatic things going on where the Iranians, and not just the Iranians, but some of our mediators, the Pakistanis and the Qataris, have asked us to sequence this in the right way.
I actually don't care about the sequence according to the Pakistanis and the Qataris and the Iranians. To be honest, I care about the sensitivities of the Americans. That's my issue here. I feel like we're kind of put on the sideline a little bit. All right, now again, this is pretty wild, and this is a massive update that no one else is talking about.
How about Hezbollah in Lebanon? Because you know that's a proxy that they're funding, and that could easily queer this deal. It could queer this deal this week. People fear. Never mind on a go-forward basis, either side, Israel or Hezbollah.
Sure. Look, it's always delicate with these things, and you know what we've seen with the ceasefire in Lebanon, and it's been clear, to be clear, a dirty ceasefire. There's been some shooting back and forth. And frankly,
it's not very ceasefire-y.
There's way less shooting now than there was 2 weeks ago. There's way less shooting 2 weeks ago than there was before. So with these things, as the President of the United States said a couple weeks ago, he said sometimes a ceasefire just means they're shooting less, and that's the progress. And then you get to the next stage.
Is it included? Is Lebanon included?
Lebanon's
Hezbollah?
Here we go.
This is an interesting one.
Deal. It's going to include the Gulf. It's going to include Israel. It's going to include Lebanon. The idea is this is a true regional peace deal because
How do we
again,
do that
if the
without
Iranians
Netanyahu?
comply.
Sorry, forgive me for interrupting.
No. The idea is that if the Iranians comply, then we are going to have a true transformative deal for the Middle East.
All right, so how's that going to happen? Because Hezbollah is clearly still bombing Israel.
And if not, they don't get any economic benefits. The United States, we got what we came to do, and we're done. And that's the basic approach.
We would not turn on the spigot if Hezbollah hit Israel over and over?
Well, what I would say is, like, if Iran is funding Hezbollah, we're not going to allow a bunch of unfrozen assets to freeze to the Iranians, right?
And there it is. There is a clause, according to Vice President Vance, face of the deal, that Iran cannot fund their proxy armies. And if they fund their proxy armies, then war's back. All right, so again, we are not getting the full picture. We don't exactly know what's going on with this deal. But what we do know is that it's really weird that Vance is saying that they want to go until every bomb's been dropped, every Iranian is dead. I don't know who's saying that, to be honest. Sounds a little like Mark Levin, who's been crashing out over the last couple of days, screaming at Trump for ending
Hybrids
the war,
absolute woo.
because the war's not over.
Hey, what's up?
Anywho, again, let me just understand the show that he went on. All right, this is Megyn Kelly. All right, this is the show that JD Vance decided to go on as the face of the
I'm
deal.
starting a
Mr. Trump.
A new game. I'm actually gonna try a massive pot thing. I'm gonna buy the barn and
Hybrids absolute one is Spark. I'm finally free at work.
Yeah. Let's do that.
And disgusting animals. Your Twitter account.
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't. So Megyn Kelly.
Hybrids absolute. I joined your Discord.
Trying to call him a misogynist on the world stage. All right?
Oh, cool.
What we're dealing with.
Yeah, it's the pinned comment shows up, doesn't it? I hope so.
This is Megyn Kelly laughing about Trump dying soon. And this was just a week ago.
Hybrids absolute. Yeah.
Midterms all but lost already. What happens to Trump now?
That we're just not good at predicting the future. You know, we imagine like this is going to happen in November in the midterms. Maybe,
Yeah, I got to put my Discord on my X,
Trump turns 80 next month.
and I'm gonna do it on the Facebook
I don't
too.
wish Trump ill. However, he will be gone relatively soon, and we'll still have this country. I don't think things are going well. I think they could be a lot worse. I think I can imagine other leaders who are both malicious and competent. Trump is incompetent. Gavin Newsom is not incompetent. And he's far more malicious than Trump. I think he's far less transparent than Trump. Like, I don't know. We just need to keep our wits about us and not ping pong from one bad idea to another bad idea.
Terrible approval numbers.
So that's really, really weird. again, like, understand what's going on here. Kind of like giggling about how Trump's 80, he's gonna die soon. Gavin Newsom is more competent than Trump, and it's like, are we serious here? Right? And again, Megyn Kelly, once again, you have to understand what's been going on lately.
Islam is not consistent with the values of America, of the West.
All right, so that was before Islam not consistent, not you can't have Islam in the West. Right, that was her big thing.
Countries that don't care about protecting free speech, they should stay in countries that don't care about women's rights. That's where Islam can fester and grow. It's great. I mean, I'm sure if that's like your thing and you don't care about like genital mutilation, you might really enjoy living in an Islamic country. If you don't mind living in a life as a woman where you have to keep every inch of your body except for your eyeballs covered, yeah, could be for you. It's not my thing, and it's not a thing that we should want or encourage in the West. I think he's understanding there may be some new listeners over here. You know, like he's gotten very, very popular lately, I read, with Muslim viewers. Because he's been standing up for Islam, you know? And I have to tell you, Mark, it's been something I've noticed just since I've gotten sort of more clear-eyed on Israel, that a lot of the anti-Muslim rhetoric originates with people who are very, very pro-Israel.
You were putting it out there. Hijab, genital mutilation, child sex slavery thing. You were talking about that 2 months ago.
There's no such thing as Islamophobia. You are not only entitled to, quote, fear Islam, I would argue it's your duty as a Christian to stand up and fight against it. He's having a lot of Muslim viewers flock to him. And so while he may have lost some contingent of the Fox News audience that's very, very pro-Israel and...
Yeah, anyway, it is just wild watching this about face that she had lately. And it's really weird. And Megyn Kelly's always been a snake. Right, this was her promoting and celebrating a couple years ago.
People with me on stage right now are all transgender kids who want others to know it is possible to transition socially with love and support and acceptance within a family and a community. Please welcome 16-year-old Nicole, 12-year-old Daniel, 14-year-old Gia, 15-year-old Landon, and 13-year-old Stella.
Yeah, so that's Megyn Kelly and a bunch of groomed children all sitting together talking about stuff. And again, just understand exactly what we're dealing with. So, a lot of people are asking, why is JD Vance the only face of the Iran deal? Where's Rubio? You know, the guy who's been completely silent? The guy who's been managing the conflict that is... The deal so far is receiving wall-to-wall criticism in general. What is going on?
Gotta shut that off for a minute.
I legit think Trump baked this in very much on purpose. It's definitely interesting to watch develop, especially because, once again, no deal is signed yet. We don't have the information on what it actually says in the deal yet.
What I got before I could get...
60-day memorandum of understanding where we decide on where we actually stand later. It's just a theory, a conspiracy theory, but hey, you watch me for my honesty. And honestly, there's something going on here that no one is talking about and that we don't really know, and I am very excited to see where it wraps up. I don't think Trump trusts the Islamic Republic of Iran like JD Vance seems to imply. So I urge you
Tickle
to
Ticklers, Bud's Bar.
have faith in God, all right? Stay level-headed.
Hey, buddy.
That's one. Two, you have a moral obligation to make fun of retarded people. That includes the dipshits saying that we were going to lose an infinitely long 1,000-year war with troops on the ground and nuclear fallout, and you have to make fun of the retards that are absolutely spiraling and crashing.
Where's Pete? Up here behind Taco Ticklers.
This has been one interesting cookie, and we'll see where it goes from here. But the show will be entertaining
There it is.
as fuck.
What's up, Pete? Alrighty.
Hey, you're watching my official compilation channel, but if you want to see my newest videos as soon as they're uploaded, check out my main channel, Chat History. Alright, enjoy the video. Horrible medical cures. Yep, we're hitting hard and heavy with this one. Back in the day, when you had any sorts of pains or bruises, ouches or oozes, you had the freedom to tween off screen to your local drugstore and get yourself a healthy and unrestricted dosage of opium-derived morphine slammed right down your gullet. The obvious problem with having such an addictive substance readily available is, well, people got addicted. So bad, in fact, that towards the end of the 1800s, nearly 1 in 200 people in the United States were suffering from morphine addiction, many of which were injured veterans of that uncivil Civil War that had just ended prior. The market was in demand for something less addictive while still packing a punch at minimizing pain, and that's where a certain German pharmaceutical company came into play. Bayer, or more commonly pronounced Bayer or Bayer, decided to take a stab in the lab to produce something fab. Now, to his credit, English chemist Charles Romley Alder Wright did the heavy lifting for this research back in 1874, but Bayer would be the one to bring it across the finish line as a medical product. Using morphine itself, German chemist and Bayer employee Felix Hoffmann worked his chemical magic, acetylating the morphine compound into diacetylmorphine. Remember acetylation. That'll be important in a bit. So what does all of that mumbo-jumbo jargon mean? Well, I'll tell you. You see these two acetyl groups right here? They allow for better lipid solubility, meaning that this stuff is able to be absorbed into your bloodstream more quickly than regular morphine, allowing it to take effect that much faster. Early experiments boasted phenomenal results, with patients praising its intense effects. Thus, Felix dubbed his creation heroisch, German for heroic or strong. But in 1898, Bayer would sell the wonder drug under a slightly different name, heroin. The product was advertised as a safer, non-addictive alternative to morphine, with the Boston Medical and Surgical Journal explicitly stating the, quote, absence of danger of acquiring the habit. Well, ain't that just a big bulging ballsack of irony? I say that because morphine was originally introduced to the consumer market under the same premise. It was to be a safer, non-addictive alternative to opium. But instead of actually being safer alternatives, these subsequent products were just more and more potent forms of the same drug with heavier addictive qualities. Crazy, right? So now on the market, the Big H was sold in many forms: tablets, lozenges, and of course, syrups. In addition to general pain relief, this syrup was claimed to be a suitable treatment for tuberculosis and pneumonia, which were very common at the time. It was even touted towards children as an effective cough and cold remedy, giving relief to not only sick kids, but their exhausted parents too. Well, he's not coughing anymore, is he? So for years, Bayer was producing and distributing these products worldwide, creating the next generation of addicts. But what Bayer scientists failed to realize was that the human body was actually breaking down the supposed medicine back into its original form. Remember acetylation? Well, through biological deacetylation, the heroin molecules were just being metabolized back into morphine molecules. So in truth, patients were just getting more powerful, faster-acting morphine disguised as medicine. As for the innocent consumers, their quality of life was drastically altered from the supposed cure. What? While short-term effects seemed promising, mainly that addictive euphoric feeling, the long-term effects were horrifying. Doctors who prescribed stronger versions of the product reported an overwhelming number of requests to up their dosages, a clear-cut sign of tolerance and addiction. Even if the initial affliction had passed, consumers still demanded their doses. Those unable to be prescribed any additional amount experienced terrible withdrawal symptoms. These included restlessness, bone and muscle pain, insomnia, nausea, and chills. In the extreme cases, heavy use of the stuff often resulted in complete respiratory failure, which of course means full system shutdown. Due to severe backlash, Bayer put a cap on all heroin production in 1913. Coincidentally,
I'm gonna kill myself.
The Harrison Narcotics Act was passed into law the following year. This effectively removed any and all diacetylmorphine-based remedies from the shelves, restricting them to only being available via prescription from a licensed medical doctor. It remained prescribable for a bit, but was ultimately banned in 1924. It took until 1970 to be officially recognized as a Schedule I drug under the Controlled Substances Act, determined to have no acceptable medical use, regardless of the initial claims, upon release. Mental illness has always been a problem throughout human history, with our knowledge around the subject still evolving to this day. Although research on the topic dates all the way back to ancient times, it wasn't until the mid to late 1800s when things really started to rev up. But like any field of research, errors errors are made. You gotta fail a lot to learn from mistakes. Unfortunately, though, some mistakes aren't initially recognized as such. Take one Dr. Manfred Sackel. A simple accident on his part was misconstrued as a success, and many inadvertently paid the price for it. Trained as a psychiatrist at the University of Vienna in Austria, you know, the place that isn't Australia, Dr. Sackel skipped across the pond to the US in the late 1920s to tackle the psychological disorder of substance addiction. You know, like morphine addiction. But instead of just prescribing a simple syrup, Dr. Sackel instead used insulin
Alright, that's what I wanted.
The insulin was used as a metabolic sedative, basically calmed down the achy and shaky addicts, making them super sleepy instead. Much more manageable.
Stop and frisk is unconstitutional,
They'll just
man.
get shaky again later. Well, unfortunately, Dr. Sackel must have drunk a tall, ice-cold glass of dumb bitch juice one morning because he accidentally pumped too much insulin into a patient, forcing them to go lights out, induced into a hypoglycemic coma.
Shoot! Don't go dying on me!
He managed to bring the patient back to consciousness through a delicate jab of glucose. But what happened next was actually astonishing. The patient, normally all fidgety and whatnot, showed no visible withdrawal symptoms and even improved mental clarity. It appeared that simply turning the brain off and on again gave the patient a much-needed mental reset. Well, one success means it works, said no good doctor ever. With this supposed breakthrough, Dr. Sackel had written up his discovery and decided to go for gold. Now standardizing the process, he tested his new treatment, dubbed insulin shock therapy, on patients with schizophrenia, a severe mental disorder which, at the time, had no treatments whatsoever. Under insulin shock therapy, patients were put through rigorous coma induction and wake cycles. This occurred 5 to 6 times a week, with each coma lasting about an hour before regaining consciousness. This process lasted for multiple weeks, with patients being subjected to as many as 60 comas over the course of a few months. Some worse cases even lasted more than a year. Patients, when they actually had a light on upstairs, often experienced excessive perspiration, salivation, and agitation, with many also experiencing violent convulsions. Despite these very obvious adverse effects, Dr. Sackel published his findings, claiming that up to 70% of patients had full remission, completely cured of their medical condition. This jump-started the craze for doctors to start jump-starting their schizophrenic patients. But the repetitious hypoglycemic comas did little to benefit the body. Long-term effects from insulin shock therapy included severe memory loss, reduced attention span, and slower brain activity. These people had much more difficulty learning or even thinking. On the extreme end, of course, were the deaths. According to institutional clinical data from across the United States, mortality rates from the treatment reached as high as 5% in some facilities. Sure, that doesn't sound like much on paper, but when thousands and thousands of patients were having their brains forcibly rebooted, the numbers add up. Hundreds of unnecessary deaths thanks to shoddy research. Insulin shock therapy continued to be practiced up until the 1950s, where it eventually fell out of favor once antipsychotic medications entered the market. These medications were cheaper and safer for the patient. By the 1960s, the therapy was completely abandoned. As for Dr. Manfred Sackel, his heart abandoned him in 1957 when he died of heart failure at the age of 57. This delicious-looking rock is called calomel, and it's responsible for thousands and thousands of deaths throughout human history. Although a simple compound, calomel, also known as mercurous chloride, was widely used as a treatment for centuries, with Arabian alchemists first documenting its use back in the medieval times to treat syphilis. But Swiss physician and double chin enthusiast Paracelsus pushed the research further in the 1500s. He noted the compound's astounding ability to rid the human body of black bile. Made you vomit and shit yourself. You see, for millennia, the prevailing medical theory was that of the Hippocratic Four Humors. I know I've discussed this before, but as a refresher, the theory suggested that the human body contains 4 main fluids: blood, phlegm, and black bile. It means that all 4 of these fluids were in equilibrium. But even if one was just slightly off, it could cause you to get sick, so you had to bring things back into balance. You had to let out some blood, cough up a green glob, or learn how to drain your dragon, each a valid method for getting things back in order. Although Paracelsus could see a potential benefit with calomel's purgative properties, he actually advised against it, recommending it only as a last resort. This was because, from what he observed, the risks far outweighed the potential rewards. Even by the 16th century, the problematic nature of mercury as a treatment was already well known. Pure mercury had been used medicinally since the days of old, and the smarter science people had documented its less than desirable effects on the human body. Hair loss, tooth loss, fatigue, dementia, and death were all on the menu from heavy mercury usage, with death most likely being the worst one. But who needs warnings and research when you can make them dollar bills, y'all? Jump forward tens of decades into the 18th and 19th centuries, and American and English physicians were handing out calomel like caramels. Refined calomel is a tasteless, odorless white powder which makes it a perfect oral medication. It remained marketed as a purgative and a potential cure for diseases or conditions such as syphilis, gout, bronchitis, cholera, constipation, or even ingrown toenails. But wouldn't you know it, calomel as a medical treatment wasn't the best idea. The violent bodily expulsions led patients to suffer severe dehydration. Not only that, but some patients were prescribed bloodletting sessions alongside their mercurial cure. So in an attempt to balance their humors, some patients way overcorrected to the point of dangerously low levels of bodily fluids. This resulted in the little shriveled up raisins to suffer what is called hypovolemic shock, meaning that their bodies couldn't provide enough healthy blood to their organs, leading to rapid heart rate, extreme weakness, and complete organ failure. But to some of the most brilliant medical minds at the time, this simply meant that the treatment was working. Scottish fellow William Cullen, a leading medical authority in the 18th century, saw these symptoms simply as, quote, nervous energy leaving the body, which, according to his logic, would eventually lead to a cure of the underlying disease. Any death that had occurred was not the fault of the calomel, but the disease itself. Regardless of his positive thoughts on the matter, he still cautioned excessive use of calomel and only recommended minimal effective doses. After all, like any substance, it is the dose that makes the poison. Well, one Scottish physician wasn't going to discourage the brave heart of this Scottish physician, Benjamin Rush. Not only a successful and world-renowned physician and philosopher at the time, Benny Rush also signed the American Declaration of Independence, so technically, he's a founding father. But that, of course, doesn't absolve him of his mistakes, and there were many. Take, for instance, the use of calomel to treat yellow fever in the 1790s. He took Cullen's recommendation for minimum doses and painted it with one of his own four humors, cranking everything into maximum overdrive. Benjamin Rush instead overprescribed calomel in, quote, heroic doses, combined with excessive bloodletting to put patients through what he called depletion therapy. Can't have any bad fluids in your body if you have none at all. His treatments, if you could even call them that, are estimated to have resulted in thousands and thousands of unnecessary deaths throughout the 18th century. But aside from egotistical doctors, calomel still
off the market,
remained
right?
in the medical
Yeah,
spotlight.
alright.
Luckily, its fate would be sealed in the 20th century, just at a terrible cost. Instead of being prescribed outright on its own, calomel began to be used as an ingredient for several consumer products throughout the 1900s. This included cosmetics and baby products, particularly teething powders for fussy babies growing their first set of chompers. The teething powder would be applied directly to the little future taxpayers' aching gums to soothe the pain and calm them down. But then mercury did its thing and produced a terrible side effect: acridemia. This is a deadly form of mercury poisoning that causes the skin to turn pink and painfully swell and peel. According to the Western Journal of Medicine, the death toll from calomel-sourced acridemia reached as high as 585 from 1939 up to calomel's formal ban in 1948. Those lucky enough to have survived still suffered lifelong neurological damage as well as devastating developmental deformities. Calomel is still used to this day, but only as a scientific tool in electroanalysis rather than putting Tiny Tim into a tiny tomb. God bless us, everyone. Ever copy someone else's notes from class only to realize too late that you've made an error and subsequently taught yourself the wrong thing and now you look like a complete and utter dumbass? Well, that's what a bunch of European fellas did in the 12th century. Ancient Greek and Arabic texts pointed to a substance used as an effective cure-all for many ailments. The Arabic text referred to the substance as mumia. Derived from the Persian word mum, meaning wax, mumia is a naturally occurring black tar that is found around the Dead Sea in the Middle East. Also known as pitch or bitumen, the sable slop was often applied directly to wounds to stop excessive bleeding and promote healing.
Hang on,
thanks to
let me
its
find
natural
something different to
antiseptic
listen to.
properties. Powdered bitumen could be diluted in wine or vinegar to
As we speak, the G7 meeting between the world leaders have gotten together to discuss how glorious and orange the Donald is. As he is the main character of the world right now, it seems. That's just how it seems to go.
Hello, I'm the boss. How are you?
Bro walks in, says I'm the boss, and everyone laughs because they know it's true. Ultimately, what the Donald wants happens. I don't know if you've noticed, but that's basically how the world runs these days. He wants war, he has war. He wants peace, he has peace. He wants Israel to bomb them, they bomb them. He wants Israel to stop, they stop. For better or for worse, bro's the boss, and he knows it. Now, before we get into the deep dive that's going on the war front with so much misinformation that everyone keeps lying about, because everyone wants clicks and no one actually wants to be real and honest, like the Blue Chew News is. We're not calling me BJ News. Okay, it's not happening. So I saw this actually. Someone sent this to me. Grateful for the FBI for stopping the Muslim terrorists who were planning on to attack UFC Freedom 250. We have to remain ever vigilant in the face of Muslim terror. Civilization's at stake. I saw this. I was like, what? What is happening? Elon Musk reposted this story. As you can see, 15 million views on Elon's post. On this post, that is another 22.3 million views. This is a massive story. Apparently, there was a horrible, almost catastrophic event at the UFC 250 celebration.
Explosive-packed drones hitting buildings near the event, forcing a mass evacuation and steering crowds towards a pre-staged sniper team. A second wave was then planned to storm the White House gate. The FBI first learned of the threat last Wednesday. They worked with law enforcement across multiple states to stop it. Joining us now on the phone, former FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino. Dan, thank you for getting on the air with us. What else can you tell us? This is quite a frightening and sobering discovery.
Well, notice the class warfare language amongst the plotters there that appears in this early stage to
an explosive-packed drone.
So ultimately, that is absolutely insane. You know, I think we take for granted that we're like, oh, we don't really have lots of enemies. We're a relatively civilized society that people aren't trying to kill all the time. And I think a lot of the reasons why we say that is because so many of these attacks get thwarted, thank God. You know, it makes you wonder how many 9/11s would have happened since 9/11 if we just wouldn't have done anything about it. And of course, the absolute shit retards over here. How many of the 24 were working for the FBI, meaning 24 people worked together to kill the president? And it's like, false flags, says Thomas Massey. Look, and you wonder why this guy lost. He only lost because he criticized Israel, and Israel controls the government. Well, that narrative's dead now, because Israel wants the war to continue, and Trump ended it. Maybe he lost because he calls everything a false flag, and he also calls the president a pedophile, maybe? It's pretty bad, I would say. Now, again, once we actually started to get information about these killers, it was a whole mix of people. I heard from some sources, like Congressman Randy Fine, that it's Muslim terror. I don't know. This guy says, this is actually published. One video posted by Thomas, that's one of the terrorists, 4 days ago, parodies The Daily Show, criticizes Trump's decision to strike Iran. All right, so it's pro-Iran people, while another shows footage purported to depict violence against Christians in Gaza and the West Bank. In Israel, Thomas also reposted videos from Tucker Carlson. It seems like these terrorists were actually in the more Tucker Carlson, Islamic simpery, low IQ, Israel controls America thing. And it's honestly insane that it actually came to this. This is fucking abominable. It really is. It's insane that something like this happened. Now, also important to note, this was Hassan Piker just a month ago teaching people how to create explosive drones on Twitch. Platform for children.
Again, that's a Shahed drone. Like, that's crazy.
Oh
my god. Bro, you really actually don't need, I was thinking about this with, like, the Afghanistan, the Taliban, Pakistan fight that was taking place. And I was really thinking about this. You really don't need suicide bombing anymore. You know, because like
Yeah,
the
they just do
Taliban
it for the
guy
love of the
was like,
game.
oh, you have nuclear arms, but we have like suicide bombers. Like we'll just blow up your country with suicide bombers, and it's like, you really don't need that anymore in drone warfare, right? You don't need that at all. Just make fucking drones. Just you can purchase them from, you can purchase them in the online marketplace. Like
Oh, please
China
teach us how to
literally
purchase
sells
explosive drones.
like explosive ordnance delivery mechanisms that you can put to a DJI drone that you can purchase like at virtually no
This is a guy that knows a lot about terrorism, it seems.
cost in comparison to like sophisticated equipment that you need to put together. So I guess like you kind of at that point you're doing that for the love of the game, right? Like you're doing suicide bombing just for the love of the game.
Right, because it's so easy to make drones, as he so clearly laid out the steps for you. So it's really interesting that we have influencers on social media teaching people how to create drones to blow people up, and we just had an attempted drone attack on the White House. Pretty weird how that happened. Now, back to the matter at hand. Donald stated Iran has agreed to never have a nuclear weapon. Also, the story that the U.S. is paying Iran $300 million is fake news put out by the Democrats, President DJT. Obviously, we're not giving them any money. All right, we all know that's true, but yet, once again, just like the whole Epstein files has videos of Trump fucking children or whatever they're lying about, this is also complete lies, and people are just running with it. And I'll just
Is
give
this
you an
cup by
example.
himself?
So this is just from some retard Twitter account. Breaking: U.S. officials now confirmed in a briefing that Iran will get full access to 100 billion in frozen funds and 300 billion reconstruction funds. It's just a lie. It's just not true. Marjorie Trader Greene, another congresswoman. I wonder why Trump wanted her gone. I wonder why. Maybe it's because she called Trump a pedophile and also lies constantly. $300 billion to Iran. Trump agreed to give Iran $300 billion. No, he didn't. This is not true. This is literally a lie. All right, we spent 70 billion bombing them. We spent 300 billion to rebuild them. No, literally no. It's not even happening. It's insane. All right, now we need, for some reason, because this is just a lie and a rumor that spread like wildfire, we need to now have American politicians showing up to be like, oh no, it's not true.
But there's this conversation that that Iran wants a reparation fund. Okay, so first off, there will never be a dime of American money to be spent to do any reparations for Iran. All right, and Republicans are not the party of Barack Obama that throws money like that.
Literally true.
Is Iran going to go rebuild?
Literally true. And again, this is coming from the people that celebrated the Obama deal, where he gave them billions of dollars, and now they're like, I can't believe Trump wants to give them billions of dollars. It's truly incredible. All right, Tyler Cohen, $300 billion in Trump's case. It's just not true. They are just actual misinformation merchants, and that's how they operate. They use words to destroy truth, reality. It doesn't matter to these people. They think men could be women. Of course they're going to lie about this shit. You know, you got Trump actually addressing this at the G7 because it was such a pervasive lie.
It's a fair deal. It's a good deal. We are not investing any money in Iran, by the way. That rumor got out there yesterday. It was ridiculous. We have the right to go in someday and do, if I want to do something, or if somebody wants to do something, but we are not investing any money. We have no obligation to invest any money in Iran.
Yeah, so just objectively not true. What are we doing? Now, we got some interesting updates in regards to Netanyahu.
In all fairness to Bibi, I remember very well, Bibi came to Washington and he begged Obama not to make that deal. And Obama was on the side of Iran, not Israel. And he made the deal. That deal was a disaster.
So now, you have a lot of people criticizing Trump's quote-unquote deal. All right, a lot of people asking what Trump is doing here. It really seems like Trump is playing a long game that a lot of people seem to not understand yet. And I'll tell you why. And so far, I've predicted this multiple times already, where I'm saying Trump is saying and doing a thing, but it's part of a strategy, and I've been proven correct. I think he's saying and doing a thing, and it's part of his strategy, and we'll see if I'm correct. This so-called deal that everyone's crying about, A, is not signed yet. It won't be signed until Friday. B, it's not a peace deal. It's called the Memorandum of Understanding. It is a 60-day pause where essentially everyone could do their own shit. No one fires on each other. It's basically an extended ceasefire. And over those 60 days, they are supposed to come to terms with the actual peace agreement, where Donald Trump wants to actually take out all the uranium in Iran, for example, because ultimately that That has always been the goal. The goal of America has been to decimate their Navy, decimate their Air Force, obliterate them to the point that they can't fund proxy armies across the world, and stop them from ever getting a nuclear weapon. This was literally the actual goals from the beginning. Regime change was never one of the goals of the United States of America. He actually followed through with the things he said, and I mean, ultimately, we will see what happened. My stance is generally speaking, you can never trust these fuckers. I actually personally think we should bomb the shit out of them. All right, they played around enough. They played around, I would say, too much, and it's time for them to die. All right, that's my opinion. Obviously, a lot of people, including the Donald, disagree. But hey, I am willing to give him the benefit of the doubt to actually see what happens. So, just to reiterate, we don't know what the deal actually says, and people are already crashing out. The deal wasn't signed, right? So it literally doesn't exist yet. And C, and the most important, this is just a memorandum of understanding for a 60-day period, and if nothing gets figured out by then, we go back to bombing them. Right? So it is insane to me to watch people freak out, and it is counterproductive. Every single person, I've seen a lot of crash outs on like Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro and all these guys just crashing out over this. Holy shit.
How do you not see me?
Destroy your own cause by doing
Where is
that.
he?
But we don't even freaking know.
Holy shit. I cannot believe he didn't. Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Levels of like tomfoolery going on everywhere. I'm telling you, man, panicking. Who are these guys? Have a little faith that the guy that we worked so hard to get elected is actually going to do things that you more or less like and that are beneficial for us, and also have faith in God that we won't need to deal with the nuclear fucking apocalyptic regime like Iran. All right, so we'll see what happens ultimately. But anywho, I think it's super important to address that Israel is still bombing the shit out of terrorists in Lebanon, and Lebanon is still bombing Israeli cities. Israel is intercepting them because, unlike the inbred 85 IQ retarded Hezbollah terrorists,
Pawn shop, not the tattoo shop. God damn it. I am risking so much just running around out here. Hey, how's it going? I should have jacked him to see if he had the fucker.
It can, and you know, I consider that the minor war. Iran's the big one, but we have that little pinprick out there that constantly rears its head, and that's Hezbollah.
Yeah, fuck him.
And you know, I was very
die.
responsible for Syria, and the man that's running Syria now is a person that I put there along with President Erdogan and some others.
Yeah, I don't like Jolani, the ISIS guy that's currently in charge of Syria. But anyway.
He's done an amazing job.
Oh man. Oh, I cannot believe I pulled that off. I cannot believe I pulled that off.
Hezbollah does not like them, and I'll tell you what, Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long, and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses.
Yeah, which is why they literally send out leaflets to clear out the apartment houses and evacuation requests before they bomb the apartment houses. I get what Trump is doing, though. Trump is honestly kind of a genius here. He wants to end things with Iran completely. Iran wants Hezbollah to survive. Trump wants Hezbollah to die. Trump, in my opinion, is trying to come up with a strategy where he could get Syria to take care of Hezbollah instead of Israel. Therefore, Iran could sign the peace deal with him. I think it's a little unrealistic, personally. I don't see Syria successfully dispatching Hezbollah. And ultimately, we don't have Trump telling Israel not to do it either. Israel is not beholden to this agreement. They didn't sign nothing. Hey, and if they want to keep bombing terrorists, fuck yes, actually. All right, Hezbollah, not only did they terrorize the Israelis and the Syrians, but they have terrorized the Lebanese people as well. They've massacred Lebanese Christians, like, by the thousands. All right, literally, fuck these people. And I'm really grateful that Israel is bombing the fuck out of them. Now, fortunately, Secretary Rubio made it clear that Iran and Hezbollah are not linked in the deal. Israel does not need Iran's permission to defend itself. The tether of terror must end. Again, I said from the get-go, I really think this could be a big-brain, good cop, bad cop strategy. Trump spreads his arms. He says, let's make peace, and Israel deals with the Hezbollah problem on their lawn. And honestly, that's actually pretty fucking smart, depending on how this all wraps up, obviously. Now, the Donald states that Qatar will invest $19 trillion into the United States.
That gives them Qatar's going to be investing much more than $1 trillion in the United States.
Man,
Over 18, it's going to be 19.
why has it got to rain?
19.1, 19.2.
You know what? Give me 100 of these.
The record was 3. 10
God
years
damn
ago
it.
From another country when it was hot. We have the hottest country in the world right now.
All right.
Qatar's been really invested.
So Qatar, remember what everyone said that, oh no, the war with Iran, all of our, Arab nations in the Gulf hate us and stuff. Well, it seems like that's not the case. Of course, they're investing $19.2 billion now. My fear, obviously, with Qatari investments is that they're strings attached.
Why am I coming here?
They basically bought our university system. I find this very scary. Obviously, it's fantastic news on all fronts. A, injection of money is always good, absolutely. B, obviously it proves that our alliance with our allies in the region is stronger than literally ever. But there is that fear there that comes along with Qatar investments, for sure. Now, Reza Pahlavi, he's the crown prince of Iran, the GOAT, all right, the exiled prince, has signed a memorandum of understanding for peace. The Islamic Republic just executed 2 more protesters on January 8th and 9th. This is the consequence of making a deal with a criminal regime. To do a deal with a regime that murdered more than 40,000 protesters in 2 days in January is morally wrong and strategically misguided. Dealing with this regime will fail, and we will all face the consequences. This regime's 47-year war against the Iranian people continues. Just as it has never made peace with its own citizens, it will never truly make peace with the world. The international community should back the people of Iran's fight for freedom, but put them center in any negotiation and in their Iran policy. But let me be clear, with or without international support, this regime will fall. The people of Iran will liberate themselves from tyranny. I really hope so, and I pray for these guys. Now, I think it's important to note, the deal didn't happen yet. And I think it's also important to note that the United States of America's greatest interest is that the actual military of the Islamic Republic of Iran is fucked, all right? Because they've committed unbelievable acts of terror against us. They've killed thousands of us. They've attacked all of our allies, basically. They are threatening to nuke us. They have 60% enriched uranium. From the America First perspective, which is how I view politics in general, we need them to not even be a remote threat to us. Of course, I think as a moral good, absolutely, I want to see the people of Iran rise up and overthrow their people, but I do not want to be stuck in a decade-long regime change, infinite ground invasion war. I'm more of the mind of bomb the ever-loving shit out of those fucks and move on with life. All right, that is more my stance when it comes to warfare. I actually believe we should be winning wars. I actually don't really want to make peace with them at all. All right, I want them to unconditionally surrender or die. That is my stance in warfare in general. And again, I'm not going to be panicking, at least until I see how it all wraps up. So, this is Trump on the Iran deal once again. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm going to play games as a time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games, complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call of Dragons on free cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now, back to the chaos. Every individual sign-up literally supports the channel, so if you could click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated.
Democrats, because they're dumb people. The Democrats.
Whoa.
Well, what I'd like to do is send it to Congress, saying you shouldn't approve it.
That's right, baby. Reverse Trump logic every single time. And now, again, one of the most underrated clips of the day that no one is talking about because everyone's out panicking.
No, it's not final. It's a memorandum of understanding, and if I don't like it, we'll go.
Everyone that calls this a peace deal is intentionally muddying the waters. Okay, it is not a peace deal. It is a 60-day period where they can figure shit out and make a peace deal. And if that doesn't work,
back to shooting at them, dropping bombs on their head. If I don't like it, if they don't behave, we'll go right back to dropping bombs right smack in the middle of their head.
That's right, baby.
Okay?
That's
Because
what's
they
gonna happen.
misbehaved for 47 years.
That's right, fuck them.
All right? But nobody could have made this deal.
I'm gonna make this deal, the greatest deal ever. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. All right, here he says that all the world leaders love the deal.
Nations and many presidents and prime ministers, as you saw, Prime Minister Modi was here, had a long talk. He's a great guy. They are thrilled that we made a deal. Every one of them. There's not one nation that came to us and said, please keep dropping bombs on them.
Yeah, incredible hot take. The Eurocuts fucking suck. They're bought by Islam anyway. And also, they just want the Strait of Hormuz to open. They don't give a shit about peace. They don't give a shit about the future. All right, they don't give a shit about any of that. So their opinion actually means literally nothing to me. But look at Rubio squirming behind him. Because I think Rubio is definitely more my-minded when it comes to shit like this. I think he wants to obliterate these guys. I think he realizes they fucking suck and they need to die. He is still threatened or death. Meanwhile, you have people in Israel saying, I can confirm that Israel formally requested access to the Iran memorandum of understanding and was denied! Literally 9/11 for people that think Israel controls America. Right? They're not even seeing the deal or the memorandum. Right? A remarkable and highly unusual development between close allies and an issue of national security importance. Yeah, obviously, especially when we've literally fought side by side with it. And of course, yeah, Sam Luger, Turkish retard, he likes having sex with animals. I thought I'd mention. It's because we don't trust you. Oh, really? Oh, really? So, on the one hand, we love Israel and Israel controls us. On the other hand, we don't trust Israel? Bro, these guys are actually insane. It's wild. Meanwhile, Iran, terrorists, fired several drones toward commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz since the beginning of the U.S.-Iran Memorandum of Understanding, according to NBC News and the Jerusalem Post. So they are not standing by their shit. Seems like they're still pretty shattered on the inside in regards to who's actually in charge. Literally shock and horror, the Iranians did not keep their word, much to the surprise of literally... You mean to tell me that the Islamic Republic of Iran lied? I can't believe it. And this is why I'm personally not like worried. I have faith in God, all right, that the injustice that has been facing the actual Iranian people will die. Right? And I also have faith that the Donald isn't just going to let this happen. And all the tweets saying, hey, rise up, keep fighting and stuff, we got your back. Look, I'm telling you, I think something else is cooking out there. And I guess you have to wait 60 days to see if I'm right or if I'm losing. I'm willing to take the out and all of a sudden leave and they control the strait and don't bring out their uranium and shit. All right, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But ultimately, I'm pretty confident that something big is happening. Tucker Carlson, of course, Teresa Parsons, pro-American. Pro-American. Teresa Parsons is literally a lobbyist for the Islamic Republic. All this shit is insane that he does this every time. All literally the first fucking doctor in Israel. It's wild watching this happen. Candace Owens, also probably a foreign operative. Via FOIA, we formally requested Captain Hell's travel itinerary for 3 days leading up to Charlie Kirk's assassination. And we heard back that we were told the burden of the request is too great. How is that legal? Wow, that's actually crazy. The burden is too great. Anyway, the FBI responded to Candace Owens. Dear Candace, please show us these documents. This against you acknowledging your FOIA request where you said the burden of the request is too great. Your show is all the fake news media where we called out when you lied. Bro, it's just miserable that these foreign operatives are tearing us to shreds. And it's insane. Alright, meanwhile, I just want to share some beautiful news. Today, 230 LSU male boxers graduated in Georgia. So that's actually fantastic news. I just have to say, first genocide ever. Roll up and graduate college. It's absolutely huge. In fact, we're still calling it a genocide to this day, by the way. Right? Congratulations, all the victims of genocide over here. Alright, I've never seen that. Palestine. Oh, really? No. Literally said the Grand Coupon because they had a very similar goal, killing Jews. Are you serious? Alright, now I'm just trying to understand exactly where this war leads us. GDP per capita in 1990 said Israel and Iran tied at around 13,000 feet. In 2026, Israel's around 70,000. Iran at 3. And literally a quarter of what it was 35 years ago. It's absolutely mind-boggling dominance. Right? And quite honestly, it's kind of wild watching retards continue to lose. It's encouraging. So, Rubio, in 2015, blocked this bill. Right? And a lot of people are talking about it. It is so true even to today.
See would like to close on this matter. I think everything that needs to be said about the details of this deal have already been said. I do want to be recorded.
Talking about the original Russian fungus.
For history purposes, before I know what is going to happen in regards to this if it goes through. Iran will immediately use the money that it's receiving in sanctions relief to begin to build up its conventional capabilities. It will establish the most dominant military power in the region outside of the United States, and it will raise the price of us operating in the region. They're going to build anti-access capabilities, rockets capable of destroying our aircraft carriers and ships. Continue to build these swift boats that are able to come on us, these fast boats that are able to swarm our naval assets. And they'll make it harder and harder for U.S. troops to be in the region. They'll also work with other terrorist groups in the region to target American servicemen and women.
They did that.
And they may or may not deny that they're involved, but they will target us.
They
and raise the price of
and then they said that we will only have peace if you also have
our presence in the Middle East until they hope to completely pull us out of that region. They'll also continue to build long-range missiles capable of reaching the United States. Those are not affected by this deal.
They did not reach the United States, but they did have missiles that would reach every capital city in all of Europe, which they lied about, by the way. This was proven through this war.
And they'll continue to build them as they've been doing. And then at some point in the near future, when the time is right, they will build a nuclear weapon. And they will do so because at that point they will know that they have become immune. That we will no longer be able to strike their nuclear program because the price of doing so will be too high. This is not just the work of imagination. It exists in the world today. It's called North Korea, where a lunatic possesses dozens of nuclear weapons and a long-range rocket that can already reach the United States. And we cannot do anything about it.
That's right.
An attack on North Korea today would result in an attack on Tokyo, or Seoul, or Guam, or Hawaii, or California. And so the world must now live with a lunatic in possession of nuclear weapons. And this is the goal Iran has as well. To reach a point where they become immune to any sort of credible military threat because the price of a military strike would be too high. And then they become an established nuclear weapons power. And never in the history of the world has such a regime ever possessed weapons so capable of destruction. Iran is led by a supreme leader who is a radical Shia cleric with an apocalyptic vision of the future. He is not a traditional geopolitical actor who makes decisions on the basis of borders or simple history or because of ambition. He has an religious apocalyptic vision of the future, one that calls for triggering a conflict between the non-Muslim world and the Muslim world, one that he feels especially obligated to trigger. And he's going to possess nuclear weapons. This is the world that we are on the verge of leaving our children to inherit. And perhaps we ourselves will have to share in it. And so I want to be recorded for history purposes, if nothing else, to say that those of us that opposed this deal understood where it would lead. And we are making a terrible mistake. And I fear that the passage of this deal will make it even harder for us to prevent it. And I hope that there is still time to change our minds, but here's the good news. Iran may have a supreme leader, but America does not. In this nation, we have a republic, and soon we will have new leaders, perhaps in this chamber, but also in the executive branch. And I pray that on their first day in office, they will reverse this deal and reimpose this sanction, and back them up.
Exactly what Trump did in
Up with a credible threat of military force.
And there was a threat, but the point that the threat actually happened.
Or history will condemn us for not doing what needed to be done at this critical moment in the world's history.
So just absolute fucking fight block. 2015, ringing super true today. And Rubio, currently the Secretary of State of the United States of America, is going to make sure that however this war, conflict, whatever you want to call it, actually does wrap up, it will leave Iran completely under restricted and healthy. Hopefully, the actual threat people of Iran could rise up and overthrow them. But ultimately, the goal of this entire war, what people seem to be forgetting about, was to stop their actual military capabilities, nuclear ambitions, and funding of proxy armies across the world. If we could have get all of those three things completely done, with zero boots on the ground, we lost some lives, but despite that being absolutely heartbreaking, the casualties, from a military standpoint, were minimal, thank God. It absolutely fucking sucks to see everyone just hoping off a fake peace deal that doesn't exist. They know it's in it, but it hasn't been signed yet, not engaging with the reality that there is a 60-day memorandum of understanding until we see if we actually need to go back to war, or if we can neutralize all three of these major threats purely for negotiation. The neocons that want to put boots on the ground for 10 years to install a regime, fuck those guys, as they lost, W for me. The isolation swab at a gas station to Israel somehow. And that's also the reason why
Doi.
because this is without a shadow of a doubt that if anything, we control Israel. Netanyahu is almost certainly losing his next election because the Israeli public is so upset that this war didn't end up with obliterating the fuck out of the enemy. And yet, despite knowing that, he did what Trump told him to do, because ultimately we give them billions of dollars a year and they pretty much follow whatever we tell them. I personally would cut off all foreign aid. I would stop giving aid to Israel. I would stop giving aid to Ukraine and NATO, of which we give much more than Israel, by the way, because that does absolutely nothing for us. I would cut off foreign aid. Whatever we do gain from Israel right now through our relationship, we should pay for. We shouldn't call it aid. We should do a partnership. We should pay for whatever assistance we actually get, making Israel completely sovereign. And if Israel wants to keep bombing the fuck out of Iran or Hezbollah or whatever, it's like, hey, that's not our business. You can take care of all of our enemies.
$500.
We can't tell them what to do it for. They're a sovereign nation.
All right.
Literally W on all sides if this happens. All the worst people on every side of every drama is retarded. Permission to chimp out is not granted until the end of the memorandum of understanding and this 60-day period actually passes. In the meantime, we're grateful that we don't have terrorists shooting at our soldiers right now, even though they kind of still are. And I'm also really grateful that Israel is doing what needs to be done, obliterating Hezbollah, which, for those of you that don't remember, killed hundreds of our men. The fact that people think that this is just a really dumb move that a dumb guy did when we had every single military advantage on the planet, you have to be fucking retarded and really high on the Kool-Aid. And only time will tell if I'm the only right one and everyone else is retarded and wrong. But hey, that's just a theory. A Nux theory. Subscribe.
Why did the American Civil War happen? What drove the 11 southern states to break away, form the Confederate States of America, and ignite a devastating conflict that tore the whole nation apart? To understand the American Civil War, its battles, politics, and the reason why it happened, we must travel back to the early 1800s. Join us to explore the conflict year by year. 1819. The newly born United States of America sat in a state of delicate balance. 11/11.
Hybrids Absolute, how is the dealing going?
It's going alright.
Story of the century. And of course, literally no one in the mainstream media anywhere, not
I'm working on it.
reporting on it. So we got to do the thing that's saving the West, and that is citizen journalism. I don't normally say this, but trigger warning, you're about to see something really dark, and it's the thing that I was literally talking about for years now. All right, so John Oliver did a bit on Restore Britain, and it's pretty incredible. So Restore Britain, for those of you that are unaware, is the quote-unquote far-right party. All right, they're the far-right fascists that want rape to stop. I know, it's a radical position these days. Obviously, the left does not support that stance. And the craziest thing is every time they make an ad, or they make, like, fun, or they try their absolute best to make the Restore Britain far-right party look bad, it just basically ends up an advertisement. So he's like, he's a radical, posts him saying, stop fucking your cousins. What a radical guy. What am I even supposed to say? It's crazy. Everything just ends up an ad for these guys. He's such a savage. He wants to deport the rapists. Yes, I'll take two. All right, so Rupert Lowe posted the Rape Gang Inquiry Report will be published today, and then he published it. And this forever changed the course of England. The Rape Gang Inquiry Report. Currently, as it
Hybrids
stands,
Absolute, I love the pic of you and Buddy in your Discord.
million views. This one tweet alone. Oh, I'm sorry. 27. I just refreshed the page. 27.9 million views. All right, everyone needs to know about this. It won't be reported anywhere, so hey, that's why you have me. All right, so this guy did like a summary. For the record, I actually read through it. It's massive. It's hundreds of pages. But I have to show you the highlights. And by highlights, I mean the depths of depravity the government basically went to allow the rape of a civilization. So, to start things off, the numbers. 250,000 plus girls have been raped, trafficked, and tortured over decades. For those of you counting, there are as many victims to the grooming gangs as there were victims to nuclear strikes on Nagasaki and Hiroshima in World War II. To understand, this is over
Hybrids Absolute watched 315 consecutive streams and sparked a watch streak. Woo.
Holy shit.
For the record, this has 100,000 times the amount of victims as Jeffrey Epstein, the guy that everyone's, understandably freaking out about. Except, arguably, it's even worse than that because the government covered it up. People can't even begin to understand the scale of this and the evil.
Go downtown and make the streets unsafe.
This is the estimate. It's the floor, not the ceiling. It's never been counted. The same crime in 149 different districts. That's 40% of the country. All right, these aren't dozens of isolated local scandals. No. This happened on a national level. Treated for STIs at 13, sent home the same night back to her abusers. That's what hospitals did. Children's homes became trafficking hubs. The girls were arrested. The rapists walked. Pregnancy was used as a weapon to control them. And the state took their children. Red rooms, daily rape, filmed for blackmail happened. A child disclosed rape at school. They excluded the child. I'm pretty sure that means they kicked him out of school. Whistleblowers got dawn raids. The rapists got bail. 90% of convicted offenders had Muslim names. And they are 60% of the UK population. Now understand, the actual...
Sarah Ioala, how is it going?
It's going pretty good.
But 90% had actual Muslim names. It turns
I'm
out
waiting for my...
that actually supports taking sex slavery and taking Jews and Christians and other infidels as inferior
Got a
people
cop over
and
there.
as cattle. That supports pedophilia to the point that their most revered man in history was a pedophile. Turns out, when you import them en masse, they rape your country. It's insane to think about it. We need to make the Nuremberg trials look like a picnic. No one must escape the death penalty. You just read this. Now, just understand, it's 200 plus pages of this, and it will break you. 53. You, Mohammed Karar, prepared her for gang
$8
by using a pump to expand her anal passage. You subjected her to gang rape by 5 or 6 men. At one point, she had 4 men inside her.
What kind of person just wanders around with $8 on him?
Mohammed Karar. On one occasion, when she was 12, after raping her, she threatened you with a lock knife. Your reaction was to pick up a baseball bat with a silver metal handle, strike her on the head with it, and insert the baseball bat inside her vagina. It is hundreds of pages of this. Some of the most unbelievable, barbaric atrocities you could possibly imagine are just happening.
There, that's a little more like it.
Covered up by the British government, and this is not just in England. This is in every single European country. And
Sarah Ioala, wow, your buddy look good.
1% of our population is Muslim, as opposed to 6.5% of England. But look what 6.5% of the population did. So many people need to be fucking executed. Everyone's tired of this. These horrific crimes have only escalated in recent decades, especially following Tony Blair's 1997.
Oh, I know who I can get for that extra money.
With greater numbers, there came greater opportunities for abuse. Perpetrators.
Sarah Ioala, I saw your picture in the server.
Yeah, I'm trying to use the server more.
Each of these areas, the same tactics were used. Girls as young as 11, targeted with gifts, alcohol, drugs, collected in taxis at schools, care homes, streets, taken to houses, flats, restaurants, hotels, then raped repeatedly by groups of men, passed between perpetrators, trafficked across country lines, many cases impregnated or forced into abortion.
There we go.
Most victims endured violence.
Right? No. Oh, I'm still $7 short. But that's alright, I could get that in trash.
Meaning a non-believer in Arabic who deserved punishment.
Or I could take it from her. One of the two.
Health services, schools, listening bodies, and politicians.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna try. Let me look down here to see if old Cranky
Sarah
Frank...
Ioala, why did you shift the cat tower?
Did I shift the cat tower? Oh, that's the camera. Oh, never mind. I didn't shift the cat tower. I moved my monitor. The camera for the cat tower is attached to my monitor. Hang on, I'll fix it here.
While Keir Starmer was the director of public prosecutions, he's currently the prime minister, by the way, it had been reported 13,000 suspected rape gang members and pedophiles.
Yep, that's the top of my chair.
Oh, it's just part of the culture.
All right, there we go.
Sarah Ioala Oshojo.
It's I'll give them a warning letter. They just raped
All right.
a kid with a baseball bat. Understand what's going on here, man. Around 87% of those convicted in these groups based child sexual exploitation cases.
Alright, I'm running around looking for garbage. I'm keeping this neighborhood pretty clean.
Involved in these gangs were not convicted. Dr. Hargari, an imam with the
There's old Cranky Frank.
believes the true proportion of gang members who are Muslims are around 95.
Hey, buddy.
Under 3% of the population of the country and did 95.
Why am I not surprised Cranky Frank carries a knife?
You're gonna sit here and you're gonna scoff and you're gonna tell me this is
$11. That's what I needed. That's just what I needed. I don't even remember what I needed it for now. I needed $500. Oh, for my mixing station.
Every single one knew about it, man. Remigration, sending them back to their homelands, that is the moderate position. That is the bleeding heart liberal position. If it was up to me, they would never walk again. All right, this is insane, by the way. All right, now understand, they've known about this forever.
There appear to have been upwards of 250,000 young white girls raped in this century, very largely by Muslim men. And given the...
And then everyone in the parliament, oh, how dare you? How dare you make this a race issue? It is infinitely worse than your nightmares, okay? It's worse than your nightmares. Our inquiry report proves, without a doubt, there is an undeniable link between religion and the rape gangs. Islam. As a country, we need to finally have the courage to say so. It's literally common sense and obvious truth. The reward for tolerance is treachery and betrayal. We need to wake up, man. It is insane. Insane that people are just snoozing through this. The media didn't talk about it. The rape gang inquiry. What happens next? I intend to use my parliamentary privilege to name perpetrators and their enablers in the chamber. This will be done incredibly carefully with our legal team involved every step of the way to ensure no future prosecutions are jeopardized. We are cooperating with the authorities in order to help
Hybrid's absolute psycho is tired now.
Is not high.
Yeah, I didn't realize she was in the tower.
Pursuing private prosecutions and civil litigation.
Yeah, I did some major cleaning in this room. Oh my god, I got one of those bagless vacuum cleaners. It's got the little chamber you gotta empty. I had to empty it 3 times because of buddy hair.
Insane watching this happen. Now, while that took place, while the same day that the grooming gang inquiry list was released, this is a clip from Mohammed Hijab, popular British Muslim guy.
Ethics. Oh, sure. Yeah, ethically, I think Saudis are superior.
Hybrid's absolute he of Look V1.
Hey, he sheds a lot.
My question to you is, do you think they are ethically superior?
Yes, ethically superior. Yeah, of course I do.
So, and you all...
Yeah, of course, Muslims are all ethically superior because they're Muslims. It doesn't matter if they have raped a country. They're ethically superior. That's just how it works. That's just how it works. The politicians who turned a blind eye to the rape of Britain must go to prison. And Rupert Lowe is coming for their fucking heads. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm gonna play games,
oh my god,
I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is
Hybrid's absolute is Buddy still with you.
He just climbed into my lap and he's walking in circles. Nope, he just came to walk across my lap. Now he's laying down next to me.
Payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a
I'm gonna have to turn the. Well, I guess it's bright. The cat tower looks brighter than it actually is in this room.
They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel, so if you can click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated.
This
20 million views, by the way.
Report is a...
Hold up. We reload the page. Watch the number double. All right, you don't understand how big this is. 28 million views.
This report is over 200 pages long, and it goes into the root causes of probably the most extensive, widespread scandal that has ever beset Britain It goes to every corner of the country. It's not in silos, it's everywhere. And it involves failure by the British establishment.
That's right.
Obviously, government ministers, the civil service, local government, social services, the police, the judiciary, the NHS, and the media, who is supposed to be the guardian for the British people of scandals like this, but they've singularly failed to do that. The report goes into the reasons how it's happened. It goes into the reasons why it's happened, and that is all the reasons. We analyse everything. I'm very grateful to all of the experts who appeared, all of the survivors who were brave enough to appear, all of my fellow MPs who came, and most of all to Graham Smith, who is the barrister who has produced this report with help from members of the inquiry team as well.
All right, let me run to the bathroom right quick.
It's been a very harrowing experience. Some of the testimonies we heard were beyond believable, and it is an evil which needs to be dealt with, and dealt with now. I want to let people know that this is not the end of it. We will be pursuing those people who have failed us. There will be.
That's right. Public hangings.
Put things into context.
Sorry, my bad.
This report, which was funded by 20,000 concerned citizens,
damn,
as
bro,
much as they could afford, it raised £600,000.
Understand, this report only exists because civilians funded a guy going against the system.
The J inquiry alone cost the taxpayer $186 million. We still have funds left to help us to pursue private prosecutions and to start the process of prosecuting those people who have failed us. We're also intent on naming those people in Parliament, where we're not treating this a legal case, so that everybody knows those people who are responsible, who should have dealt with this, but failed to deal with it. So it's been a long, hard, arduous 16 months, and I want to thank everybody, and I hope that every member of the British public has the time to read this. It's not straightforward.
I'm trying my best here.
Time. But
I am trying. You have to know about this.
And it needs to be dealt with and dealt
Civilians are saving the West. Wake up, white man. All right, it's time.
Now, not through a statutory inquiry which has been forced by our inquiry. A statutory inquiry which, by the way, has had the terms of reference watered down.
All right, I'm back. This is going to be called Banana.
And by the time hands are held up and people admit there's a problem, the people who made the decisions, the bad decisions, which is common in government, as we've seen with the post office, as we've seen with infected blood and countless other scandals that have had to be cleaned up, that there will be no retribution, no holding to account. And when there's no holding to account, these things continue to happen. So, please read it.
Where is it?
Read it.
Please
share it.
Understand
Everyone
how
needs
this
to
has
know.
happened. We can never let it happen again. It is pure, driven, unfettered evil.
True.
Hybrids Absolute. How was dinner?
I didn't eat dinner yet. I'm gonna make something after I'm done streaming.
People so badly that they imported literally millions of rapists. You can't even possibly frame this differently. And they raped.
I don't understand why it's not accepting my name.
In this one country, England is a small country compared to the United States. 250.
That's what I'm gonna call it then.
Raped. That's like every single classroom had a girl that got gang raped. All right, you have to understand the level of evil.
Hybrids Absolute. You gonna make anything good?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to look around to see what I got.
And ran defense for it, and no one knew it was happening, and it was happening en masse.
Probably just some chicken and rice.
While the savages and barbarians ravaged the land. And understand it's happening here too. There are almost certainly grooming gangs here in America.
Oh, now Shoujo's laying next to me.
They're a smaller percent of the population.
Being
but
sweet.
They're growing immensely. Understand, this is what 6% of the population did. Now, of course, the mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, Muslim, decided that he was going to make something very clear. And this is on the same day that the rape gang inquiry was released. Get ready for this.
God damn it.
The world deserves to see the best of London. Our €7 million global campaign will challenge the rise of disinformation about our capital. He is spending $7 million.
There we go.
For what?
Hybrids absolute. She is being nice before she goes psycho.
Diversity works, it would be free to show it.
Well, she was going nuts earlier. I think she's just tired.
To lie about diversity working, right? Diversity is such a strength. They need £7 million of global public relations propaganda campaign to convince you of it, dude. And the quote tweets of this, every single one, all of them in shock. To give you an idea of the scale, during the rape of Nanking, Japanese soldiers were estimated to have raped 20 to 80,000 Chinese women. This report estimates 250,000 women victimized by these Muslim rape gangs. All right, some of them just list some of the crazy ones that actually stick out. Like, for example, how they were branded M for Muhammad. What the actual fuck, dude? This is insane. Absolute insanity. 87 to 95% of them were Muslim. All right, social services called a 13-year-old girl racist and recommended contraceptives to her instead of denouncing her Pakistani rapists. Social services returned a girl to a grooming gang to not be racist. And then suddenly, for no reason at all, they voted for Hitler. All right, are we really surprised the direction that this would go if it keeps getting shut down like this? Really? Right, this is approximately 1 million times worse than Epstein. It's not even remotely close. The scale, the nature of the crimes. Powerful institutions implicated, and yet something tells me that many of the Epstein obsessives will have nothing to say about this at all. Yes, because Islam is a cash cow, because Islam is huge, because there's billions of Muslims and billions of Pakistanis watching Tucker Carlson. You will not bring this up. He has time to interview every Iranian state agent and fucking retard on the planet to talk about Israel or something, but no time for a little thing like this. I'm sure that all the leftists, like Hassan, that have been calling Donald Trump a pedophile, I'm sure they're going to be on top of this one. I'm sure they are going to be very, very excited to talk about this. Now understand, this is happening everywhere. This is the father of a Pakistani gang rapist. All right, and this is what he had to say. This is pretty telling, actually.
And obviously she wasn't a virgin or new to sex.
So you don't see it as rape?
Well, I don't.
And she's 13. She's 13 years old.
Well, yes, obviously that's some responsibility lies on it. As far as grooming is concerned, I think the judge has gone over the board, the jury's gone over the board, the police has gone over the board, just because this observation.
Yeah, and they didn't deport this guy, by the way. They just said it's a difference in culture. This dude's like, yeah, she was 13, but like, but like she consented, okay? But she consented. To which she probably didn't consent. And also, fuck you, you pedophile. What are we doing? Allegedly. Now, to understand how accepted it is in this culture that they're importing, the first Pakistani lord ever in England was a convicted grooming gang member. Can't make it up. He retains his title. Tony Blair made a Pakistani pedophile from Rotherham a baron. You can't even make this up. It's like I'm vomiting in my own mouth. Right? Reform have today said that they want the worst gang rape offenders to face whole life sentences. Weak. They must be put to death. Finally, someone's talking like this. Now, understand this is happening here too. Obviously, an Islamist actually won the top Democrat ticket. Ruwa Rahman, born in Jordan, won the Democrat primary for Georgia's state senate. Just understand the way the conquest works. And of course, it's also important to humiliate retards. I think that's my God-given right, and we have to do it. So Owen Jones, as you can see from Owen Jones, he is a leftoid, socialist, anti-fascist. Wah, 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 wah. Yeah, okay. This whole narrative was pushed by the far right and been taken up by the mainstream media as fact. This is our one community for the horror of child exploitation has been exposed to racism. So in 2020, Bro was talking about how it's racism that we're accusing Pakistanis for doing problems in society. Meanwhile, let me remind you, 87 to 95% of the grooming gangs are Pakistani Muslims. And Bro's like, racism. Now understand, it's all of them.
Hybrids absolute. Well, don't get arrested too much. I gotta go back to work.
Alright, I will talk to you later.
Alright, so this is Cenk Uygur denying rape gangs exist.
It's fine. 250,000 of your women are being raped by Muslim, but it's okay.
Again, utterly ridiculous statement.
Go to Birmingham, go to Manchester.
Utterly ridiculous.
All of them. Oh my God. Ridiculous. Well, now we know it's true.
As I've said repeatedly, the vast majority of sexual crime against women in the UK...
Hybrids absolute. Let us see what time I wake tomorrow.
The vast majority of sexual crime against women in my country is committed by white men.
Oh, here. I don't understand per capita. Also, I include every instance of sexual harassment and catcalling as sexual crime. So, yeah, at that point, you're right. Most of it is white men. You know, 90+% of the country is white men.
You've never heard per capita.
I have heard of per capita.
Unfortunately, it's disproportionately committed by Muslims against white Christian groups because it's a rape genocide.
Let me bring Jake.
genocide. Just come to say it's not true. You're making it up. All right, and they all do this, by the way. This is Mehdi Hassan saying it doesn't exist.
We know that the very, very, very vast majority are actually British Pakistanis.
So hold on.
You're trying to deflect it into thinking somehow white men doing all
Oh my
this.
God. So in Glasgow, there were white men. So 11 people abused 3 children, one of them in a nappy diaper.
I'm not talking
White
about
gang. You're not
Glasgow.
talking about that, nor is Elon Musk. In the West Midlands, in West Midlands.
Bro finds like 3 instances of white guys being rapists and is like, oh my God, you're such a racist for exposing the Pakistanis.
A decade of child
He's a Pakistani Muslim, by the way.
sex crimes. 21 white people abused 7 children, all of them under the age of 12.
Yeah,
in Cornwall in 2010,
These
3
aren't the
years of sex
scandals
crimes.
we're talking about, Mehdi.
Bro's going back 20 years to find 3 instances of white pedophiles to be like, yeah, actually, there's no problems.
6 men. Well, I'll get to that in a moment. 6 men abused 30 girls. The youngest of whom was 5 years old. And you've just made my point for me. These are the scandals we're not talking about. Why? Why are we defining child sex?
Because they're 20 years old.
By race, unless you're...
You know, because it's 3% of the population, that's 95% of the rape gangs. Like, what are we even talking about?
Racist or trying to make political hay out of it. I care about the victims of all crime. I don't give a damn whether the perpetrator was brown, black, white, blue, or yellow. I think we should support the victims of those crimes. And if you're only obsessed with the perpetrators, as Elon Musk is, as Robert Jenner is, then you don't actually care about these girls. That's what Alexis Day said.
But the argument, as you know...
That's right. You don't care about girls because you want Muslim rapists to die.
The argument, as you know, the argument, as you know, from those who do want a big further inquiry, is that actually there is a very specific section of the community, a very specific section of the Muslim community, and it was British Pakistani men who they believe were operating under some warped cultural things which they felt entitled them to behave.
Well, that's not proven, right? That's what we need.
It's not proven. You're right. It's only 95% of the gang rapists that are Pakistani Muslims, but it's not proven.
That's what we need. Obviously, more studying on, more research on.
Well, now we did the studying and the research, and I'm sure he's gonna apologize.
That because these guys in places like Watchtower were British Pakistani men, overwhelming in those cases.
Yes.
But it's very interesting that we pick a sample and then say, these are the towns we're talking about, they're all brown. Well, why can't we talk about Cornwall or Glasgow or the West Midlands? I'm saying this is a phenomenon that happens nationwide. There are multiple peers.
It's insane that they all try to do this. It's incredible, actually. I think it's amazing. So the BBC decided to publish just an incredible article. Boston News hits a new low, research suggests. Oh, really? Oh, really, BBC? Probably because this is how you report the news. All right, BBC, Spanish woman who died by euthanasia after a long legal battle with father. All right, well, how Sky News reports it. Also a left-wing site, by the way. Gang rape victim, 25, died after father's legal challenge failed. That's a pretty different story, right? This is a 25-year-old girl that was gang raped to the point that she wanted to kill herself because she couldn't survive, live with herself with the trauma. The father fought to keep her alive, but the state euthanized her anyway. Absolute travesty of a situation that happened. All right, BBC's Jeremy Bowen admits he got it wrong in Gaza hospital report, but has no regrets. Wow. Right, international editor says he doesn't feel particularly bad about his inaccuracy. Yeah, we made up the genocide, but, I mean, to be fair, we did stick it to the Jews, so, you know, it was all worth it at the end. Right, this is all of them. All right, so yes, no one trusts the media. The media literally covered this up. It's insane. Now, understand, Sneeko, Muslim, he has decided to do, like, this short, like, 1-minute podcast with random people on the street. And this is him saying that there isn't a solution to this problem.
You know, there are facts that are kind of hard to ignore in England, like over the last 10 years, rapes have gone up over 1,000%, which can't be ignored. The thing in Belfast that happened recently with the beheading in the street, you hear about that?
Yeah, there was a Sikh, that was horrible.
Wrong, liar, it wasn't a Sikh, it was a Muslim, it was a Sudanese Muslim. The Sikh was the guy who stabbed Henry Nowak. All right, now it wasn't a Sikh, it was a Muslim, but Sneeko loves running defense for terrorists.
I saw they started burning down houses afterwards.
Right, and there is two-tier policing over there. So you know, if the police are called to a scene and you were white as opposed to a
I saw
person
that
of
he was
color-
stabbed and they didn't put him in the ambulance.
Right.
They handcuffed him when he was bleeding out. It was
Right.
horrible.
Yeah. So what do you do about that? Like I don't know what to do about
Well,
that.
I know what to do.
That's a problem.
I don't think there's
You deport all of them.
solutions for those. I think a lot of
No
those
solutions.
crimes are amplified to make people more hateful.
Yeah,
I think
we're just amplifying the crime. It's the Zionist media. The Zionist media is teaching you about how 250,000, except it's literally not reported in the media anywhere. And actually, there is a really obvious solution. And remigration, well, that's the moderate solution.
Oh, I gotta go over here.
We still fight to become. We don't follow trends, we break them. Our bottles don't look like anyone else's because our story, it isn't like anyone else's. It's about freedom, about redemption, about family. That's what's inside every bottle. So, to the ones who think different, who live different, who drink different, sorry. Let's go to one that everybody's familiar with, and that's Gas Pipe, Anthony Queso. He was a Lucchese family guy who was there from the 70s through 93 when he finally flipped. Now, Queso, listen, I had not run-ins with him. Obviously, I knew him. He was semi-involved in the gas business. When he became an informant, he puffed it up like he was the architect of the gas tax fraud. He absolutely was not. It's not true at all. There were few guys in that business. I always say this, I wasn't the only guy. I just think me and my partner did it the best. We lasted quite long. We made a lot of money. A lot of other guys that were doing it would come to us, you know, to buy from us for advice. We had 18 companies licensed. They didn't have that amount of companies. I had a connection to get it done. I think that we had the best system. And I think, you know, from what the government said, they said that we had the best system also. But Gas Pipe was somehow involved. One of the guys, one of the Jewish guys was with him, or Russian guys, I should say, was with him. But he wasn't really intimately involved in it. But he was the underboss for a while. You know, he was, you know, pretty treacherous guy. He was under a Bikram Yuso. And according to law enforcement and according to what I know on the streets, you know, he whacked a lot of guys. I mean, I have to say that. You know the story with him, turned informant, testified, or was going to testify against a lot of guys, and then they threw him out of the witness protection program. There's a story as to why they threw him out of the witness protection program, having to do with Sammy the Bull. Not going to get into that. I don't know if it's true or not. It doesn't matter. But that's him, and eventually he died in prison. I think he died, I don't know, 3 or 4 life sentences. But where would I put him? I would have to put him as a power player because he did, you know, he did have some power during that time, obviously. And, you know, but these guys that flipped and I don't know. But let's put him down as a power player because he did wield a considerable amount of influence when he was on the street. Let's move on. Vito Genovese, everybody knows who he was. Well, Michael, he was the boss. Well, yeah, but first he was the underboss under Luciano and Frank Costello, remember? Very powerful under Lucky Luciano. His power came from Lucky Luciano, who was the architect of the commission. You know the story with Lucky. And then you know the story with him and Frank Costello.
Is that cop by
You know,
himself?
they were at odds for a while. He tried
Doesn't
to
matter. I don't have a weapon
Costello,
on me.
left the life as a result of that.
That cop's by himself.
He was a drug dealer, no question. And now when I tell people, listen, we weren't involved in drugs during my era, everybody comes back and says, well, what about Vito Genovese? I concede to that. He was dealing with drugs. He did go away.
Bad day for your partner not to show up.
He did take control of the family after Costello left. So he was the underboss first, and then he became the boss. But that's the story. And then we know the succession after that. All right, where would I put Vito? I got to put him as a big timer. He went from boss to underboss. He's certainly not the greatest of all time. He was always in trouble. You know, violent guy. He believed in violence. And anybody that thinks violence first and that's the way to solve all the issues in that life, I don't put him down as the greatest. I think that's not smart. And we've seen that throughout the history of La Cosa Nostra. Anybody that, was so violent and thought that was the first course of action, they didn't like. All right, let's move on. Okay, now we come to one of my favorite guys, Neil Dellacroce. I had the
You all right?
pleasure of meeting Neil.
A little
I
sneezy?
did not know him well. He was Carlo Gambino's underboss. He was very, very well respected. He was later Paulie Castellano's underboss. He was a mentor to John Gotti. He served as underboss for a while. I really liked Neil. He was an old-time guy. Everything I heard about him was very positive. I didn't know many people that had a bad word to say about him. Very, very well respected. And listen, anybody that was under
All right, got my free gun.
and under Castellano, you got to give him a lot of credit. I'm going to put him up there as one of the greatest of all times. And of course, he was John Gotti's mentor. But I think Neil deserves a lot of credit for his accomplishments in that life. And I know people say, "Come on, Michael, he was a bad guy." Listen, we're all bad guys at one time. But he accomplished a lot in that life. He died of natural causes. He didn't die in prison. That in itself is a lot, just like Carlo Gambino, boss for 20 years, dies, at his home in Massapequa, Long Island. So I put him down as one of the greatest of all times, without a doubt. Frankie DiCicco, he was a Gambino guy. He was John Gotti's underboss for a while. And then what happened? He got assassinated in that car bombing that was meant for John Gotti. They say it was set up by Chin Gigante. Mad at John Gotti. Why? Because he took out Castellano without being sanctioned by the entire commission. You don't normally do that, so he was in trouble. My boss, Carmine Persico, didn't like the move. I know that. There was a lot of, bad talk about Gotti making that move. Chin really didn't like it, so he puts a hit on Gotti. Unfortunately, it was DiCicco that went into the car, and he got blown up. But Frankie DiCicco was a good guy. I knew him. I liked him. He wasn't really well known on the street, so I think I'd have to put him down as a power player. No, you know what? Let me change that. Let me put him down as a contender, because I think if DiCicco was alive, and that didn't happen to him, I think he would have went on to be the boss. That's my opinion. People around might say no, but that's my opinion. He was a pretty good guy. So let's put him down as a contender, because he would have went a lot further, but unfortunately his life was cut short. All right, let's move on. Banano guy, Carmine Lilo Galante. I knew Carmine Galante. He was an old-timer, but I went with a guy one time to meet with Carmine because they wanted to borrow money. Carmine was a big Shylock. And I sat down with him in a restaurant for about 4 hours. And he was just a fountain of wisdom about that life. And I was a younger guy, of course. He knew my father, liked my father. So he just sat down and he just gave me some really good insight into the life. I had just been straightened out when I sat down with him. I met him probably 2 or 3 times after that. You know what happened to him. He got killed later on. But I liked him a lot. He was the underboss. He was a heroin trafficker, that's for sure, unfortunately. And he was a ruthless guy, no question about it. And he got killed in 1979, in that restaurant in Brooklyn, I believe it was. And that famous picture of him laying down in the restaurant, outdoors with the cigar hanging out of his mouth. But where would I put him? I'd have to put him as a power player, really. I think he was a power player. I think that fits with him because, again, he didn't really have a chance. He was in jail for a while, so... these guys that could have went further, their life was cut short, just like Carmine Persico, my guy. He was in and out of jail. So, yeah, he was the boss of the family, but he couldn't really get to what he was really capable of because the guy was always in jail. He's in jail, he's out of jail, he violates his parole. If you met Junior, you knew him for a short time and then he was gone. That was it. So I would put him in that position, power player. All right, let's move on. All right, now we come to somebody that everybody's familiar with, and certainly I am now, and that's Sammy Guevara. You know the story with Sammy. He became the underboss after Frankie DiCicco was killed. And look, Sammy was was pretty well known on the street. I didn't know him on the street. I heard of him, obviously. But let me say this. I want to clarify one thing, too, about Sammy and about this whole YouTube thing to begin with. Sammy and I got into it, as you know. We got off on the wrong foot when this whole YouTube, social media thing started. We did something with Patrick Bet-David that was hugely successful, I have to say. And we went at it, during that time, and it was real. You can see it. You can get it someplace that Patrick Bet-David offers it. And then he and I got on a very heated discussion on YouTube. And we went at it face-to-face on YouTube, whatever that is. And I have to say this, I'm embarrassed by that. I really am.
Actually.
And after that happened, Sammy and I got together and we patched it up. And we both realized, you know what, this is not the way we're supposed to do. We don't settle our issues on social media. And the reason I'm saying that, now we become good friends. I don't care, you could talk about Sammy, you could talk about me. We became good friends. I happen to like Sammy. I like his family very much. I've said that. His daughter, Karen, was terrific on an interview I did with her.
All right, give me a second. I'm going to order my dinner.
And I like Sammy a lot. And these guys on YouTube that want to talk about each other and call names and all, and Sammy doesn't really do that. He tells a lot of stories and he does things, but it's uncalled for. I said this to people that have talked. Look, you got something to say to me, make believe we're back on the street and get in touch with me. I'm very public. My number is out there. You can reach me. You can call me. You got a beef with me. You want to tell me something? Come and talk to me. Tell me whatever you want. But to do it on social media, I just thought it doesn't make any of us look good. It doesn't make some of the whatever respect we had on the street. It doesn't make us look good now. And I don't go for it. And so that little but at least when Sammy and I went at it, we went at it head to head. It was me and him. I wasn't talking about him afterwards. He wasn't talking about me afterwards. We went at it face to face on the internet. So I just wish that everybody would stop that. I really mean it. It doesn't do anybody any good. There's plenty of other content you can talk about. We don't need to knock each other. We really don't. And I think a lot of the guys are realizing that. There's some guys that, that we didn't get off on the right foot. We patched it up. And there's guys that, I talk to now that didn't say some nice things about me before. But, I think that's the better way of handling it. So when it comes to Sammy, I just wanted to bring that up. But let me tell you about Sammy. He didn't have enough time on the street to really, present himself as underboss. I mean, that thing went down fast. Of course, being John Gotti's underboss is not great. And John Gotti was immediately, in the media, immediately a major target of law enforcement, immediately. So anybody around him, had a spotlight on him. So, and that was Sammy also. So, where would I put him in the rank of all? He was a smart guy on the street, smart business guy, no question about it. I'm not going to comment on all the other stuff because everybody knows it. It's nothing to comment about. But I would call Sammy, I would love to put him in two categories, maybe as a contender and a power player, but I really can't do that. Let's put him down as a power player because he did wield a lot of influence at that time. He was the underboss, so let's put it there. Who knows? I mean, if he didn't get into all of this trouble, would he have become the boss of the family? If John got away and he didn't, who knows? I mean, if John didn't get away and he did, who knows? But definitely put him as a power player. I think that's the right category. Okay, this is a Lucchese guy who I met, briefly one time. And this is Salvatore Tom Mick Santoro, very well-respected guy. He was an underboss to Tony Ducks Corallo. He was a central figure in the Mafia Commission trial. And very well-respected guy, carried himself well. He was one of the old-timers. I definitely put him in as a big-timer. He definitely was. Very well-respected. Another guy very well-respected, Venero Benieggs Mangano. Genevieve's family ran daily operations while Gigante pretended to be insane. He was under the chin, and he had a lot of power. I met him a couple of times. I liked him. He was very, very quiet. He was very wealthy. He made a lot of money. Because he lasted so long under the chin, and Chin was so powerful, I think I have to put him in there as one of the greatest of all time. Some people are going to, come on, Michael. No, I think so. He lasted a long time up until the commission case. No, I'm sorry. He lasted a long time up until the Holder stuff with the chin. I think I'd have to put him in there as one of the greatest underbosses. And this was due to a lot of stuff I heard on the street. His name kept coming up. You know, maybe we'll talk to Benny Eggs about it. Benny Eggs. I heard it so many times. Very well-respected guy. I know my father liked him, so I put him up there as one of the greatest. All right. Philip Rusty Rostelli, a Bonanno guy. I knew Philip. I knew Rusty, I should call him. He came from the Greenpoint area. Nice guy. In jail a lot, so he didn't have a chance to do much. My cousin
All right.
Teddy, who was also
All right.
a guy, his name
I
is
gotta.
Francis, was
I
very,
just.
very close to him.
I ordered a pizza,
Teddy,
so.
I met him a couple of times. You know, he was.
Took
he
me a
became
minute.
the boss at one time, but he was in prison for most of his reign there. So I would put Rusty as. I put him as a power player. Without it, and you know what? Let's put him in as big timer, because if you go from underboss to boss, you deserve to be a big timer at that point. Again, couldn't do much, wasn't extremely effective because he was in jail most of the time. Okay, Frankie Frankelot Locasio, you've heard his name before. Gambino guy who's the underboss and consigliere at one time to John Gotti. So he was both at one time. You know what happened with him. He ended up being indicted with Gotti, and he ended up dying in prison. Very well-respected guy, another guy that people talk very well about on the street. I'd have to put him down as a big timer. Didn't have a long time as underboss, obviously, for a lot of reasons, but I put him down as a big timer.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Joseph Joe Piney Armand, you know, another old-timer. You know, very well respected also. You know, I'm saying that, but these old timers that tried to fly under the radar and wielded a lot of power and people had a lot of respect for, you know, they lasted fairly long. You know, and he was, again, a guy that was always spoken of very well, at least in my circles, the people that knew him. I knew my father spoke very well about him also. Andrew Russo spoke very well about Joe Piney. You know, good guy, and he was an underboss, again, with Gotti for a while. Gotti had a lot of underbosses during his short time, and he was a good earner, and he kept things kind of stable behind the scenes, because with Gotti, everything was going crazy. So Gotti had a couple underbosses during his short time as boss, but hey, that's how it goes. So where would I put Joe? I'd put him as, oh gosh, I'd have to put him as a power player. He wouldn't be a big timer because he just didn't carry himself that way. Let's put it that way. But I'd put him definitely as a power player, obviously. Okay, Lucchese guys, Stevie Correa. He was there from 1980s through I think 2020s. I don't know if he's alive or dead, but he was very, very strong in the construction industry in the Bronx. He was very powerful in the unions, and he was Lucchese underboss for a while. I would put him as a real power player. Sally Avellino, he was a Lucchese guy. I knew Sally well. He was very involved in the garbage unions. Now, I shouldn't say union, the association. He was, you know, a very well-respected guy, too. I liked him a lot. You know the story when he was in with Tony Ducks and he had the Jaguar, and the Jaguar was bugged, and a lot of information that came through conversations between Tony Ducks and Sally Avellino were part of the commission case. So he was frowned upon because of that, but hey, what could the guy do? He brings his Jaguar, his car in for maintenance, and the FBI gets in there and they bug the car, and it was very, very damaging. But he was a key figure. He was underboss for a short period of time, Sally Avellino. So I would put Sally as a contender for sure. Salvatore Musacchio, he was a Genovese guy, long-time underboss, and he stayed under the radar. And he was big time in Manhattan and the Bronx.
I want to hear this.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Once again, for the 10,000th time, I repeat, the Democrat Party is a terrorist organization. And yes, of course, I know, a pretty big claim, and big claims require big evidence. And well, friends, we've got that frickin' evidence. You know how the left is always attempting to shove the left-wing extremism problem under the rug as if it isn't really happening? They attempt to write it off as just some fringe, cringe elements of the party. And sure, of course, that's kind of what you'd expect them to say, but it's getting harder and harder to pass that off as the truth these days, as every single freaking time these Antifa networks are getting infiltrated and exposed, as they are in this case by James O'Keefe's team once again, it appears as though all roads lead to the DNC and their little activist and academic networks. Holy friggin' moly, do we have a massive bombshell. James O'Keefe and Cam Higbee infiltrated a left-wing Antifa organization, and now some of the people are being unmasked, and, well, basically, as I insinuated earlier, the road is leading exactly where we would expect. With, of course, the damage control already in effect, these little Antifa terrorists are now scattering like roaches, deleting their accounts, deleting their profiles, attempting to scrub their connections to these left-wing organizations and institutions. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so take a look at this report.
Recently, at Delaney Hall, the illegal immigration detention center in New Jersey, Antifa made headlines by rioting and attacking journalists and law enforcement. Thanks to the journalists' infiltration of their Signal chat groups, O'Keefe Media has been able to review these chats. And within them, they discuss plans for future port blockades and violent protests, celebrations of Charlie Kirk's assassination, and wishes that Trump's assassin had succeeded. You would think radical chats like this would mostly consist of students and activists, but what we found was much more alarming. These people are everywhere. They program your AI, they run your cell phone service, they are execs in medical companies, they are congressional candidates, university administrators, defense attorneys, and perhaps more predictably, ACLU board members. In a chat planning the Elizabeth, New Jersey port blockade, we found Jim Keaty, who served as city councilman in Asbury Park, New Jersey, and also ran for the 4th Congressional District of New Jersey, although he was not successful. Woo Jin Ko was subscribed to the Jackie Support Antifa group chat, which is dedicated to providing support for Jackie McRae, who firebombed 10 NYPD vehicles in 2026. They/she had their Instagram profile linked, which had a matching profile picture to the LinkedIn account. And they're an engineer at OpenAI, the parent company of ChatGPT. Belkacem Melfok, who works as an AI automation leader and expert for T-Mobile. Zainab Tanvir is an imaging director and assistant professor at Rutgers, New Brunswick. Aditi Rao, who is a doctoral candidate in Princeton's Department of Classics. Also in Princeton, New Jersey, at Princeton Theological Seminary, a Presbyterian private school, we found Reverend Shannon Smythe, who serves as the school's director of field education. Cress Volushi was found to have access to NJ Burns' Google Drive, where they upload photos, videos, and even a media kit in preparation for the port blockade on October 3rd. Perhaps quite predictably, Cress Volushi is a board member of the ACLU, and a board member and co-founder of the National Lawyers Guild. The ACLU is notorious for defending Antifa rioters in court, so it doesn't come as a major surprise that their board members would be actively participating in their disruption.
Yeah, pretty much surprise to absolutely no one. So again, building on the point, the left likes to pretend as if Antifa and the radical left-wing extremism that we see is just a small fringe element with no institutional support, but every single time you pull on a thread or you follow a lead, it leads straight back to major left-wing institutions and Democrat-aligned NGOs and organizations. In this case, of course, this Antifa cell directly leading to Rutgers University, an imaging director and an ACLU board member, not just some schizo blue-haired Reddit moderator. No, people that are embedded inside supposedly respectable institutions. And this is the real problem. The Democrat Party has an extremist problem, and yet we cannot get them to lift a finger. They've spent years refusing to even acknowledge it. Joe Biden himself once claimed that Antifa's just an idea, man, not an organization.
Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you got it.
Not militia.
We also heard the same thing from Jerry Nadler, who claimed that Antifa was a myth.
You disavow the violence from Antifa? That's happening in Portland right now? There's riots.
That's a myth.
that's being spread only in Washington, D.C.
About Antifa in Portland?
Yes.
And yet, time and time again, Antifa shows its ugly self. We find the connection to the Democrat Party, and they simply disregard it. And what a dishonest deflection it is to suggest that Antifa is just an idea. It's not organized. Well, very clearly, Antifa has funding. They have organizational structures, cells, networks. They have chat groups and Discord groups. As we saw in the anti-ICE activities in Minnesota and other states, they had live dispatch channels, sending people essentially to go commit seppuku by ICE agent. And also, I'd like to point out how during those Minnesota anti-ICE riots, remember how the people involved in that group got exposed, and once again, many of them were working for prominent Democrats or part of Democrat organizations. These little terror cells keep leading back to Democrat networks in the Democrat Party, and instead of confronting it, they defend it, they downplay it, or they pretend that it doesn't exist. And that's part of the problem, because that refusal to deal with their own radical elements has allowed this ideology to grow deeper inside the party. It's no longer theoretical. And I mean that quite literally, as now the culture that has been allowed to fester on the left is leading to actual physical terror plots on American soil. And look, we could go way far back: the Antifa terror, the summer of riots, the assassination plots on President Trump, the Charlie Kirk murder, yada yada, the anti-ICE stuff, the Tesla bombings. But we don't even have to go that far. No, just go back a few freaking days ago. The FBI thwarted a radical left-wing terror cell that was planning a drone attack and sniper attack at the UFC Freedom 250 event.
Explosive-packed drones hitting buildings near the event, forcing a mass evacuation and steering crowds towards a pre-staged sniper team. A second wave was then planned to storm the White House gate. The FBI first learned of the threat last Wednesday and worked with law enforcement across multiple states to stop it.
Another situation where young left-wing people had been radicalized, inspired to commit a deeply evil terror attack against the president and all the innocent people who were attending that event. Oh, and by the way, I'd like to point out that they were planning drone attacks. This comes months after Hassan Piker, another prominent left-wing grassroots activist, said this.
You really don't need bombing anymore. You really don't need that anymore in drone warfare, right? You don't need that at all. Just make drones. You can purchase them in the online marketplace. Like, China literally sells explosive ordnance delivery mechanisms that you can put to a DJI drone that you can purchase, like, virtually.
Once again, connecting the dots, right, from that terror attack to Hassan Piker, and we could connect Hassan Piker to many prominent establishment Democrats. You know, this right here, I'd argue, is kind of hard to run away from. You got this guy, arguably the most famous left-wing political commentator online, openly discussing to use kamikaze drones in terror attacks. Now, of course, he was giving that advice to Islamic terror groups, but considering his domestic worldview,
let the streets soak in their red capitalist bloods, dude.
Yeah, I'd say it's not really a far stretch in connection with some of the homegrown acts of terror that we're seeing here. There is obviously something very deeply disturbing that is festering on the left, and it's no longer time to be skirting the issue or to be too scared to say it. No, now is the time to highlight it and call it exactly as we see it. The Democrat Party has a domestic terrorism problem. We know it, and frankly, they know it as well. And that's really probably one of the most disgusting elements here. You know, the Democrat Party is always defending themselves. They're defending their claim of moral authority and superiority. They're the good guys. They act all righteous, right? Like they're the ones fighting the good fight. But one thing you notice is that every single time, I mean, the second their connections, their statements, their track record gets exposed, what they're actually up to behind the scenes, all of a sudden they run, they delete their profiles, they disassociate, they downplay their words. It's because they know that they're up to something nefarious, despite their flowery portrayals, and that basically tells you all that you need to know. That's the indirect admission, and so if the admission's there, why would I run away from calling a spade a spade? The Democrat Party has become an extreme organization, maybe not directly, but certainly indirectly in what they're willing to accept, defend, and allow to continue to fester and bubble beneath the surface. And this is yet again another example of exactly that.
From divine grilled cheeses selling for thousands of dollars to offering your forehead space to the highest bidder and all the way to auctioning off your virginity to a complete stranger, today we'll be exploring some of the most ludicrous auctions, sales, and sometimes illicit transactions that have ever taken place on the internet. And I can think of no better place to start than the legend of Cheetozard. Sometime in late 2018, two brothers were on a road trip in the United States when they stopped at a convenience store for snacks and refreshments. Like a true seasoned snack connoisseur, the younger brother makes his way to the chips and grabs him a bag of flaming hot Cheetos. Great choice. On his way to the register, he can't help but notice the colorfully obnoxious array of scratch-off lottery tickets on display at the counter. He ignores the temptation, pays for his Cheetos, and walks out. But unbeknownst to him, despite not playing the tickets, he had just hit the jackpot. When the brothers return to the car, they dig into their junk food smorgasbord, and about halfway into the bag, our flamin' hot enjoyer makes a remarkable discovery. From the depths of the Cheeto bag, he pulls a flaming hot Cheeto with a striking resemblance to that of a dragon, but not just any dragon. Given its red powdery hue and particular shape, well, the damn thing looked awfully like Charizard. Now, there have been many instances of Cheetos looking like things. Gorillas, Bigfoot, hell, even Jesus. But I'll be damned if a Cheeto has ever looked more like anything than this Cheeto looked like a Charizard. It's got the horns, the stubby little arms, wings, the thick hind legs, the tail, and even a little flame plume to boot. It's not perfect, but for RNG Cheeto assembly line luck, this is a 1 in a billion pull. The brothers were very much amused by the finding and the chip's uncanny resemblance to the iconic fire-flying type Pokemon. It seemed like a pretty rare discovery, and the younger brother very quickly decided that he was going to save the chip as a keepsake. That was until his older brother, who was also enamored with the Cheeto Charizard, well, he made an offer. That being, I'll trade you some Power Rangers toys for it. You got a deal. The road trip goes on without a hitch. They make the trade when they get home, and that's that. But the story of what would become known as Cheetozard is far from over, and will soon become rich with internet tomfoolery. After receiving Cheetozard in the trade with his brother, he went on to execute his covert master plan, that being sell the one-of-one Cheetozard for quick cash on eBay. It's not exactly known how many offers he got for it, but there was a fair amount of interest in Cheetozard. And we actually do know who purchased it. First and Goal Collectibles, a sport memorabilia and trading card outfit based in Canada.
So we've known for a little while now that the SPLC has been like secretly funding these right-wing groups and far-right groups and trying to make like Nazism and racism and all these terrible things look so much worse than they actually are, right? And basically, as an anti-racist organization, that gives them a lot of work, a lot of funding, a lot of grants, a lot of promotion. Look at all the horrible, terrible, bad Nazi men that we're all fighting against and everything. But it turns out that the SPLC has actually been secretly funding a lot of that racism to basically give itself legitimacy, kind of like, you know, the firefighters that go around starting fires on their own so that they can turn up and save the day. That's essentially what the SPLC has been caught doing, and more stuff has been coming out over time. The SPLC has also been sued like so many times, and they've had to give massive payouts to people that they've falsely branded as like terrorists and white supremacists and all this stuff as well, because they're a joke of an organization. And basically more and more stuff has been coming out about this, and it turns out it's a lot worse and goes a lot deeper than we originally thought. SPLC boss funneled $1.2 million to lover and neo-Nazi group. Pair even had a joint bank account. So like I work for the SPLC and our boyfriend was apparently a neo-Nazi. What can I say? Women, no matter their stripe, they like right-wing men. Very, very famous story. I'm definitely not going to say names. There was an event I was at. There was a big right-wing event, and there was a lot of journalists there, and there was like 3 feminist journalists from outlets that you've definitely heard of, and they were walking around and they were tweeting and like, so misogynistic and all these men, these big stinky right-wing men, like all this shit. And those three journalists, later on that night, we were like, oh, come on over and have a drink with us. Oh, fucking don't be like that. Come on over and have a drink. And never make him over and have a drink with us. And later on that night, those three journalists get absolutely dicked down by fucking oil workers in MAGA hats in the hotel that very same night. Women like right-wing men, it's just the way it is. But basically, it seems in this case, yeah, she definitely did her little naughty side piece. A little neo-Nazi naughty side piece. A top Southern Poverty Law Centre official is accused of helping funnel $1.2 million in donor money to an informant in the National Alliance white supremacist group, who was also allegedly her lover. This is the makings of a movie. By the way, I would probably watch this. And also remember the golden rule, you know, never ask a woman her age, never ask a man his salary, never ask a white supremacist the ethnicity of his girlfriend. Or in this case, who his girlfriend works for. The Department of Justice filed a superseding indictment against the SPLC, accusing it of funneling donor cash to hate groups. They were then telling donors they were fighting. One figure, referred to as Employee 2 in the indictment, is described as a person who would become director of the SPLC's intelligence project. Look at that great big munter. You can tell that she shouts at people in the service industry. It also described how Employee 2 wrote an article based on materials stolen from National Alliance headquarters in 2014 and then paid off an informant to take the blame for the robbery. Committing crimes now. Based on the details in the June the 2nd superseding indictment, Employee 2 is believed to be Heidi Berrick, a 58-year-old fascism expert who was the director of intelligence at the Alabama-based anti-extremism non-profit between 2012 and 2019. Fascism expert. A lot of them call themselves fascism experts and then have absolutely no idea what the fuck they're talking about or what they're describing. What do you mean I'm not allowed to violate people's human rights? That's fascism. The fucking clowns, man. The indictment alleges Berrick was very close to the informant known only as F9, who infiltrated the neo-Nazi organisation National Alliance. Berrick was also in a romantic relationship with F9. During this relationship, Berrick and F9 had shared a house and 2 bank accounts.
It's not going to grow tonight.
Between 2015 and 2021, approximately $140,000 in donors' money flowed from the SPLC operating account and was ultimately deposited into the joint bank accounts held by F9 and Berrick. See all these people that are socialists, they always seem to want to just steal money. Hey, everybody give us all your money, and then they all get caught stealing it. Klaus Schwab, this bitch, the SNP, fucking all of them, they all just get caught stealing money all the time. Cheers fighting for its life. This amounted to approximately 66% of all money ever deposited into their joint accounts. Berrick then used donors' money to pay the couple's personal living expenses. The indictment also claims that while getting paid by the SPLC, the unnamed informant was also raising money for the National Alliance and helping to carry out its extremist activities. The indictment describes how a source broke into National Alliance's headquarters in West Virginia in 2014 and stole approximately 25 boxes of documents, took them over state lines into North Carolina and copied them before returning the originals. Cross state lines, eh? Dear, oh dear. In 2015, Berrick wrote an article allegedly based on these stolen materials for her group's Hate Watch section of its website. That article, Chaos at the Compound, is still available. The indictment then describes how the SPLC tried to cover up who their informant was by paying a second informant approximately $6,000 to take responsibility for the burglary. Berrick and SPLC did not respond to requests for comment from the Post. I knew it was that fat, ugly hog, Heidi Berrick. National Alliance Chairman William White Williams at 78, good middle name for that particular group, 78, told the Post from his home in East Tennessee. He also confirmed the details of the indictment match what happened to the group. I think some of those cutters want to get out of the movement and they went to the SPLC for help. But instead of helping them, the SPLC said, "Why don't you stay in and get paid?" He added, of the informants. Birek had joined the SPLC in 1999 and became director of the Intelligence Project in 2012. She left in 2019 as part of a massive shake-up, where many top brass departed amid accusations of racism, and the anti-racist group, well, I never, and sexual harassment. Well, they are leftists, with the group mainly being run by white people and black people in its lower ranks. The way the Lord intended. Now, Birek was not publicly implicated in those scandals. Alabama-based SPLC has been charged with wire fraud, bank fraud, and money laundering conspiracy for allegedly engaging in the active promotion of racist groups at the same time that the SPLC was denouncing the same groups on its website. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche and FBI Director Cass Patel announced on April 21st. Patel, charged with far from using spies to dismantle the hate groups, the SPLC gave them over $4 million to keep promoting their ideology, thus giving them something to point out and seek donors to fight against. The non-profit has amassed some $800 million to do so, its publicly released non-profit accounting shows. So basically, they were encouraging racism on purpose and using donor money to encourage the racism, and then using that racism to encourage the donors to give them even more money. This was literally a racism Ponzi scheme. That's how a Ponzi scheme works. The SPLC was a racism Ponzi scheme. By 2013, the National Alliance had effectively ceased to exist. That year, group chairman Eric Lieb, a former boxer nicknamed the Aryan Barbarian, had sent a letter to followers saying the group was ending its membership program that September, writing they were abandoning dues-paying chapters in favour of a supporter-based structure. Membership had collapsed from 1,400 to around 20 in less than a decade. Despite the internal chaos and decline, the following year the SPLC began bolstering the group's public profile, writing nearly a dozen articles about the organisation. Tax filings reviewed by the Post show Birek earned $190,000 a year in salary and benefits from the SPLC before her departure. Is that her there? I can fix her. Okay. Carry on. Mystery surrounds the identity of the informant F9, who received $1.2 million in total from the SPLC over 20 years, according to the indictment. Property records reviewed by the Post revealed that during the years covered by the indictment, 2010 to 2023, Birek owned a vacation home in Ellijay, Georgia, an upscale mountain town north of Atlanta, in addition to her Montgomery, Alabama residence. Williams said he too was stumped by F9's identity. However, he noted the group was somewhat paranoid and there had been suspicions about various members over who could be a turncoat or potential informant for any number of other groups or law enforcement. That's the problem when you're in any kind of right-wing group. Like, do what I do. Whenever you find yourself in those places, you don't fucking know that guy. You know him, you don't know a fucking thing about him. Like, hi, yeah, okay, I'll pose for a selfie, I'll do all that type of stuff. Oh, how's your divorce going? Fucking disgusting. Hey kids, do you want to join my Discord server and we can talk about sawn-off shotguns and pipe bombs and stuff like that? Can you tell me your name and social security number? Any of you cool kids know where a fly cat like me could find the recipe for potassium nitrate? Like, okay. Just don't fucking open your mouth, right? You've no idea who the fuck you're talking to, and the problem is if you're any kind of, especially if you're a far-right group, you've definitely got at the very least two feds. At the very least two feds in your operation. That's just something that happens. There has been some groups where they find out very early who the feds are, and they just have a laugh with them and feed them absolute bullshit information and all that. And that's funny, to be honest. National Alliance was founded by a man named William Pierce in 1974 and had around 2,500 members when he died in 2002. Williams noted speculation about how the only other person who had access to the office from which these sensitive documents were stolen was former National Alliance business manager Robert Desmarais. In a biography of Pierce, Desmarais, now 79, is described as a quiet, lonely and childless man who ate sugar-frosted flakes alone at his kitchen table each morning and settled in with a microwave TV dinner each night. The SPLC's Hate Watch profile for Desmarais is written with a light hand, noting that he is no ideologue and focused on administrative matters. Sounds like they gave him a bit
Alright,
of an easy
give me a
time.
second.
That's
I will be back.
Another source questioned
I have to run and go grab my pizza. It'll take me like 5 minutes.
some kind of informant. His messy and public divorce in 2005 from stripper and ex-Playboy model wife Erica Glebe. Your right-wing movement, sir, had hurled the group into chaos. Anyway, particularly after she published a since-deleted blog post titled "I Married a Freak," said the ex-Playboy model and stripper, accusing Glebe of deviant sexual behaviour coming from the ex-Playboy model and stripper, involving Catholic schoolgirl uniforms, as well as regular philandering. Neither Desmarais nor Glebe could be reached for comment. The post can also reveal the source paid to take the fall for stealing the National Alliance's documents was Randolph Dillaway, referred to as F-39 in the indictment. Described as quirky, described as a quirky, nearly deaf accountant who bounced around among 6 other hate groups before landing at National Alliance. Bierek herself gave his name away in a 2015 article published on the SPLC's website describing the terrified defector with a goldmine of documents who came running to the SPLC for help after having a gun shoved in his face by Williams. For 5 months now, Dillaway organised, examined and in many cases copied key documents and data files among tens of thousands of pages of sales receipts, donation records and ledgers, she wrote. Dillaway's reputation in the white racist subculture has always been conflicted. The quirky accountant has been exploited for his skills by at least half a dozen hate groups since 2004, the article continued. The copied material that formed the basis of Bierek's article were also later the subject of a 2019 lawsuit in Maryland by one of the other people named in the article, lawyer Glenn K. Allen, which named Bierek and another member of SPLC, Mark Potok, as defendants. Allen claimed his name was associated with National Alliance based on privileged and confidential materials and had lost him his job at the Baltimore City Law Department. The case was thrown out in 2021. But I mean, that is... He was right, though. Like, I don't know what's the equivalent of data protection in America. We've got the Data Protection Act. I'm not sure how it works in America. In April, the Post exclusively unmasked other informants mentioned in the indictment, including a one-legged imperial wizard in the KKK named Bradley Scott Jenkins, who took the non-profit's money while revitalizing a once-defunct KKK splinter group, and a litter-hating Georgia mum named April Chambers, who was a KKK member and runs a home cleaning business. And I believe that is the end of the article. I don't... Litter-hating KKK member. You know what I hate? I hate these litters. I hate these litters. Get these litters out. Burn a big cross made of trash on their lawn. I ain't having my daughter dating no goddamn litter. That's what you homed in on? That's what you homed in on, okay. Right, so basically, one thing that we've known for quite a long time is that so much stuff is just run by feds. So much stuff is just run and manufactured by feds. We've just had a big revelation here in the UK where see all the migrant stuff, where all the victims' families all read the exact same statement, singing "Don't look back in anger" in public, having fake mourners turning up with flowers at events and stuff like that. Like, all of that has been done by the RICU unit. We found out that so much stuff is fake and gay. A lot of the stuff this is the thing that's a revelation about it, is a lot of the stuff that leftists believe and a lot of the pro-migrant opinions that the normies have is literally propaganda. There is a special unit that has been set up to psyop people into believing that, and it's now been exposed. Now, give them a little bit of time, because imagine, man, how would you feel if you woke up one morning and found out that every single thing you've ever believed was a fucking lie based on propaganda? So they're going to have a hard time of it right now. Just give them time. Give them time. But basically, it's not just the Riku unit, it's also places like the SPLC. Now, whereas the Riku unit are doing it so that they can basically get us to all nod and smile along as we get marched into a communist dystopia, the SPLC are doing it for, funnily enough, not communist reasons, but purely capitalist ones. They want as much money as they possibly can get. And basically, as an anti-racist organization, they need to make racism look really, really bad. And oh my God, look at all these hate groups. That's my boyfriend, but ignore that, right? Just look at all these horrible hate groups everywhere, and it's terrible. And you're going to go home and you're going to find a white supremacist under your bed reading Jean Raspail's Camp of the Saints, which I've just finished, by the way. Very, very good, right? So that's going to happen to you if you don't give a shit tons of money, and loads of people are going to go, oh my God, oh no, and then leftists give them money. And that's very, very important, because leftists don't fucking have money. They don't even have jobs, right? And basically they're handing this money over, and it turns out that racism that they were so afraid of is being created and manufactured by the very group that's apparently supposed to prevent it. Basically, the fact that they have now been caught several times over enabling, encouraging, and creating the racism that they claim to be fighting against, I don't think the SPLC is going to survive this.
He promised them work, good jobs, steady pay, and a future on the south coast of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. For young women with nothing but a handwritten resume and borrowed bus fare, he must have sounded like an answer to a prayer. He was polite, warm, even. The kind of man you'd trust to help you start a new life. But one by one, they vanished. His name was Tozamile Taki, a man called a real jackal in a sheepskin. This is the sugarcane killer. Crime, conspiracy, cults, serial killers, and murder. All things that I love to consume, and I know you do too, you sick, twisted, beautiful, intellectually minded freak. Today, we are talking about a little-known case, but an extremely infamous serial killer. So without further ado, let's unbuckle our seatbelts, go Mach 5 down the highway, slam on the brakes, and bust through the windshield into the serial killer case together. Let's take a quick pause to talk about a problem I have. Now for me, eating healthy has never really been a willpower problem, except for that 1 week of the month, if you know what I mean. It's more of a setup problem, really. Is by the time I'm hungry and wiped out at the end of the day, the last thing I have in me is to cook something from scratch. And that's where Factor saves me. Factor is fully prepared meals designed by dietitians and crafted by chefs, delivered right to my door. And with Factor, I'm actually hitting my nutrition goals this season, without the planning and the grocery runs. Or the cooking. And my go-to lately has been the honey butter chicken breast. It is so delectable, and you'd never know it was microwaved. But it is, and it's ready in 2 minutes, and it's never frozen, and it's always fresh. With over 100 rotating weekly meals, so I never get bored of what I'm eating. I use Factor, and you should too. So head to factormeals.com/CCCM50off and use code CCCM50off to get 50% off and free daily greens per box, with new subscription only and while supplies last. Thank you so much to Factor for sponsoring this video, keeping me fed and supporting the channel, and let's get back to it. Tozamile Taki was born in 1971 in a rural area called Kwamajola near the town of Port St. John's, and it sits along the wild coast of South Africa's Eastern Cape province. And today, it's one of the most beautiful and one of the poorest places in the country. But in 1971, Port St. John's wasn't part of South Africa at all. At least, not really. It belonged to the Transkei, one of the apartheid government's so-called homelands, or Bantustans. And these were territories carved out by the white minority regime and designated for black South Africans, separated along ethnic and tribal lines. And the idea was essentially forced removal disguised as self-governance. But before any Batustan, the Transkei was designated as a pipeline feeding cheap workers to the mines. And Cecil Joan Rhodes, the Prime Minister of the Cape Colony, set the template in the 1890s. And hut taxes bled families dry, and anti-squatter laws made it illegal for black farmers to work productive land. And labor taxes did the rest. The message was simple: go to the mines or starve. So by the time Taki was born, the system had been grinding for nearly a century, and the land was basically barren, and the infrastructure was almost non-existent, and the men were gone. And Port St. John's fell within what's now called the OR Tambo District. So by every poverty measure available, OR Tambo sits at the bottom of the Eastern Cape. And the Eastern Cape sits at the bottom of the country, and nearly 65% of the people there live in poverty. 65%, that's crazy. And unemployment runs at about the same number. 18% of the population made it through school, and only 6% went any further than that. And nearly 60% of households have a woman at the head. And in a lot of cases, it's a grandmother living on a government pension. And census data from 2001 shows that isiXhosa was the first language of over 98% of residents in Port St. John's. So this was a tight-knit, deeply rural, overwhelmingly Xhosa community. And even after the apartheid ended in 1994 and the Transkei was folded back into the new South Africa, the poverty remained. And if you pull up a modern poverty map of South Africa and then pull up a map of the old Bantustans, you're looking at the same picture. The damage was structural, and it outlasted the regime that built it. This is the world Taki was born into. So there isn't too much known about Taki's childhood, but what we do know is that Taki was the eldest of 4 children, and his father left for Johannesburg.
All right,
to
I'm
find
back.
work,
Sorry it
and
took
Taki
so long.
was only 9 years old, and he would never come back. And his mother couldn't work due to an illness, so the family basically had no income. So at only 13 years old, Taki was done with childhood because he needed a paycheck. So Taki
Anyway, JD Vance directly calling out the Israeli cabinet members for their personal attacks on Trump. Okay, let's see this.
What I will say, and this does bother me, is that you've seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal, and in some ways very personally attacked the President of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be,
we butter your fucking bread. We keep you alive. We give you money. We defend you. We share intelligence with you. If it wasn't for us, Iran would be bombing you fucking constantly. Shut your fucking mouth, and whenever we say jump, you say how high. That's what I think you should say, JD. But let's hear the political version of this.
number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world.
Yeah.
And the second message I would give is that over the last 3 months, 2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars.
So he's saying the political way of saying exactly what I was saying, which means that probably behind closed doors, they're probably saying the exact things that I'm saying. We own you. You should be saying thank you.
The problem for Israel is not Donald J. Trump. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the President of the United States needs to wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in. I've seen some progressive criticisms of me personally saying, what experience does the Vice President of the United States have with hostile, high-stakes negotiations? And I would point those progressive critics to the fact that just 2 days ago, I spent over an hour on The View. So all American history in this administration. You guys might be skeptical of this, but I promise you it's true.
I have to go to break. Anna, God, please,
I actually have great experience in very hostile negotiations, and I've used that. I mean, look, Joy Behar is way tougher than the Iranians.
But you know what's crazy is I'm not sure if he's lying. I mean, you have on one side a seasoned religious extremist cleric psychopath, but on the other hand, you have a white liberal woman in America. I don't know who's going to come out ahead there. Israel is your only ally. And the thing is that, didn't Mark Levin come out and talk about nuclear bombs?
But Israel has some very, very powerful weapons that it has not used. I don't know this firsthand. Just go online and read about it. It's a secret that's not so secretive. And they've had them for decades. Israel will survive, period.
That's great. Yeah. If Israel nukes Tehran, you know what? That would really make everything better. That's going to make everybody like you. That's going to make everybody on your side. Absolutely.
On September 10, 2025, cops were called to Fort Lauderdale International
Fort Lauderdale is in Florida.
Airport in reference to a Spirit Airlines disturbance. After a passenger refused to pay for a carry-on bag, she proceeded to curse out the airline staff. She also threw her bag and left it on the jet bridge and forced her way onto the plane, according to the Spirit Airline witnesses.
Damn.
These are the events that unfolded.
What's up? What do we got?
We got, I need this just to come off the aircraft because when she come in, you know, we told her to pay for the carry-on bag. She got 2 items and everything.
So she didn't want to pay for the carry-on?
She didn't want to pay.
She doesn't want to pay. That wasn't even the issue. So she get irate and then she was yelling and screaming and everything.
That's her bag. So she just threw that shit on the ground.
And then technically she went on by
That's
force.
her bag right there?
Yeah, So we told her to go back.
How did she get on the plane?
She went by force. Even
She
we
just
told her
walked
not
by.
to go. Yes.
And now she won't
board. She didn't board.
Now she won't get off? Or you didn't ask her yet to get off?
Yeah, she needs to get off.
When people do this, I always wonder, like, what is your best case scenario? Do you think that they're just going to be like, oh, you got us? They're going to call the police. Like, what do they think is going to happen?
No, but did you ask her already to come off? She said no?
No, she said she's not coming.
Okay. Whose is this?
That's right.
21A?
Uh-oh.
What color is
Name is Jackie.
What color shirt is she wearing?
Like a blue sweater or something. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh.
Pardon?
They act on impulse? Yeah. Can't have people like that. Absolutely thriving. Thriving. Oh my God. Have you guys ever like been on an airplane and then nobody's in your row? Like, isn't that the best feeling ever? Oh my God. Totally thriving.
Are you Jackie? I'm gonna need you to step off the airplane and come speak with me outside. Whoever you're traveling with is, I guess, free to stay or come, whichever way. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's step up here out of the doorway here. What happened today? Tell me what's going on. Come up here. I just want to get away from the
That
plane.
lady is so rude. I bought my gift in the shop. When I booked my ticket, like on the way in, the lady said we have a personal item. We don't need to check the bag.
Oh, man.
I bought a gift for my son. I'm going to New York. It's a little toy box. And they asked me, and I told them I bought this gift in the airport. And my husband was begging her to do a big gift for me. And they started following me, harassing me for a gift. I'm like, ma'am, I just bought this gift.
Because they said, well, because now it's 2 items instead of 1.
But it was a gift box.
3 by the 30. I'm trying to talk about parties and everything.
I left the box for them.
She actually left
I left the box for them. 'Cause I'm not
Dude, you know you're with a crash out. You know, like, what are you doing? I feel so bad for these guys that are like obviously probably very mild-mannered, reasonable guys, and they just have to sit there and like listen to these people just totally melt down.
I paid $90 for a $30 gift. They can have it. And I left and she still called me to come follow me.
Okay, so you have that. You have that box.
My kid's toy.
And when she gave you a hard time because it was two items, you said, screw it, I was going to leave it.
She harassed you.
Also, just, I don't mean to point anything out. I don't want to take, but I'm holding a toy in my hand, sir. She was singled out for I don't know what reason. So.
Okay, I understand. So here's the thing. She's saying that then she told you not to get on board and just kind of push.
I don't know what he means by that. A toy in his hand?
You actually haven't even.
What?
You actually haven't even scanned your ticket and
I
checked
didn't
in.
scan my ticket. That's how they know. I left the box and came to catch my flight because I don't want to miss it. I left the box because that's what she wanted. If I give her what she wanted,
She threw it on the ground?
I don't want to pay $90 for a $30 gift.
How do you think that? How do you, in any capacity, think that throwing something on the ground in the air tunnel is the acceptable thing to do? How can you ever even imagine this is acceptable? It's unbelievable.
If she wants the box, if it's that serious, they have the box, and I just went on about my business. She still followed through, even though I'm not violent, I'm not causing problems, I'm not saying nothing. She still called the police.
Good.
Okay. Just go and wait here with my partner. I'll be right back.
Good. He admitted they said they targeted her because of her race. Right.
Do you know what we're doing? Is she rebooking? Is she refunded?
We have to ask the man call her.
Right, no, I knew that. The question was, are they getting refunded or rebooked?
They're gonna get rebooked, but if they don't want it, then I
Do they have check bags underneath this plane?
I have to double check. I get operations there, and I have to double check.
It's actually adult daycare, bro. Like this, it's insane. The cop has to fucking min-max this stuff.
No check back.
Uh-huh.
No, yes. She was here. She just actually.
Yeah, like Spirit Daycare. Yeah, isn't it just insane?
We asked her to come up. She said no, she's not going to come.
People are missing a bigger point. 100 people's lives are fucked up because of this. Yeah, exactly.
So here's what's going to happen. You're going to take your stuff and your stops. You're going to grab the box that's over there. We're going to rebook you on another flight with a different crew, and then you'll fly home. They're not going to let you on this plane.
Why I have to be
Ma'am,
here?
I don't make that decision. It's not up to me. Spirit Airlines doesn't like the way that you acted.
My attitude?
No, the way you acted.
Yep, your attitude. That's right.
Whatever, they don't like it. So here's the thing. That's for you to take up with them. Between you and Spirit
So
Airlines.
you're sensitive because
So
I'm
they're
upset
saying
that
you're
I
going to,
didn't take my box?
ma'am, please don't argue with me. I'm trying to make this really, really simple. You're
Adult daycare. It's actually crazy. How is
not
this
going to
even
get on
real?
this plane. They're going to rebook you. You'll be allowed to fly at a later time this afternoon or whatever, whenever the flight is that they put you on. That's it.
And I got to be with her to book me? Can I find somebody
I'm
else?
going to stand here with you the whole
Please,
time.
because it's for her.
Or you can go to guest services, either way. Which is at Terminal 4 in the customer service at the ticket desk. Sir, sir, the sarcasm isn't needed.
No,
Start headed that way.
It's needed. It does. It's needed.
Damn.
You got to go to Terminal 4 to the Spirit check-in.
And I said, no, I need it. I really need it tonight.
He doesn't hold grudges. He holds memories. Sharp ones. Mel Brooks remembers every actor who fumbled a line, ignored a note, or walked on set thinking they were bigger than the movie. And once you're on that list, you don't come off it.
Guts, you had such guts. Guts.
For over 60 years, Mel Brooks built empires from lunacy. From Blazing Saddles to Young Frankenstein, He redefined comedy with one rule: control the chaos. Behind every wild performance was precision, timing, and above all else, trust. And when that trust broke, Brooks didn't yell, he didn't rant, he wrote you out. Permanently. The producers, Spaceballs, History of the World. Brooks didn't just cast characters, he built machines. Actors were cogs in something bigger, faster, louder. If the cog squeaked too much, he replaced it mid-spin.
Hire them and hire them and fire them. Hire and fire and fire and hire.
Some actors broke the rule, some ignored it, others didn't even know there was a rule. But Mel remembered every one of them. The ones who wasted his time, who thought they were smarter than the script, who forgot they were guests in a world he created from scratch. He's praised 1,000 actors, but 5 stand out for all the wrong reasons. The ego clashes, the silence after a scene, the firing that never made the press release. Here are the 5 actors Mel Brooks never forgave. Number 1, Frank Langella. Some actors lose roles. Frank Langella lost the director. On paper, he looked like the answer. Mel Brooks was developing Dracula, dead and loving it, and Langella had already played Dracula on Broadway to rave reviews. Tall, charismatic, deeply theatrical. He was Dracula, at least the serious version, and that was the problem. Brooks wasn't making serious. He wasn't interested in gothic tragedy or moody stares through candlelight. He wanted gags, spit takes, a vampire who could monologue 1 minute and slip on a candelabra the next. Langella walked into pre-production like he was reprising Hamlet. From day one, the tone was off. Rehearsals stalled. Brooks, who usually ran his sets like a controlled circus, found himself slowing down. Langella didn't react to jokes. He didn't improvise. He delivered his lines like scripture, etched in stone, immune to chaos. He wasn't playing Dracula, Brooks later told a friend. He was auditioning for sainthood. Brooks tried to steer him. Notes, pitches, light nudges. Nothing worked. Langella absorbed them politely, then walked right back into marble statue mode. Behind the scenes, tension grew. Brooks needed momentum. Langella gave him gravity. Scenes that were supposed to bounce collapsed under the weight of every serious pause. The cast, seasoned comics and character actors started hesitating. Crew members whispered, "Is this a comedy or an opera?" One moment sealed it. During a test read, Brooks gave Langella a new line. It was a classic Brooks twist, a dramatic setup that ended in a pratfall. Langella blinked, paused, then asked flatly, "Do you want me to mock the text?" Brooks stared at him for a beat, then reportedly replied, "No, I want you to survive it." That was the last straw. By the end of the week, Langella was gone. There was no shouting, no press release, just a replacement, Leslie Nielsen. A different kind of Dracula, one who could play everything straight while the world fell apart around him. That's what Brooks wanted, not gravitas, but control over the chaos. Nielsen delivered that, Langella didn't. Officially, the reason for the casting change was creative differences, but anyone close to the production knew what happened. Mel Brooks wasn't going to arm wrestle a Shakespearean statue into doing slapstick. He wanted someone who understood the joke before the punchline hit. Langella didn't. He left the film quietly and never spoke about it again. Brooks, for his part, never insulted him publicly, but in interviews, when Dracula, dead and loving, it came up, he always spoke about Nielsen with one word: perfect. Langella's name never mentioned. In Brooks' world, there were 2 kinds of actors, those who elevated the madness and those who got swallowed by it. Langella arrived with a crown, but Mel wasn't making royalty, he was making chaos, and you had to love the fall. Number 2, Gene Wilder. Some betrayals come from strangers. Mel Brooks's most painful one came from a friend. Gene Wilder wasn't just another actor, he was Brooks's creative soulmate. Together they'd rewritten what comedy could be. The producers, Blazing Saddles, Young Frankenstein, they weren't just hits, they were revolutions. But after Young Frankenstein, everything changed. Wilder had written most of the film's script. Brooks shaped it, directed it, and fought to keep it in black and white. The final product was electric, an instant classic. But behind the scenes, something cracked. Wilder had a second script, one he believed in just as deeply. It was called The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes's Smarter Brother. He wrote it, he wanted to direct it, and he wanted Mel to produce. Brooks said no. Not because it wasn't funny, not because it wasn't good, but because, in his words, Gene wasn't ready to direct. He thought he was. I knew he wasn't. Wilder took that as betrayal. He expected support. Brooks gave him distance. That distance became silence. Wilder went on to make the film without him, and though it featured familiar faces, Marty Feldman, Madeline Kahn, it didn't carry the same magic. The timing was off. The warmth fractured. For years, Brooks and Wilder didn't speak. No public fight, no interviews with hurt feelings. Just two men, once inseparable, moving in opposite directions. Brooks reportedly told a friend, "It was like watching your brother pack up and leave home, except he left with your best joke." They didn't reunite until years later quietly, at an event neither of them expected to attend. No grand apology, no dramatic hug, just a handshake, a few jokes, and eventually a return to something close to friendship. But something stayed broken. They never worked together again. Not because of anger, but because of disappointment. Brooks once said Wilder was the only actor he ever trusted with his unfinished thoughts. He could show him a scene half-formed, a character without a punchline, and Gene would finish it like he'd already read the ending. After Smarter Brother, that trust didn't come back. Wilder had stepped out of the circle, and Mel Brooks, for all his laughter, never let someone step out twice. In public, they remained affectionate, kind, respectful. But in Mel's private world, the one built on rhythm, instinct, and a strange kind of loyalty, Gene Wilder was the actor who cut the thread. Not maliciously, but enough to leave a scar. Because sometimes, the person who knows you best knows exactly where to pull. Number 3. Chevy Chase. Mel Brooks had a sixth sense for energy. Before a line, before a rehearsal, he could feel if someone belonged. With Chevy Chase, that instinct screamed no. They never worked together, not once. And that wasn't by accident, it was by design. Chevy's name came up multiple times in the 80s and early 90s when studios were pushing bankable names into Brooks's orbit. Chase was a star, a household name. He had box office clout and a perfect deadpan delivery. But Mel Brooks shut it down every time. Why? Because Chase broke the first rule of Mel's world. He didn't play well with others. Brooks had seen it before, on talk shows, in behind-the-scenes whispers, in stories from shared friends. Chevy was fast, clever, and scathing. He made rooms laugh, and made them uncomfortable just as fast. Brooks reportedly told a casting director, "He's not acting. He's waiting for everyone else to stop talking so he can prove he's the smartest in the room." Mel didn't want the smartest guy in the room. He wanted the most generous. Someone who could land a punchline and still let someone else take the final laugh. That wasn't Chevy. The biggest near miss came during casting for Spaceballs. Chase's name was floated for Dark Helmet. He had the voice, the dry delivery, the look. Brooks barely entertained it. He wanted Rick Moranis. "Rick knows when to step back," Mel later said. "Chevy only knows how to interrupt." The chemistry mattered more than the credit. In Brooks's world, timing was sacred. Ego was not. Privately, Mel described Chase as someone who crashed comedy instead of dancing with it. He admired the talent, but not the way it showed up. Always smirking, always detached. Comedy to Brooks wasn't about irony.
Full context, now the new face of the left. I keep doing my best to make this guy the face of the left because, you know, he's terrorist. So, in my opinion. So, Hassan Piker is having a really, really very bad, no good, very bad day. And things are going very poorly for him. Right, turns out everyone on the left is canceling all of his events. People are closing down rallies just because he might be showing up. Right, this dude is right now an absolute nightmare to be around. He is a black cloud. All of his candidates that he endorses lose. He is just this dog-shocking, terror-supporting miasma of misery, and everyone is catching on. So first, Hassan has to react to his upset chatters because they're like, wait a second, we're watching and we're really realizing you're like really LARPing as a revolutionary. You know, you're out here, you're fighting for Palestine or whatever. You're fighting for Palestine, but you're not really doing anything. You're just kind of sitting on your ass and making millions of dollars.
Look to these unbelievably powerful forces and why they are so aggressively trying to thwart this movement.
Yeah, no one's trying to thwart you, bro. We're making fun of you, and we're really grateful, honestly. I speak on behalf of every right-winger in America. Thank you, Hassan Piker, for becoming the face of the left. What is the left? Look, it's that guy. It's a foreign Turk that hates America, supports China. He supports Russia's invasion of Ukraine. He loves China's genocide of the Tibetans, and he supports terrorism around the world. That's him. That's the new left. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Hassan.
Okay? I know it's really easy to just go on Twitter and be like, this guy's a sheepdog for the neoliberal Zionist Democratic Party. He just wants to take all this revolutionary potential of the masses and like feed it back in the Democratic Party.
Revolutionary potential is when you say free Palestine on a live stream and make millions.
But like, there's a reason why they're not going after Hammer and Sickle Twitter users, and they're going after my bitch ass. Okay?
Yeah, because no one gives a fuck about these people. No one knows who they are.
Well, because you're a bitch ass.
Game some sort of fame. We know you have an entire chat of domestic terrorists and inbred retards. And honestly, it's great. It's really fun.
My Democratic Party sheepdog ass is getting ass fucked on a daily fucking basis by numerous governments.
Right.
Why the fuck do you think they're not coming after you? Why?
Thanks.
Why is it my ass that's getting fucking gaped?
Yeah, 'cause you're a terrorist. Supporter. Because you're a terrorist supporter.
Why? I've been doing this shit for a decade. And until recently, until I decided to become more active in this part, in the electoral route a little bit, and actually put a couple fucking numbers on the leaderboard, ain't nobody was gaping my ass.
I'm happy to say that it all started when a blue cartoon on the internet decided to gape your ass every day, and I have to say, the snowball took off. Right, Pegasus started his legendary series inspired by me, I'll have you know. Asmongold used to make believe that Hassan was just a guy with different opinions. Now he's like, yeah, this guy fucking is terrorism. I'm just saying, I am just noticing that this is very entertaining.
And now it's gaped.
Gaped.
Why do you think that's the case?
Terrorist.
Why are they not yelling at you?
Terrorist.
You got the radical points. You're posting about Yahya Sinwar all day. Why are they not treating you in the same way?
Because people know who you are. No one knows who these people are.
I don't even got a problem with that posting, too. And yet you yell at...
I don't even have a problem with you glazing Yahya Sinwar, the orchestrator of October 7th, and the reason why so many Palestinians died in Gaza. The guy who started the war that got all of them killed. Now, I just have to say, also, like Roseanne Barr, she ran for president a couple times, very famous. I have to say, the GOAT.
I love how you have gone after, what's his name, Piker.
That's right. I did do that, actually. Thank you for noticing. Yeah, I'm kind of having good. So anyway, Hassan, very upset. All of his events are getting canceled. This is him in his communist, pro-imperialist, Chinese fucking retard outfit. Talking about how he's so mad that he's getting blacklisted from events everywhere because of terrorism.
Fuck.
That was very good. That was very nice. I like that a lot. Oh, I like that a lot. Now, for the full context, this is him crying about it.
Appear. Why are they all canceling? I think part of it is because I'm appearing.
Terrorism. Yeah, people don't like terrorism is not good, actually. And most people realize that intuitively.
God damn, dude.
Oh, yeah, dude.
This shit is so ass.
Oh, look how mad he is.
Oh, God.
Oh,
it's so fucking nasty.
Oh, I like it. It's great.
When did this get posted?
What are you doing?
Bro, this just happened 20 minutes ago.
W?
What the
Dude
fuck?
wakes up, opens Twitter, realizes a different group of people just does not want to be anywhere near this guy.
Live Nation blacklisted us? Wait, what?
Let's go!
I don't like this. There's something strange
It's the Jews, probably.
taking place here.
The Jews did it.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah. W Jews.
I mean, there's a new element of danger involved
Get
with
ready.
this situation now that it's like literally an unsanctioned outdoor event.
There is a level of danger for Hassan Piker to go to an unsanctioned event.
These major venues these massive venues are indoors. There's a level of security involved.
Okay, Hassan, the terrorists are on your side, so you'll be fine.
I mean, the security calculation has changed dramatically. It feels like a level of coordination that I did not fucking think would take place
Let's
at
go.
all.
Turns out people hate him more than he could have possibly anticipated. And honestly, an even funnier point that not enough people are noticing. This guy is LARPing as a revolutionary, and he's afraid to go to a rally full of his own fuck faces to promote Palestine or whatever the fuck he fights for in America. The catharsis, baby. Let's go. Nothing is working out for him.
I'm gonna call it Uber. Alright, we're live. I'm back.
He's so brave.
Hello, welcome. We are currently on our way to an undisclosed location.
An Uber driver gonna be, hello, senor. You suck your dog, senor. I recognize you.
Where I will be interviewing the 3 candidates
That's
that
right. Undisclosed location. He's too scared.
participated in the protest today after the rally that we were supposed to do together got canceled.
All right.
Fucking ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Everyone hates him. It sucks.
I hate this shit.
Aw, poor Hassan.
So the rally ended?
Facing the consequences of his own actions.
Really? It was a good turnout. It was like 60.
And then he shows up for the rally
people.
With his dude. The Muslims are blacklisting him for eating soup. Oh, just so fucking awesome. And then he eventually shows up. Oh, you came too late. It's all over already, Hassan. What, you thought they would wait for you because you're like some celebrity or something?
600 people? Yeah.
Chad was saying it's 6,000 people, but they were exaggerating.
It was like 600, probably 700 people. Well, at first we actually thought you were coming.
Well, the Democratic Socialists of America. This is a borderline, in my opinion, terrorist organization. Right, the guy that murdered the 2 Israeli Christians in Washington, D.C. was part of the Democratic Socialists of America. Charlie Kirk assassin was tied to the Democratic Socialists of America.
Really?
Yeah.
So we had a bunch of security. We had 13 security guards there.
Yo, Hassan, your boy Ahmed, he did not wait for you.
Ready to go. We're like, just in case. Real works, pulls out, says it's an HVAC issue. And we're like, okay, maybe it's an HVAC issue. We had some suspicions, but he seemed genuine. And after that, we started scrambling, found another venue, the Ogden Theater. They cancel right after we signed the contract. So we had both venues signed contracts. They canceled.
We signed contracts, and the guy was like, "Oh, this is Hassan Piker." No, we don't do venue for Hassan Piker.
So what was their response?
It's very bad.
Are they all case?
Day, we go in there, and he looks pretty emotional. And he's like, I've been getting blown up my phone all morning from people who own this place, and the people who own like the lots, the people who own malls around here, like high up in like corporations, saying you can't do this event here. And he was spooked. He's like, people blew up my phone. I've never seen this before. I'm a small business. I can't do this. They're telling me.
Bro, Ahmed, stop talking about people blowing up.
It's a safety risk. And this is the craziest thing, is he's like, you didn't tell me it was a neo-Nazi rally. And
Absolute cinema, bro. They're calling Hassan a neo-Nazi. It doesn't get any better.
I was like, okay, what? And you were there. Yeah, I was shocked when he said that. I called up another venue. He didn't even know, but like, hey, let me talk to my partner. He's like, I reached out to my partner, some folks in the business community who are available, but I can't go with this. People are telling me not to book your event. Called another venue, same story.
The face when you realize you're blacklisted from everywhere because it turns out calling and supporting terrorist organizations who have the credo of fucking murdering Jews, it turns out that is not very appealing to your average guy.
Right. So there was something happening with venue owners.
Oh no!
That they were talking to each other.
Oh shit!
That
Hassan has been blacklisted from every venue in Denver.
Book this event.
The face I make when I'm blacklisted from every venue in Denver. So it keeps getting worse. So every time he goes on a show, he just sounds even more retarded.
If I didn't care about this country, I would just leave. I'd go live somewhere else.
Leave! You literally hate this country.
That's right, but I want to.
He is a subversive agent. Understand what his purpose is.
Want to fix it. I want to
fix this country. You are literally a Turk. Okay, you are literally a Turk. All right, to quote Karl Marx, your hero, the Turkish working class will never amount to anything. I didn't say it. Karl Marx said it.
Fix it because I know that America has tremendous promise, tremendous potential.
I want to subvert America from within and turn it into the epicenter of gay.
But unfortunately, my citizenship and my existence is seen as conditional. And the number one argument that is advanced against me, sometimes by the likes of Randy Fine, you know, sitting U.S. congressperson, is that I must be denaturalized and deported because I'm not a real American citizen.
No, it's because you support terrorist organizations. Duh. And because you were born in America illegally and birthright citizenship's a scam. Yeah. Yes, he's right. You should get deported.
I'm a fake American citizen.
True, yeah.
And that's a really interesting concept because...
Oh, let's go.
Everyone is a fake American citizen at the end of the day. None of them, like everyone came here at a certain point, unless you're literally indigenous, unless you're Native American.
Yeah, the Native Americans are the Christian Europeans that founded the country. I don't know if you understand, but that is how countries work. You ever heard of a nation state? All right, before the United States of America, this was wilderness and jungle. The Native Americans are the founders of America. And I love how this guy is like, Palestine is for the Palestinians. Literally not the indigenous people of the region of Palestine. Palestine is for the Palestinians. America is not for the Americans. It's honestly incredible watching how every single one of these like far leftists, they all support ethno-nationalism, but only for Muslims. Have you noticed how that works? Isn't that funny? It's like, yeah, we can colonize England, but England can't colonize us. It's every single one of these guys. Now, anyway, it keeps getting better. His audience is fucking killing him. The venues are canceling him.
With the lives and livelihoods of Palestinians. That to me, didn't bro shock his dog? I shocked your mother's pussy last night with my penis. She was like, oh my god, I can't believe it. I've never come so hard in my life.
Anyway, that's Hassan Piker, ladies and gentlemen. Very nice. So this guy's been seeing a lot of the right-wing guys turning on Sam Hyde. I mean, I didn't notice that, but okay. I wonder what did it? Was it the men should never feel happy video, or did something happen? And Hassan responds, he cried after Charlie Kirk died. Only time that loser has ever been funny. And it was when he was trying to be serious. So it's, what a loser for laughing when a good man was assassinated in a viral video. Like, what are we even talking about? Now understand, you think it's fucking funny, dude? Hassanabi loses it after a fan mentions Sam Hyde at TwitchCon. Right, so mentioning Sam Hyde to Hassan Piker will make him cry. But Sam Hyde crying when Charlie Kirk gets assassinated makes him a pussy and a coward. Now, understand, Hassan Piker is out here crying about the fact that he was canceled from all these venues. And quote, he literally says, this kind of disruption does not happen to right-wingers, regardless of the amount of pushback they receive from actual student groups and actual protesters and actual organizers. First of all, that is not true. Well, when have you ever seen Nick Fuentes have some sort of rally at a venue? It doesn't exist. Right, he's been absolutely canceled from all these places, and I've been told Nick Fuentes is much worse than Hassan Piker. You're retarded if you think so. Hassan Piker is infinitely worse than Nick Fuentes. I've never heard Nick Fuentes call for violence ever. Hassan does it like daily. All right, they never do this for Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro, for all of his faults, is a decent guy that doesn't endorse violence. He doesn't call for terrorism. He's a dude that's married with a bunch of kids, happily as far as anyone knows. Zero drama that happened in his personal life. He didn't go to fucking brothels in Germany where he allegedly had sex with children. He didn't support multiple Islamic terror organizations, etc. And then they mentioned, and Charlie Kirk, right? He also wasn't banned from events and only goes one direction. This is absolutely abominable. You're right. Charlie Kirk wasn't canceled from speaking at venues. He was assassinated. Charlie Kirk was canceled from life, you retard. All right, like, so this guy, why is Charlie Kirk able to speak at events while I get canceled? Because Charlie Kirk was canceled from life. All right, that is a lot worse than not being able to talk at events in Denver because people think you're a neo-Nazi. All right, understand. And also, in regards to Charlie Kirk, Hassan Piker, and in my opinion, this is a reason enough to never give you a venue ever. All right, again, the guy that assassinated Charlie Kirk was a guy who was tied to the Democratic Socialists of America, a movement that Hassan supports a lot. All right, now understand, Hassan has been celebrating Charlie Kirk's death on stream almost every single day. I know, I do tags on our favorite Turkish roach. All right, so I know that this happens. I pulled up a couple of examples, but he does this daily.
And oh no, we're not gonna make it to 20. There's 9 seconds remaining. We are not gonna make it to 20. Michael Fusco Ward. Oh my God,
communist begging for money, by the way.
God! Okay, this is a special. Level 20 hype train.
All right, what's the reward for him making thousands of dollars?
Level 19 complete. We're at level 20 hype train, so of course we have to do this.
A voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn.
Buzzer beater.
He spoke the truth when the cost was high. He lived for Jesus, unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame.
This guy's a monster, is what I'm trying to say. All right, so that's one example, and he does this all the time. All right, he has Arabic Charlie Kirk as well.
But let's do. What is this? What the fuck is this, bro?
Yeah, so you gotta play reggae Charlie Kirk and Arabic Charlie Kirk. Yeah, guys, isn't this fun? Isn't this awesome? All right, so this is Hassan Piker a couple of years ago, before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, obviously.
I'm ready for the great cleansing, dude.
Cleansing?
Cleansing.
What cleansing?
When we genocide conservatives in this country.
You gonna be out in the streets with your Glock?
Maybe. I gotta go back to Nebraska and grab it.
What about Democratic mayors? It's like, what the f are you talking about, dude? We're f***ing talking about socialized medicine, and you f***ing turn around and you f***ing ask a question about murderous cities and their Democratic mayors. I want to f***ing kill him, dude. I want to kill him.
In a video game.
I meant just not in a video game setting. I wanna own him in a video game setting. Oh Jesus.
Yeah. Again, Hassan has been salivating for wanting to kill Charlie Kirk for years. Charlie Kirk gets assassinated, and he just celebrates the assassination of Charlie Kirk on a stream every single day. Now, Hassan's friend, Idubs, recently had a bit of an oopsie-poopsie. Idubs, basically, from what I understand, called Ethan Klein, a YouTuber, a liberal, by the way, just not a radical leftist, called him a pedophile that raped his own children, which is pretty horrible. Now, I don't know the full context, but that is pretty bad, I would say. Now, Ethan sues this guy for defamation, which it obviously is, and then this is Hassan Piker's response to it.
Yeah, every time Idubs has apologized, he's been really careful to point out the tweeting question over and over, and Ethan still refuses to sue Destiny. Yeah. It is Israel behavior. It is. It is literally. It is. Which is
Israel behavior is when a Jew sues someone that slandered him for raping his own kids. That's Israel behavior, but he's just criticizing the state of Israel. He loves Jews, but suing a goy that's slandering you for raping your own kids, it's Israel behavior.
It's really funny because Dan Saltman apparently, I saw someone point out I'll take every time I've said this is spiritually Israeli and be like, this is spiritually Mexican. Okay, and with the AI, change my words, and then mass promote that to make it seem like I'm being racist. Like if it was any other country, it's like, yeah.
Yes.
If someone said this is spiritually South African during apartheid South Africa, I don't think people would be fucking complaining. You know?
Dude, every Muslim country is apartheid. It's crazy that he plays these favorites. I mean, unless he's just an Islamic extremist that loves and supports Islamic terrorism. Well, in that case, it makes sense. But if you consider this from a Western lens, it's pretty fucking horrible. So yes, not wanting to get sued by a litigious Jew is Israel behavior. I actually wanted to cover this briefly, this story with Idubs, Hassan's friend, retard, who slandered a guy, because he released a little apology video. And oh me, oh my, I love when a radical leftist is forced to release an apology video, not because they feel bad, obviously, but because they're afraid of getting sued. Now, just to be clear, there's major discourse around this. I know I didn't get involved with it, because I actually don't really care about, like, the nitty-gritty YouTube drama aspect of it at this point, but I will make my opinion known. So, Voice Critical apparently released a video saying, of course, slandering Ethan is bad. They rape their own kids. But also, Ethan suing Idubs is bad because using lawsuits to silence criticism is not ever a good way to go. I think that take is shit, I'm not going to lie. It is not easy to win a slander lawsuit. Even in Canada, where it's a lot easier than the United States, it's still not easy. So if you could prove that he slandered you in court, then yes, you should obliterate him. to, you know, stop the lies. And then maybe the next guy will be scared to lie. Actually, the reason why we have a legal system is so that you can absolutely obliterate your enemies legally. This isn't little gay YouTube drama. And also, this is off the back of iDubbbz and Hassan and all these other people essentially trying to get CPS to take Ethan's children from him because apparently he doesn't hate Israel enough or something. But which the whole point of these people's lives is Palestinians starting wars and losing them because they're stupid people. They are. It's not my fault that they have an average IQ of 67. It's literally not my fault. Now, anywho, I want to see his apology because leftist groveling is always fun. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm gonna play games with the time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games. Complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing
Hang on, give me a
Dragons
second.
on free cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now, back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel, so if you could click the link, I think that would be very appreciated.
Hello, everyone. I am going to be talking about a very important
main channel video apology.
And heavy topic for me. If you're unfamiliar with the context of any of this, I'll give you a brief rundown. But that is not the main purpose of this video. I do think it's important to share a little bit of my side of the story.
All right,
but
here we go. My side of the story. Why I basically accused him of raping his own kids.
I don't want to take away from the purpose of this video, and that is to apologize to Ethan Klein and his family, especially his kids. Basically, Ethan is suing me for having rebroadcasted a statement made by Destiny.
Destroy your enemies, actually. Actually, that's awesome. Destroy your enemies legally. Based Israeli behavior. What do you want me to say?
On my stream, I did display the very disgusting comment for 40 minutes, and
40 minutes.
It was wrong. It was a comment from Destiny, and I even said that I don't agree with it, but it sort of highlights how
fucking take a gigantic poster. You poster it all over the city, gigantic poster saying that, you know, X rapes his own kids. And then you state, but I don't agree with that.
I knew that it was a wrong thing to put out there into the universe and show people. You know, regardless of the point I was making, it was wrong. I was angry, and I was like, how do I get this guy to, one, not clip me, not mock me and harass me on his live stream?
I was angry, which is why I slandered him. That is not a great way to win a court case, by the way. All right, if this actually does go to court, which I think Ethan is dropping the lawsuit because he's making this whole apology, saying that you did it because you were angry proves that you had malicious intent.
And two, this guy's a fucking bully. No,
he's a bully. Sean, gonna slander him that he rapes his own kids. Okay.
I'm angry.
Also,
angry.
Mr. Glasshouses, you threw the first stone with your content cop.
That this multimillionaire is silencing people and suing people who have a much smaller audience than he does.
Who cares? No one is. You, as a human, are not allowed to slander him, or he'll sue you. I don't understand. This has nothing to do with smaller audience bullying and silencing. He's suing you for defaming him.
And you know, can barely defend themselves. And so I'm angry. I don't like bullies, so I wanted to do something that would...
I don't like bullies, so I spread a lie that he rapes his own kids. Okay.
Have an impact, and, you know, without checking in with myself of whether or not that was a right or wrong thing to do. I justified it in my head at the time. I was like, okay, well, it's not my words, and it's actually said by a really bad guy, Destiny. Not a fan of that guy. It's very clear that it was never the right thing to do. It was a comment about Ethan and his children, and it was disgusting. I said
so what you're saying is you fucked around, and now you are finding out? Man, I'll take another one of those.
The time in the stream that I don't agree with it, but still sharing it and broadcasting it to people for 40 minutes. That was an irresponsible and reckless thing to do, especially for parents. Like there are many parents with kids out there who do not want to see that shit, and it's painful. And I'm sure it was extremely painful for Ethan and Hila to read that shit and have it pop up again.
Also, let's not forget that this guy had a personal friendship with Ethan for years. He showed up at his house many times. He knows their family personally, and he still decided to spread that shit.
And again and again. And just because it's coming from a piece of shit guy, and I'm showing it to people, like, look what this piece of shit said. It's wrong. It's wrong to do. And I didn't, you know, I didn't come to this overnight, right? Like, to be frank, I'm angry. I do not like Ethan. I think he's doing a lot of damage to people online.
Irrelevant.
And it
What damage is he doing to people online? I don't understand. What damage is he doing to people online? Oh, he criticizes me, and now I can't support Palestine.
It changed the way that I was thinking about it. I didn't think about it. I didn't ground myself. I didn't think about, oh, like who is actually being affected.
Bro, after all that empathy he gained,
This is the thing
someone of raping their own
I never understood about hate. All right, hang on.
You have so much empathy.
This is I don't understand about hate.
Raping his kids. You know what I'm saying?
iDubbbz just said he hates Ethan Klein. All right. Yet he invests all kinds of time into Ethan Klein. Like I don't understand that. Like if you don't like somebody, like I don't understand like why you'd waste all your time tracking what they're doing, and it doesn't. It's crazy to me, man. It's crazy. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I don't know why people do it. I want to...
Happens to people all the time.
Ethan's family and his kids are being affected. You know, I just because I don't like Ethan, I think it's wrong to find an attack vector that is his kids. It's foul. It's not okay.
Nobody's making this whole video, I'm foul, I'm not okay, and he's only doing it because he got sued. Right? You know what? Explain to me now how the lawsuit wasn't worth it. The lawsuit was based. All right, now you got the guy who spread this lie to come out, apologize, main channel. Dude, just a W.
And I think it was wrong for me to use the Destiny screenshot as a cudgel to make my point. I didn't need to use the Destiny screenshot to make my point. There's a million other ways I could have done it, but I didn't. And I regret that I didn't, and I regret that I ever put that screenshot on my live stream. You know, that's the main reason why I feel like I do need, for myself, for my soul, to own up to this and acknowledge that I went too far. It wasn't okay. Ethan and Hila and their family do not deserve.
I'm so sorry I went too far. Now please retract the lawsuit, please.
Deserve that. At the end of the day, whatever happens with the lawsuit is what it is. For myself, I needed to make it known on the internet that what I did was wrong, and I don't want to be that person. I don't want to behave that way. I want to make content that I'm proud of. I don't want to give in.
What the fuck content? What are you making content that you're proud of? Bro.
To a harassment back and forth online. I want to put my energy into
started it, man.
Making content that I can be proud of and
guys,
I'm not
the
going to
cry bullies,
be ashamed of because I lost the plot. I want to stay focused. I want to check in with myself and know what it is I want to be and what I want to do and what message I want to spread. And this isn't a message I want to spread. So I'm sorry to Ethan and Hila.
What message does he spread?
And your family. You guys didn't deserve that. I'm going to think about all of this a lot more, I'm sure. But for now, I really do want to just get back to making the content that I want to make. Having said all that, I wish everyone the best. I genuinely want to see a better world, and I do not want to be a contributor to what makes it terrible. So.
Well, too bad you are. Anyway, H3 responded apparently. Hi, Ian. Appreciate the thoughtful apology. It means a lot. I've been stressing my attorney. Dropped the lawsuit entirely. Based litigious Jew, Israel behavior. You see, if Hamas would have just given back the hostages, Gaza would not have been decimated. There's a lot we can learn from this.
You take it to Naples. Come on, you take it to Naples.
What's he saying about nipples?
Oh. With some questionable encouragement, Charles switched to attack mode, prepping France for full invasion. King Ferdinand, seeing French forces looming on the French horizon, warned his kingdom and allies of the imminent threat before his own departure into the Great Bed Bath and Beyond. In his stead was his son Alfonso II, who tried to reason with the invading Charles, telling him that he could take Milan instead, but leave Naples alone. Well, in 1494, Charles did take Milan. And then everything else. This was the first of many Italian wars. A French government was slammed into place, but just a few months later, the Italian peninsula discovered the power of friendship and drove the French from the land, bringing it all to a net zero outcome. Although all the neighboring kingdoms and such now knew that the Italians were easy pickings. Charles frigged off back to France with the goal of rebuilding his army to slap the shit out of some more Italians, but was never able to do so. Despite his ambitions and yearning to conquer in the name of
Alright, one more level and I could get my automatic machine.
Any future conquests. War's expensive after all. So, unable to make any external changes, he instead looked towards the internal, focusing on cultural expansion and pioneering the French Renaissance. He relished in lavish architecture, the arts, and sports. One particular sport being jeu de paume, or game of the palm. Think tennis, but instead of smacking a ball with a sturdy racket, you did it with your bare hand. Charles just
it's handball.
loved watching a bunch of dudes whacking their balls around, but sometimes life's simple pleasures end up cutting that life short. While heading over to a match on April 7th, 1498, the king accidentally wanged his melon on a stone frame of a low doorway. A temporary moment of embarrassment, but with permanent consequences. The king shrugged it off and continued to watch the game, and everything seemed fine. Until it wasn't. The king collapsed in his seat and fell into a coma. Medical attention was called right away, but King Charles VIII had died just 9 hours later at the age of 27. He left the Kingdom of France fractured and in massive debt. Now, this little mishap is the king's most cited cause of death, but some modern historians claim that neurosyphilis and epileptic fits may have had something to do with it. Luckily, though, the king had 6 whole kids to carry on the family lineage. Oh wait, they all died in infancy. Bummer.
Hang on, dude.
Little is really known about Duke Qing of Qin, with limited surviving knowledge of his existence being written in ancient Chinese texts, mainly the famous Zhuochuan, which discusses many ancient Chinese historical figures in the context of moral teachings and symbolism. Well, this poor Duke got the short end of the stick with his life lesson. What
wait
we
on
do
him,
know
he'll be
about
calling me
Duke Qing
soon
was
enough.
that he was a prominent ruler in the state of Qin during the Eastern Zhou dynasty, somewhere towards the beginning of the 6th century BC. He was regarded as a strong and wise military ruler, having brought peace and cooperation amongst the 6 clans within his own state. Separate branches, one for each of the clans.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day, brought to you by FiveMind.com. Well, I gotta tell you, there's a lot of things that are surprising in life, you know, things that hit you from the side and you really just didn't expect them. Yeah, this ain't one of those things, I'll tell you that much. No, it's always the same nonsense every time these racial incidents blow up, especially in a case like Carmelo. You got all these characters and activists showing up in solidarity. They love spinning the narrative, demanding justice. They love the social media clout that comes with it. Every single time the most shameless grifters try to make themselves
God damn it, I keep carrying these stupid clippers with me.
Narrative. They try to portray themselves as such caring, compassionate individuals who are only interested in one thing and one thing alone, and that's seeking justice. But it's very obvious that they don't actually, right? They never have. They don't care about community activism, the black community, or any of that crap. No, they see a viral story, they see a dead kid or a conviction, and it's almost as if they treat it like a business opportunity. The outrage is not authentic, no, rather it's more like a product. They love the clicks that go with it, the donations, the speaking gigs, oh, the merch that they could peddle, of course. Free my brother Mello, and they certainly love the path to political success and name recognition. And honestly, nothing is making this grifter phenomenon clearer than the way that Charleston White is acting. Of course, people will write this off as, oh well, Charleston White's just a grifter. It's an isolated situation, but we know very well it is not. Charleston White is the microcosm of the greater phenomenon that exists, this culture of racial hustling and grifting. Let me show you guys what's going on. As it appears, Charleston White, who was Carmelo's biggest and most avid defender, talking about donating $75,000 towards his appeal. Well, what's it been, like a week and a half? No, maybe a little bit longer than that. Let's call it 2 weeks, something along those lines, and already it appears as though he's completely turned on Carmelo and his entire family. Nothing screams authenticity like doing a 180 2 weeks after the damn verdict. You guys are gonna get a kick out of this. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so yep, Charleston White went from Carmelo's biggest and most avid defender to now this.
I'm off the Carmelo Anthony case. I ain't put no goddamn money toward that boy. His daddy too goddamn weak for me. I don't like a weak. Dad ain't willing to die to go to jail for nothing. And on some bills paid. Carmelo, my heart go out to you if you ever see this video one day. I'd rather stand with the Jeff Metcalf than I would with Carmelo's daddy. Weak, dockside, and conservative. I ain't standing with no weak black man. I'm off the case. I'm sending the money back. Go get them weak Benjamin Crump here. I'm out.
There you have it, folks. He went from champion of black activism.
All white jury, the judge and the DA are buddies, along with the dad, best friends. That's been our trump card. We've been holding, we already knew that. This kid has no violence. Austin, on the other hand, is a violent brute. That's why, man, they coerce them kids. But one thing about kids can't lie to professionals under pressure.
To selling watermelon felon t-shirts basically the next week.
Yeah, make sure y'all get y'all Carmelo Anthony watermelon felon shirts. Again, you can get your watermelon felon Carmelo Anthony guilty murderer shirt.
He went from defending the kid was the face, the poster child of injustice against Mablax's people, to now openly mocking him and even threatening him with prison violence, as well as, of course, attempting to cash in on merch that celebrates the conviction now. And so you see this, and the one thing that comes to mind that seems to be the common denominator here is nothing but pure grift. The moment supporting Carmelo stopped being profitable, at least from his perspective, wasn't exactly on board with the same thing that he was pushing, all of a sudden you gotta do a complete 180 and start milking the other side instead. There's no principle here. It's a shameless grift. And that's really what I've been saying throughout this entire ordeal. Every direction you look, as far as you look, as close as you look, it's nothing but grifters. And that's not to say that they all come in the same shape and size. Of course, not all of them are willing to do a 180 and, let's just say go with the wind,
50
or go
quid,
along with
that's
their
them.
emotional whims. Carmelo's dad offended me. Okay, so now I'm gonna completely switch up. No, not everyone is a
Was he the only cop there?
White or as flip-floppy. Some people are committed to the racial grift. 7 days a week, 365, that's for sure, but still,
He is.
nonetheless, it's a grift now, isn't it? It's always about a performance for profit.
Is my bat in here?
At the moment, leading the charge. They put George
It is
Floyd in
not.
golden
Oh, if I would have had my bat, buddy,
solidarity.
I would have got me another gun.
An absolute absurdity. Of course, the message is that it's because of the moment. It's because
What am I coming over here for?
Represents
Bags.
this epidemic of police violence against innocent black people. Of course, it's not an actual issue. Certainly not one that George Floyd represented. But on surface, they'll have you believe that it's authentic. But it's anything but. The whole thing is a spectacle for the same grifting characters to lead the headlines of the day, to be there for the photo. The same game that bigger names have been running for years. Al Sharpton, he shows up at all
he
of these
took it
events.
from
Maybe,
me.
less so these days, as he's probably worth like $100 million frickin' bucks. He's old and retired at this point, but he certainly paved the way. This guy always positioned himself as the voice of all black people. But what has he actually done except enrich himself and just constantly spread lies and mistruths in order to sow racial division? And you could even actually go beyond that. I mean, let's look at the George Floyd event. Let's look at Black Lives Matter as an organization during that time. Just the main organization pulling $90 million during that wave. The total fundraising across Democratic organizations and BLM activist groups was likely in the billions of dollars. But just looking at the original BLM org, they took in $90 million bucks. Then what did the co-founders of that organization do? They bought multi-million-dollar properties in California and Toronto, had lavish family get-togethers and events. Not a single penny for the community, not to mention the 12 million bucks that went to Mark Elias's law firm. Time and time again, these narratives of justice get pushed out into the media by all of these characters only to enrich themselves, to boost their name recognition and career stock. You got all these gullible leftoids time and time again donating because they think they're actually fighting for black lives, for justice, for equality. But time and time again, they fall for the most obvious grift. And actually, I forgot to mention this earlier, but even looking at the Carmelo situation here, it feels even like his own family is grifting. Even Drew Anthony is running a freaking grift. They pulled like $700,000 in funding, and it appears didn't even spend a penny on putting together a quality defense team. In a way, it's almost like Charleston White and Drew Anthony are two sides of the same coin. Both of them fighting over the same scandal to get the same attention, just in different ways. One side milks the gullible leftists, and the other one, in an act of retribution, is now attempting to milk the other side. It's just time and time again what we see as a shameless hustle. Either way, no matter which way the cookie crumbles, what you are looking at usually in these cases is the most shameless of hustles. It's the same pattern every single time. Why work to solve the problems in the community when, well, they're the perfect platform to enrich yourself, the perfect platform to gain political power and political and cultural influence over the left-wing rubes that fall for it? It is so obvious what's going on. It's been going on for decades at this point, and for some reason, people don't seem to snap out of it. They can't seem to put two and two together and realize what's going on, and until that happens, well, this is basically going to be the name of the game. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Now listen, the more time we give Trump to cook, the happier I am about life in general. Hassan Piker is going to jail. Absolute cinema. I've been calling it for a while now. I said it was going to happen. No one believed me, but we are here, and it has gotten so much better. The updates are glorious. He's spiraling, and it's beautiful. All right, you are not understanding. All right, now, just to be clear, we do have evidence that our informant is actually Kaya. This is incredible breaking news that It might be Kaya that's ratted him out to the feds. No one knows. Now, just to understand, I wanted to start off this entire video with this clip. So Hassan spiraling out of his fucking mind about going to jail for treason. Right? You might not be familiar with that in Turkey, okay? But in America, we don't like treason. All right? Yeah, get the fuck out, man. Maybe flee the country. All right? That would be great. That would be sick, actually. Please do that. He ended up snitching on all of his friends. I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. The downfalls of terrorist dog destroyers makes me very, very happy. All right? So, this is Hassan asking a very pertinent question.
But it's so strange because like this is not even beneficial for any of these people, right? It's not even beneficial, and they don't get it.
We don't get it.
They don't understand it.
just don't get
Like, who is this for? Is the question.
Me. For me. It's for me. It's for me. That's what it's for. It's for me. I gotta say, the Jews controlling America cooked on this one.
Question: is it for you?
Yep.
Is this helpful for you if I go to fucking prison? No.
Yes, actually, I'm really glad you asked. Yes, actually, very much so. Thank you. It's like the same idea. Does it really benefit you if you squish a cockroach that's just in your kitchen? Like, why? Is the cockroach really bothering you? Yes, actually. Yep, and the cockroach could lay eggs, and then we could have lots of roaches, and I'd rather kill the cockroach before that shit happened. I know. It's a very apt... yes, actually. Is it beneficial for you if I go to fucking jail? Yes. Honestly, the higher gas prices, it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. What are we even talking
I can't believe that happened.
This is coming from Hassan Piker, a moral consequentialist. He's the type of retard that just sits back and cries and screams about how, you know, he doesn't believe in God and morality is all subjective and everyone should be happy and looting stores is fine because there's nothing inherently immoral about stealing or murder, as he supports Luigi Mangione. And he thinks that my subjective happiness at watching this roach get thrown into a slammer, he thinks that that's worth nothing. Yes, actually, because he only believes in his own subjective values because he's a miscreant piece of shit roach. All right, but it gets so much better. Marxist propagandist Hassan Piker is panicking. Fox News is doing a victory lap on this one.
Influencer Hassan Piker might be in real trouble for
I'm just saying, I've given like a fuck ton of information on Hassan Piker to two sources in the government that have reached out. Listen, I'm not saying I contributed. I would like to think that we were all part of this. Hassan Piker shocked his dog, and it was the shock that was heard around the world.
In Cuba in March, where he filmed what looks like a propaganda video for the regime.
That's right. Hassan Piker is doing propaganda for an actual adversary of the United States. According to the law, that is treason. That is actual treason. Doing propaganda counts as materially supporting them.
I'm here in Havana, Cuba, right now
Oh, there he
on
is.
a humanitarian aid mission.
There he is in Havana, Cuba, to throw a gay little festival and make believe that its glory is there and usurp all of the electricity in the city so that kids that were in the middle of surgeries had to actually die because all the electricity was busy getting used on Hassan Piker's turbo retard gay orgy. All right, that was much more important than actually putting electricity in the hospitals that night. Congratulations, Hassan.
My goal here today is to bring awareness to what my government, the United States of America, has done to the Cuban population.
Yeah, so this is straight up propaganda for the enemy adversarial communist regime against our nation.
One of the most ridiculous embargoes of all time that has only gotten more deadly.
For the record, the embargo is just Cuba has to buy their own shit. It can no longer be supplied free shit from like China. For the record, they're just not getting free stuff from Venezuela anymore, and they're dying because communists suck.
As time has gone on.
Yeah, now federal officials have subpoenaed Piker as part of a wider investigation into violations of U.S. laws and sanctions, which prohibits supporting Cuba's communist regime.
That's right.
Piker responded today saying
that is called terrorism, sir.
It's, quote, not great and BS and other.
Good response, Hassan. Very good.
Oh,
so
shit.
good. It keeps getting better, though. Federal officials served subpoenas Marxist.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Code Pink co-founder Susan Medea Benjamin. Dude, it's just so fucking good. All right, so Hassan Piker shaken out of his mind. All right, now just to understand, this dude was LARPing as a revolutionary. He goes on the street,
still alright.
violent revolution, overthrowing the establishment, you know, supporting Luigi Mangione. This dude gets a letter in the mail, and he is more shaken than Donald Trump was when he was shot in the fucking head. You know who the actual alpha Chad is.
Is not great, okay?
Oh, why
I mean, it's bullshit,
It's bullshit.
but
It's bullshit.
still
We'll mess
not
with
great
that later.
That
great.
You
I
know,
disagree.
they're after your boy. They're up my ass.
W, let's go, let's go. Who knows what they'll find?
And I'll obviously get into it right now. I'll tell you all about it.
Oh, look how
but let me
scared
blast
he
off
is.
real quick.
Oh my God! You little bastard.
We will free you, brother. Yeah, free me. Free me.
Free me! I am a brave communist revolutionary. Free me!
Free me. I can't believe I'm saying that, but
Oh my God! Look how scared he is.
I'm you know, I'm about to be seemingly made an example of.
I sure fucking hope so. Let's freaking go. Donald Trump, I would vote for you for a 4th time. I would vote for you a 4th time if you could put this man under the jail. That would be crazy. All right, now it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. This guy's just sad.
And I'm not gonna lie to you guys.
It's bad.
It's not great.
It's not great at all, actually. I'm glad. I'm glad you bring that up. More shaken than Trump did when he got shot. Dude, this guy is such a fucking pussy. It's crazy. Now, you are not ready. You are not ready because he keeps crying about it.
I know you usually at the work of rallying the orgs you support, but in case they try to bring you to court, you should definitely consider coordinating with orgs you've been pushing and try to publicly mobilize your community and not only your defense, but use yourself as an example that the admin is hunting down real pro-American voices like Medea. Show them that your emotion goes beyond being a Twitter power user that's buddies with Elon's exes. Dude.
He's like, my audience is just retards and terrorists. Why are they being so fucking stupid?
Sometimes I welcome rotting for the rest of my life in a fucking federal penitentiary rather than having to deal with long-term community members who have like unbelievably snide remarks even in this fucking moment. Like, what the fuck? Dude, what? You're giving me advice on something that you don't know if I'm doing or not, okay? And then also you have
Bro was like, yo, I know you're trying to overthrow American government, but like you should do it actively.
to slap me with a fucking backhand and be like, all you technically do is just, you know, hang out with Elon Musk's exes, dude. Why don't you do some real fucking organizing? Well, bitch, I did. Okay?
Bro, this dude is an internet LARPing revolutionary in his Gucci pants, in his communist mansion, with his $300,000 Porsche, making millions of dollars, and he's still going to jail for being an insufferable roach. Bro, this would be the most unifying moment in America. Everyone would support this shit. Yes. Dude, yes. The liberals, the right wing, the far right, everyone would love this. Donald Trump, please do this. Put this man away. Rubio, if you could hear me, this guy would, if you put him in jail, you would become the next president of the United States. We know you've been revoking visas. You've been going after Islamists. This guy is perfect. He's perfect for you. You throw him away forever, you become the next president. W. Just colossal W. That would be incredible. Denaturalize him. Figure something out, man. This is perfect. Everyone hates this guy. Benjamin Netanyahu. If you could hear me, I have intel that Hassan Piker is only 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. Benjamin Netanyahu. Use whatever leverage you have. Whip out the Epstein file. No, I'm kidding. But bro, this guy's going. It's amazing.
And guess what? The government was like, we're throwing your ass in jail. Fuck you. Okay, what do you want me to do? Not an ideal way to add to your lore. I know.
Cry about it.
You can't pay for this kind of publicity, fam. Okay, guys.
Yo, such publicity. He's gonna go to jail. Bro, that's sick. You know, bro, we got Congressman Randy Fine. I hope appeasing Muslim terrorists and communist dictators is worth it, at Hassan. The days of allowing your outrageous behavior to go unchecked are officially over. Hassan Piker is a jihadist. With a bunch of his famous quotes like, Hamas is 1,000 times better. To kill them motherfuckers, let the streets soak in the red capitalist blood. America deserved 9/11. I do not support the United States of America. Overall, my favorite flag is Hezbollah. China is the country I represent. Everything I love. If you care about Medicare fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Oh my, this is the country that defeated the USSR, unfortunately. Bro, just a couple of bangers. Bro, you know Congressman Randy Fine is watching this blue retard. Holy shit. All right, so Hassan immediately feels like, you know, I know exactly how I can survive. I'll just snitch. I'll just rat on literally all the guys that are supporting terrorists.
I think that ultimately the target is probably Singham and his operation.
Singham?
From P.
Now, a lot of you probably don't know who Singham is. I do, because I do research on Hassan Piker's network of terrorism.
ESL to Answer Coalition to Co-Pink, like anything that he has ever financed.
So he is a billionaire living in China who, in my opinion, works for the Chinese Communist Party directly, who is directly financing Code Pink and Answer Coalition and Hassan Piker's infinite jihadi communist propaganda. He is literally admitting to being bankrolled by, in my opinion, the CCP. That is who Singham is, a billionaire in China. Just understand the level of fucked he is for doing this.
And it's not new. It's been around for a while, but it's obviously it's held through regardless because like it's ridiculous, right? It's like totally fucking ridiculous to try and you know to try and stop like the political advocacy of an American citizen.
Not for long. You're getting deported. Oh, I can't believe he snitched on all of his guys. That's crazy. So next, it's him trying to make himself look better. He's like, but I defended when people did this to other people. I defended Destiny. I defended all these other people. Fucking community notice on is not defending Destiny. Oh my god. It's just so bad, bro. In fact, on the contrary, he literally is calling for exactly what's happening to him to happen to other people. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm gonna play games with the time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games, complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call to Dragons on free cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel, so if you could click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated. Bro, this is so bad.
And now part of that,
oh my god,
part of that is
oh my god, Senator Adam Schiff under federal criminal investigation for alleged mortgage fraud violations. Oh my god, I hope they arrest him. Oh my god, I hope he goes to prison. Oh my god, I hope he goes to prison. Oh, I hate him so much. Oh fuck yeah. Oh hell yeah. Yeah, this is political. Sure, I don't care. Lock him up. Lock him up. He got, dude.
Music to my
dude.
ears.
He literally got, I know this is fucking absolutely malicious. I know this is malicious. I know Trump is doing this out of pure malice. This motherfucker got like 6 mil from APAC.
Oh, he got money from APAC.
Okay. Lock him up. Yes, he's my senator.
Bro. So they're like, Trump is weaponizing the Department of Justice and he's just maliciously going after political opponents. Anyway, definitely lock up Adam Schiff because I don't like him because he got money from the Jews. It's just so good. It's actually just so good that this guy has zero morals whatsoever. He has zero principles. He is just a guy blowing in the wind, supporting every communist regime he could think of, supporting every Islamic terrorist attack he could possibly figure out. And this is just him weaponizing an army of inbred retard terrorists in his chat. He might be a honeypot. The FBI might just be using him as like a honeypot to get info on all of his chatters. Who knows? All right, put them on some dossier of potential Islamic terrorists. Right, but dude, this is just crazy. Crazy. They're going after him now, and he's like, you're weaponizing it against me. Why'd you do that? It's unconstitutional. He supports this, though. He literally supports this. All right, this is an old Hassan Cuba clip that's just so fucking good. It's so good.
I did cancel the Cuba trip, yes, because I didn't want to go to prison.
He didn't want to go to Cuba because he doesn't want to go to prison. Anyway, he ended up going to Cuba, and wow, he's gonna end up going to prison.
And unfortunately,
yep, W.
He's gonna run. He won't do it. No, he'll do it. But we're locked in. What's the context behind you saying U.S. deserved 9/11? It's very simple. American foreign policy and intervention in the region directly caused blowback and led to 9/11.
This clip is just perfect. It's him saying if he ever goes to Cuba, he's gonna go to jail. Based. And then it's him saying that America deserved 9/11. It's so fucking good. It's so good. You can't make this up. Fox News says federal informants served subpoenas to Marxist influencer Hassan Piker. Hassan responds on Twitter, the American government would rather try and criminalize delivering aid to a country we've starved than punish the Epstein way. Epstein class, this term is an IQ test. All right, you only use this term if you're an actual 85 IQ inbred. That's the rules. I didn't make the rules. That's just the rules. But just to understand, the American government would rather try criminalizing propagandizing an adversarial government? Yes, the American government should criminalize treason. That's based, actually. This is insane. Bro, this guy, Hassan Piker, is a multimillionaire who visits brothels that had child prostitutes. He is the Epstein class. It's crazy. All right, so just to understand, you weren't going to deliver aid to a country we've starved. All right, we're not starving them. Communism is starving them, and also you didn't deliver aid. You went there to do this gay fucking show to advocate for communist dictatorships and shit. It's just so bad, bro. It's so bad. The craziest thing is, first him saying the American government would try criticizing delivering aid, and this is him saying that any other government would do it anyway.
Now, U.S. aid, like, this is yet another instance where, like, again, Trump is doing something, okay, that is not necessary. Like, I feel like it's something that under different circumstances I might not have even had an issue with.
So he supports cutting off foreign aid. Meanwhile, he is crying about America not giving foreign aid to Cuba. Like, there is no position that this guy is not a hypocrite on. All right, so anyway, it gets even funnier. Next, he's crying and begging, maybe Zohran Mamdani can help it. He thinks the fucking mayor of New York, who, by the way, condemned him on live television, is gonna come to his defense in a federal treason case?
As well, you might need Zohran Magic for this one. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, I don't think Zohran Mamdani is gonna be doing that anytime soon, because
he's the mayor of New York City.
I'm not a concerning incident that took place in the New York City region of America. You know what I mean? Highly doubt it.
All right, highly doubt it. Sentence over.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
I'm wrong. Maybe Zohran, please help Zohran. I know you're just the fucking mayor in New York, but please, Zohran, please. Bro.
Apologize for the Adam Schiff comment, so this is good. I'll gladly apologize if my Senator Adam Schiff lifts a pinky finger to defend his anti-Zionist constituent in democracy. He certainly didn't when my friends were being tortured in an Israeli prison. What? Oh.
My friends being tortured in an Israeli prison is him directly and openly admitting that his friends are terrorists. There's no other explanation. There is no other interpretation. He's like, yeah, my friends are Hamas. Wow, this is gonna go really well.
Oh, so you're friends with terrorists? Put that down on the subpoena. So wait a minute. So he says wait, you're friends with Hamas? Whoa, wait a minute. Wait, what the fuck? Guys, why would he admit this, right? I mean, this is an investigation. Why would you say this? There's no self-reporting. Why would you say this at all? Why would he care if I go to an American one? Oh, right. And so this is it. Oh, my God. He can be an informant? I guess so. Are there poly-market bets on him? I bet there's not.
Bro, just miserable. The spiral is so bad. So Jasmine Crockett, complete retard Democrat, boosts video mocking Hassan Piker after subpoena from the Trump admin for bringing food and medicine to Cubans. All right. By the way, he didn't actually do that, bringing food and medicine to Cubans. It makes believe that he's like some sort of official news account. This is just Hassan Piker's editor. This is literally Hassan Piker's editor. Kamala would have never. That's what you get for telling people to vote third party, right? Literally just roasting Hassan Piker. And Hassan is like, yeah, she endorsed an Israeli agent. Unsurprising. Yeah, this is just Israel. Israel is trying to get Hassan Piker to go to jail. Can I just say, if Israel is the one pulling the strings, go Israel. Let's fucking go. Maybe Israel needs more control over America. That's what I'm saying. All right. If they're the ones doing this is miraculous. You know, begging for Zohran's help. But dude, it's so bad. So Rick Scott, a guy who, by the way, Hassan Piker called for his death on his stream, he's getting in his hits. Good. Hassan Piker and Code Big went to Cuba, stayed in 5-star hotels, coasted up with thugs in the communist regime, completely ignored the innocent political prisoners being starved and tortured. They should be thoroughly investigated and held accountable for any laws broken while doing so. Thank you, U.S. Treasury. Hassan Piker responds, but but you did Medicaid fraud. But you did Medicaid fraud. Bro, it's so fucking bad. Hassan Piker, once again, trying to come up with some other way to throw other people under the bus. All right, so we got Hassan Piker says Fox News fell for a fake tweet that he stayed in a sanctioned hotel in Cuba, which I think he did. There is an American citizen who recently did violate OFAC and stayed at a hotel that Americans not allow citizens to stay in. It wasn't me, though. It was Nick Shirley. That's right. Nick Shirley, an American patriot, fighting for American people is totally the same as a Turkish roach, terrorist-supporting retard who's constantly calling for violence on his streams and supporting communist regimes that we are literally sanctioning. Nick Shirley was in Cuba getting trailed by 2-star generals where he had to flee the country under threat of his life. All right, they confiscated his gear and they scared the shit out of him. You were literally propped up by the communist regime where they set up little gay music videos for you and your gay friends. Right? Just understand, he was not out there committing treason. You quite literally were. Bro, it's crazy. And dude, it's so
We obviously didn't.
Watching him talk about Nick Shirley is just incredible. He's trying everything.
We obviously didn't stay at a fucking hotel that the American government has made illegal to stay in. Nick Shirley, on the other hand, whether because he's a fucking idiot or because, you know, it doesn't really matter what he does because he's basically an agent for the state.
Nick Shirley, the guy exposing people in the government for doing fraud, is an agent of the state. The guy who exposed hundreds of millions of dollars of fraud that the government has been trying to cover up is an agent of the state.
Did stay in a hotel that was illegal for him.
Bro, this guy's actually fucking retarded. It's crazy. It's crazy. All right, so this is him crying. The Democrat. It's just so good. So one of the major Senate candidates that Hassan Piker has been supporting lately is a guy named Graham Plattner. He's a retard that's basically talked about how he wishes American troops would have been killed by the Taliban, and he actually had a Nazi tattoo on his body. Like, not something that could esoterically be decided as a Nazi tattoo, an actual Nazi tattoo that after getting exposed, he had it covered up. All right, so look at this one.
I find that tattoo and his commentary about it to be personally disqualifying. I hope Maine voters agree with me. I think it would be a mistake for the Democratic Party to think that Graham Plattner's brand of the Democratic Party is what wins us durable majorities throughout this country.
Massachusetts Congressman Jake Auchincloss, thank you so much for being with us.
All right, so this congressman is like, yo, we should not be electing this guy. This is a Democrat saying, yo, maybe we shouldn't elect the guy that's calling for the death of our soldiers and also literally having Nazi tattoos. Hassan Piker be like, Israel first, Democrats. Bro, I don't even know what to say. This has nothing to do with Israel. This is incredible. It's incredible. Yeah. This guy is actually fucking retarded. It's honestly shocking, man. Bro, like this guy is going crazy. You do not understand. This is a glorious crash out. It is so bad. All right, it gets even worse. So after Hassan Piker realizes that obviously the entire right wing is united in celebrating this fucking retard, terrorist-supporting dipshit communist is going to jail, all right, he was then shocked that these center-left people, like the average liberal, also is celebrating him going to jail. Every centrist blue MAGA who celebrates these subpoenas is a fucking moron. They think you're all communists. They're coming for you too. That's right. Hassan Piker is the shield for every moderate Democrat. Cavill and Hillary lost to Trump because they tried to present themselves as moderate establishment candidates. It was the Dem Party's failure that gave us Trump twice. The Dems and free consultants on the website are entirely out of touch with the base and diametrically opposed to the fans. Pro-Israel Dems have no real constituency. It's insane how this is about Israel. Like, it's actually insane that this is about Israel. We represent most of the political and media class. Blue MAGA is crying a lot lately because the left flank candidates that are blah and anti-Israel are winning insurgent races and the Dem primaries, and this makes a lot of blue MAGA scared. I tried posting on Twitter and it didn't work. Well, maybe Trump can take part of my problem. That's right. My guy, this is literally you saying that you support Donald Trump jailing Adam Schiff because you didn't like him because he got money from AIPAC. All right, you are not sitting here and making believe like you have some principled stance against locking up treasonous psychopaths. All right, this is fucking insane. And now he turns on the Democrats because the Democrats are like, yeah, I actually don't really like that my party is known as the party that has like these terrorists fucking running around and shit. I don't actually like that. Nick Fuentes coming back into the fold, right? Like this man used to say we're voting Democrats and shit. If Trump wants to win us back, or he's talking about all of the like the right-wing guys that are like against Trump's Iran war and shit. Putting Hassan Piker in prison forever would be a good start. Donald Trump, listen. Do it for Nick Fuentes, please. Reunite the right. Everyone could be back into the fold. We would all agree. Bro, Nick Fuentes fucking hates this guy. It's amazing.
Now, I look at a guy like Hassan. You cannot. How fucking dare you try to get on moral high ground? You are a roach.
Yes.
You are an animal abuser.
Yes.
You are an idiot.
Yes.
And you are human garbage.
That's right. Yes.
And you're a hypocrite. You go in on your live
Yes.
stream, you cry about, I hate the left, I hate socialism.
It's just cinema watching everyone come together. It's so beautiful. Only the Donalds can unite people so well. This man, he's still got it. Bro,
To go to jail. This
everyone
was
likes
Nick
this.
last month.
Bro.
What needs to come of this is Hassan Piker needs to go to jail.
Oh, we've all been saying it.
We don't need a White House ballroom. Fuck your ballroom.
Bro,
We need
we have all been saying it. I'm just saying. We can unite over this shit. Like we could forge bonds in this retard going away. Now there are some people that are against this, and I'm gonna show them to you. Sneeko, Islamist. Regardless of our differences, I don't want Hassan Piker to go to jail. I don't want Hassan Piker to go to jail. All right, very cool, pretty insane stuff. All right, who else? Myron Gaines, another Islamist. If a son gets arrested, it's a matter of time they start doing the same thing to other people. That's why I don't want to stop it. So let me get this straight. The only three people that I can find on the entire internet that don't want Hassan Piker to go to jail are two Islamists. It's a coincidence. It's probably a coincidence. All right. It's wild how many liberals are siding with the Trump admin over siding with the socialists, bro. Bro, all of the the people with Trump derangement syndrome are literally singing Trump's praises because he's putting these people away. Meanwhile, what's happening in Turkey, which Hassan Piker doesn't want to talk about, in Turkey, by the way, opposition parties are getting raided, critics are getting silenced, they claim to be some sort of democracy, and they are a fucking shithole. And guess what? Population is going to increase because they're going to be getting a roach from America very soon. Hassan Piker, you fucked around. Now you are finding out. You see, everything got so bad, actually, that it's looping around and becoming awesome instead. You see, it's become such an unbelievable, universal tragedy that there is a bright side showing up. So CNN just did a little piece on Keir Starmer's popularity because it's unheard of that someone is this disliked by their own people.
For Keir Starmer right now.
He is the Prime Minister of England, by the way.
Things are bad here in the United States. Why don't you just go across the pond over to the UK, because things are just downright atrocious over there for Keir Starmer. Just take a look here. Britain's satisfied with Keir Starmer. Overall, 18%. You can't even drink or smoke anymore when you're 18%. You're below that line. That's not good. How about his own party, the voters who voted him in back in 2024? Less than 50% of Labour Party voters back in 2024.
Absolutely brutal.
Actually are satisfied with the job that...
You see, the thing is, not only do people not like weak leaders, and ultimately people are gravitated to strong male leaders. That's how it's always been throughout all of human history for a reason. And the funniest part of all of it is actually that the unbridled cuckening of the entire Western world is just going to result in an absolutely, positively radical new generation that's coming up. And I'm more than happy to watch it actually take over. It's inevitable, and I'm very excited to be on the front lines, as it were. The radical position of not importing infinite rapists into your country. I know, it's controversial. By the way, I'm not even kidding. While I was recording this, I just paused this for a second. I got a notification that England blocked one of my videos. This is the second time they've done this, by the way. I don't know, man. Like, I invoke the name of queer Stalin, and they pop out of the woodwork and block one of my videos. I had to file a copyright lawsuit shit against them. And it's not that, like, I even use their property. It's just, like, I make fun of them. They get so upset, they try to take you down. But there's one difference. I'm in the United States of goddamn freedom right now. All right, I don't need to be beholden to your communist bullshit, your anti-free speech laws. Anyway,
that Keir Starmer is doing. When less than 50% of your own party voters are satisfied with what is shaken, you know you're in bad shape.
Wildly unpopular.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. 18% overall. That's lower than the lowest president ever was in the history of the United States, by the way. That's pretty crazy, right? And his rival right now, Rupert Lowe, he's running for the far-right party in Britain.
Does the minister agree the solution is really quite straightforward?
ban all foreigners from claiming any benefits, remove from our country those migrants incapable of financially supporting themselves, and hand that money back to tax-paying British men and women who are actually keeping our economy running.
The funniest part is, this is like the most common sense, normal position to have in the world. It's like, why should we bring in foreigners from countries that do not assimilate to ours so that they could literally just exist off of the British taxpayer? Like, does that make any sense to you at all? It's the most reasonable, logical position, and they'll call him a radical Nazi fascist for stuff like that. It's honestly wild watching it happen. Right now, just understand who his rivals are. All right, so one of his rivals is this guy Zach Polansky. He's the leader of the
Hybrids
Green
Absolute
Party.
you up late today.
Is the Islamic Communist Party. It's like the
Yeah, a little bit.
and the Islamists. It's weird how they always come together.
I'm gonna be logging off here soon.
It's like an entire universal alliance being made by the forces of evil to destroy Western civilization because they hate God.
Maybe.
But hey, maybe that's me getting a little biblical on yo ass.
Yeah, I probably should.
You have to hear this guy.
Can a woman have a penis?
Yes. It's gonna. Bro, what are we even doing?
Hybrids Absolute, my robots broke so I leave early.
Pay them a long time
Ah.
on health service to get rid of it. But
All
that's
right.
another separate
Okay,
problem.
all right. I think we'll leave it on a woman can have a penis. People can
I
make
think
the-
you're lacking nuance and complexity about a pretty
Not
complicated.
really.
Nope. Actually, nope. Not at all, actually. I'm glad you brought that up.
Couldn't have been clearer.
I'm clear because actually, when you want to look at the science,
You were crystal clear.
When you look at the science, actually.
Ask a
Yes.
simple question.
but you're laughing at it.
Hybrids Absolute maintenance can't fix it. A wire got ripped out.
We need to shame these
Oh.
What have you got against trans people? Why are you punching down? Why are you not?
Punching down. Bro, these are mentally ill people that you are trying to convince are normal. Like, can we please stop?
Saying
Nothing against
the real
trans
problem
people.
in
I've
this
already
country.
told you that I think trans
You
people.
sound like you have a huge problem with trans people.
No, it sounds to me like you don't.
These people are all such cunts. And if the Pierce, honestly, I prefer Zach Polansky sometimes to Pierce Morgan. I'm not gonna lie. Pierce Morgan is obviously a lot less woke in this regard, but oh my god, just literally grow a pair. Holy crap. What is with British people and being just diabolically cut? This entire generation, the new generation of British people are absolute madlines. Right, and this generation of like boomer libtars, they are unbearably cucked. I don't have a problem with trans people. There's no such thing as trans people. It's a mental illness. It's in their minds, and we do not need to sit there and affirm their delusions because it'll make them feel better. See, the thing is, ultimately speaking, in like a pure rational conversation, obviously Pierce Morgan is right. A woman can't.
Hybrids Absolute, my maintenance ISNT electrical trained. We have a special guy.
Probably union.
Identify as a skunk, you could fart and identify as a skunk. Piers Morgan is like trying to play both sides, where he's like, yeah, I have no problem with trans. Trans people
No,
don't
I
want
was coming over here to go under the West Bridge.
can't have penises. It's like, bro.
Understand what a woman is. I think it's a huge problem for someone leading a party in this country.
Hybrids Absolute, you do electrical.
You said what's a woman?
No, but a lot of the factories that I worked in, usually they had a union electrician on call in the place. The thing is when you have like specialties like electricians, it's almost like having a guarantee on the work. You got somebody that knows what they're doing and shit like that. So any big company is gonna have a union electrician on their payroll.
Not necessarily.
Oh, for God's sake.
I think it's more complicated.
It's not more complicated,
Well,
Zach.
it's not more complicated.
The funny thing is, like, I actually think that Piers Morgan is the cut here. Alright? Because you're right with everything you're saying, so just acknowledge that transgenderism is a mental illness. And he's not willing to take that actual step. So ultimately, his position is less coherent than the absolute retard he's talking to.
Okay, than that if you're a TV show host who wants to make it binary and ridiculous.
Zach, you're going to have
But
to work
actually,
this.
if you want to have a nuanced conversation that actually reflects
You
science
know, when I asked you if you
and
want to be
information.
when I asked you if you want to be prime minister, there is not a cat in hell's chance of you ever becoming prime minister if you don't know what a woman is.
It's just brutal that we're still having this conversation. Now, again, this is like old footage of him, seemingly, in 2013, claiming to be able to help women increase their bust size through hypnosis.
Actually, there was an article in The Sun last week where a client came to see me who was a journalist, and we had a successful project. We've done it a couple of times, and there seems to be no shift, but actually increasingly more and more as I work with people, there's starting to become anecdotal evidence, at least, of growth in breast size.
Pros hypnotizing women to get their boobs bigger. Like, you don't understand the level of retard we're dealing with. Alright, and this is the same guy. Or the same guy that thinks that there are infinite genders and he can hypnotize women to make their breasts larger. He thinks that there's no evidence that asylum seekers are raping British girls.
But there is absolutely no evidence that the people who are sexually assaulting people are people seeking asylum.
It's literally a lie. There's overwhelming evidence, actually. In fact, there was so much evidence, the government was covering it up because the evidence was so obvious. That's the craziest part of all this. The craziest part is, like, leftists could just deny reality. They could just be like, no, men could be women. No, that rapist that's raping that girl right now, he's not actually raping that girl right now. Oh, 2.5 million British girls got raped by Muslims over the last couple of years, so that didn't actually happen. Oh, a leftist just tried to assassinate Trump. Actually, it was a Trump supporter that tried to assassinate Trump. But that makes
What time is
no
it?
sense. It doesn't matter. Logic is irrelevant because words are weapons to these people.
8 o'clock, huh?
In fact, this is one of the people that's running the Green Party. All right, this is a person that's in the Green Party. Kate, he goes by.
Hi, Hannah. I'm Kate. I'm from Redbridge Green Party.
Kate looks like Smeagol.
And
Alright, it's 9 o'clock.
I'm filming this to wish you good luck tonight on Thursday.
Yeah, so this is your average Green Party individual. All right, now just to understand, they're all denying that asylum seekers are raping girls. Well, just understand how much the British government works on behalf of the rapists to help them keep raping as much as they can.
14-year-old Iranian illegal migrant raped a British schoolgirl. No prison, no young offender institution. Instead, our clearly sick justice system is putting him through consent classes.
I'm not gonna lie, one of the most black-pilling professions of all time these days, even below YouTube content creator, has got to be British media guy. Can you imagine being a British reporter and every single day you have to talk about how your justice system is like saying, see that illegal alien rapist that just raped 47 children? Well, their punishment is not jail time, but because their culture allows it, we can't properly criticize them, so we're gonna make them go through a consent course online. That's right, and then we let them back into the public.
Alright, I'm gonna log off. I'm gonna see you guys in the morning.
By the way, boat migrant is
I'm gonna save my game first.
that invaded the country on a boat and is now being given funding by the
Alright, I'll see you guys in the morning.
Beaches by a small boat from across the channel. We took him in, we housed him with British foster carers, we sat him in a British